George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. A Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Jeff Rust with your Sports Center update. First on The Fan, some breaking news this morning here in the Rose City. The estate of Paul Allen announcing it has put in motion a formal sales process for the Portland Trailblazers. This process estimated to go into the 2025-26 season. Then the sale must be ratified by the NBA Board of Governors. The announcement does not affect the state of the Seattle Seahawks or the estate's 25% stake in the Seattle Sounders. On the court, the Pacers and Cavaliers return to Cleveland for Game 5 tonight. The Cavs looking to extend it to a Game 6, 4 o'clock tip on TNT and Max. Donovan Mitchell did participate in shoot-around, but it's a game-time decision. Cavs are 7.5-point favorites. The Nuggets and Thunder, meanwhile, they're all square at 2 apiece as that series returns to Oklahoma City. 6:30 tip also on TNT and Max. The Thunder are 9.5-point favorites. The Mariners looking to stop a 4-game skid. They host the Yankees again this evening. Brian Wu on the bump for Seattle. Max Fried and his 1.05 ERA for New York. 6:40 first pitch on Root Sports. The Mariners still hold a game-and-a-half lead over the A's in the AL West. And as the 2025 NFL schedule continues to trickle out before a full release tomorrow, the league has announced the international games. The Vikings will be overseas in consecutive weeks, September 28th in Dublin against the Steelers and October 5th in London against the Browns. Minnesota will be the road team for both of those games. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Jeff.
Window into 1080 The Fan. It's time to tee off with Danny and Dusty.
I had 5 birdie chances, and I didn't sink a single one.
Wait, you had 5 birdie opportunities and shot 100, and you're claiming at only one blow-up hole? Would you shoot a 50 on that hole?
It's PGA Championship Week with Danny and Dusty.
Brought to you by Langdon Farms Golf Club, the best course in the Northwest for year-round golf. Book your tee time at langdonfarms.com.
Danny and Dusty on 1080 The Fan.
Somebody got to go.
Good afternoon! Welcome in! Happy Tuesday! What a Tuesday it is.
Holy crap.
Is there anything to talk about today?
Here we are, May 13th, 2025. The Portland Trailblazers will be for sale. For the first time since, 1988 when Paul Allen purchased the team?
Yes.
The Portland Trailblazers are for sale. Jody Allen and the Allen Trust have announced that the team will hit the market and they will be for sale. It happened just after Dirt and Sprague signed off. Great timing for those two guys.
Perfect.
That's we talk about bummer Brandon. What a bummer for Brandon and Mr. Andy Dirt Johnson. But shortly after they signed off the airwaves, the Portland Trailblazers announced that they will be going up for sale, and that is huge news here in the city of Portland. It does not happen very often. In fact, this is going to be the third time the franchise is going to be changing hands.
Yeah, this is, I know a lot of people are like, oh, perfect, great, and there's people freaking out about the team's moving to Seattle. We'll dive into everything, but this is probably between what happened to the lottery, the news this morning, what may have happened to Jason Tatum, one of the biggest days of major news I think I've ever covered. People, it doesn't happen often. We're talking about the team being sold for the second time.
Yeah, I mean,
this is in its 55-year history. This is the second time it's been sold.
Larry Weinberg to Paul Allen. Paul Allen transferred over his ownership to Jody when he died. That's it since 1970. Since the organization was founded, and in 1970, that has been the ownership. Yeah. Full stop. I mean, there's been a ton of consistency in that regard, and this is a landmark moment for the Portland Trailblazers organization, and there's no way to kind of skirt around it. No. That look, this could be in several people, I myself included. I'm excited for the opportunity of new ownership and what that can bring to the Portland Trailblazers franchise. And I know there's a lot of people partying in the streets. Well, it's a party on Twitter right now. Yeah. It's also
it's
a
scary
very, very, very kind of shaky time
Yeah.
for ownership, especially because of the fact that this comes prior to expansion. Now, one thing Adam Silver did say, and those people that are saying that, oh, the team's just going to move to Seattle, one thing that Adam Silver has said is that on the agenda this summer is expansion.
Yes.
And it does appear that expansion in Las Vegas and Seattle are looming, and we all thought that this would not come until expansion happened. And that very well could be, because the ownership groups for Vegas and Seattle are already in place, folks. Yeah. Okay? But we now have some finality to, in 2018, we've been in limbo here in Portland. Mm-hmm. And that has been, it's been a nervous time for Blazer fans, because you just don't know when the sale was going to happen, but you knew it had to happen due to Paul Allen's final wishes.
Yes, and whether it was 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, whatever, we got, was that 2 years ago that we got the statement from the Allen estate about it could take 15 years to unwind all of this, blah, blah, blah. I think that's what it was 2 years ago. This is not done. It's not a coincidence that this is coming on the heels of the Boston Celtics sale. That's what this is waiting for.
$6.1 billion.
Yeah. The Celtics sale set the landmark for what expansion rights are going to be. They're going to be anywhere between $5.5 and $6 billion. So you're looking at an influx of cash from anywhere between $11 and $12 billion just for the rights to buy a franchise between Las Vegas and Seattle. And with that gets the ball going. That's where this all goes. And everybody's like, do you think they're going to sell to Phil Knight? They're going to sell to the highest bidder. That's what they're going to sell to.
And remember, a couple of years ago when that 15-year statement came out, that was on the heels of, the public...
couple of hit pieces.
Well, and it became public that not just Phil Knight, but Alan Slominski, who is a minority owner of the Los Angeles Dodgers, and a real estate mogul, I believe, down in the LA area, developed USC.
Yeah, he redid the entire area around USC, which turned it from, boy, was it bad, to, whoa.
Yeah, so he's got some cash. Phil Knight obviously has some cash.
Yes.
And is money an object for those guys? I don't know. It's not.
I'll tell you right now, the bid that they made is nowhere close to what it will take to buy this team.
And a lot has changed.
Yeah.
Since then, namely the sale of the Boston Celtics for an absorbent amount of money. And when you have a record-setting sale price, that raises the valuation of each of the franchises in the league itself. So obviously that number is going to go up. There are so many moving parts to all of this, and they do include a timeline for this. Think of it in these terms. Last year, it was very quick, the sale of the Boston Celtics, in relative terms to a team sale. They went for sale in July. Was it Wick Grousbeck?
Yeah, the Grousbeck family, yep.
He is going to be the governor of the Boston Celtics through the 2027-2028 season. Yes. Okay? Although ownership will change hands, he will still remain the governor for several years. Now, he can relinquish that governorship of the team prior to that, but these things take a lot of time. Yeah, I would imagine this is going to be 18 to 24 months before we kind of figure out what is actually happening and when we have those changing of hands.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Like, officially, we'll know before who's going to buy it. But
the email that I got that accompanied the press release, basically like from the Blazers business and PR side of things, was very much like, it's up for sale. Shrug. we don't have much more information beyond that. Like, here's where it is, and here's the statement, and here's everything that's going with this. But yeah, if you're asking me what I think is going to happen, I think you're going to have multiple bidders, because these don't come up for sale very often. That's the whole point. It's an asset that has continued to gain and gain and gain. Everybody keeps saying, oh, the bubble's going to burst on this. The bubble's going to burst on this. I've heard that now for 15 years. It hasn't burst any time. Since the time I started covering the team in 2010 till now, the Blazers went from probably a $1.5 billion valuation to, I would imagine they're going to sell for $4 billion.
Mm-hmm.
That would probably be what I assume is going to happen with this, is they will sell for $4 billion. So that's a massive, massive return in just 15 years. Beyond that, what does that mean for the city? And I'm already starting to wonder what's going to come out of this, because anytime you sell a team, number one, everybody's worried about the team moving to Seattle. We've already talked about expansion to Seattle and Las Vegas. They're not. I guess there's a less than 1% chance that some billionaire wants to move the team to North Dakota or Montana, but how many top 20 markets don't have a team?
Kansas City,
33rd.
33rd, or top 20?
Yeah.
None.
I mean, it's a very small list.
They're 33rd. Kansas City has an arena.
They have an arena.
That's been sitting just empty. And then you have like Vegas and Seattle, right? And those will come with expansion. I mean, those ones are going to be your expansion cities. Look, the NBA is not in the business of moving teams anymore after what happened with Seattle. And Adam Silver has been very clear about that. And I really do wonder what kind of language is going to be put into any sale agreement, because that will be very important to kind of see.
Baltimore, San Diego. Those are your only two top 20 markets that don't have an NBA team.
Okay. All right. Well, we shall see.
Yeah.
I would be stunned if the NBA was willing to have that happen, especially after expansion is announced.
Yeah, you don't move teams when you're expanding. Now, you might.
I think
you might move a team to the Eastern. I mean, you are going to move a team to the Eastern Conference, but they're not physically moving.
I feel like this is a signal that expansion isn't just like, oh yeah, it's going to happen.
No, it's
like
happening.
It's happening within the next couple of months.
Yeah,
and that is, I think that will calm a lot of the fears. Mm-hmm. But the fears, they can be real, and it's an uneasy time for anybody. And to sit there and say that it's not going to happen and it would never happen, I'm not going to go down that road, because you never say never.
I'm as close to that as humanly possible.
But at the same time, every signal from the league has been, we don't want to do that, especially in a market that is passionate and sincere with their love for the Portland Trailblazers.
And on that note, even though the Blazers have been a sub 500 team for 4 years now, they have been in the middle of the pack in attendance still.
Yeah.
It's like, this isn't a Tampa Bay, Oakland baseball situation where people talk about apathy towards a team. There's not. It's people are still going to games.
Well, if you are we're going to have a lot on this. We will be joined by Brian Berger, who does sports business radio. Brian used to work for the organization. Mm-hmm. And worked closely with Paul Allen and the Portland Trailblazers. He has had a lot on this on his Twitter feed at SB Radio. He'll join us at 1:15. There's so many arms to this, including, all right, the Blazers are up for sale. What about the Seattle Seahawks? And the Blazers have been pretty clear now. The Seahawks are not for sale, and they don't have to be sold at the same time. So that is something to keep in mind there. There's a lot of consternation amongst Blazer fans that are worried that the team is going to be uprooted, tamp that down. This is an exciting time, though, because 2018, Paul Allen passed away. Mm-hmm. And we knew that this was going to happen.
Eventually.
Now it's time.
The process has started, and here we go.
What it means, nobody's getting a sweetheart deal on this.
No.
Organization. We will tell you why coming up next. This is Danny and Dusty on The Fan.
It's
Portland Trailblazers are officially up for sale. Now, there will be no sweetheart of a deal to a local ownership group that may not have the highest bid. And there's a lot of reasons for that, mainly being it is built into the Allen Trust that the money will go to the Paul Allen Foundation. And that money, there's like incentives for having the most money go into that foundation. That is a big kind of pivot point in this potential, or the sale of the Portland Trailblazers, not a potential sale, of the sale of the Portland Trailblazers, that the highest bidder will be rewarded with this team.
Yes, and the initial offer that Phil Knight made was $2 billion, and I think it's going to be double that when it's all said and done.
So if you go back historically, that was 2 years ago, right? So we were 2023. Okay, if you go back to 2014, the Clippers sale to Steve Ballmer, he bought the team for $2 billion. Mm-hmm. The Houston Rockets were sold in 2019 for $2.2 billion. The Brooklyn Nets sold in 2019 as well for $2.35 billion. That puts that, and that's where those numbers kind of, you get that $2 billion. Later in 2023, the Charlotte Hornets were sold for $3 billion.
The Hornets.
Then the Dallas Mavericks in 2023 sold for $3.5 billion. Mm-hmm. This is where you get to, all right, why is this going so far up? Because Dallas, far larger city than Portland is. The Phoenix Suns and Mercury were sold to Matt Ishbia, who at the time everybody was like, that's an overpay, for $4 billion. He wanted a team. He got a team for $500 million more than the Dallas Mavericks were sold for. Fast forward to last summer, the Boston Celtics were sold for $6.1 billion. Now, that's one of the most historic franchises in the NBA, one of the most lucrative franchises in all of professional sports.
And a massive market.
And so that was the market has been set at the tippy top, but you go back and you go, all right, the water has risen for every other franchise sale.
And the thing you also have to take into consideration is the Boston Celtics do not control TD Bank. I believe Ishbia does control the building. Dallas, I believe they control the building, but that arena is old as dirt, and they're trying to build a new arena. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? The Moda Center is 30 years old next year.
That's going to be an interesting one.
I've got feelers out to figure some stuff out. Remember, there's a 5-year bridge lease. That seems pretty poignant right now, because I think the reason why they don't sign an extended length lease right now is because they had a reeling suspicion of when things were going to come timing-wise. And whoever is going to come in here and buy this team is probably going to want to build a new arena. And this is conjecture amongst other folks that I've talked to already. The timing of this is interesting. We just had news come out of Salem that approved a change in the millionaire tax,
the jock tax
that could help fund a potential baseball team to Portland. If you're the Portland Trailblazers and a new owner wants to build a new building, don't you want to try to get this taken care of before that and jump in line in front of that to potentially have any earmarked funds that could go towards that? Because, look, this is Portland. Public funds aren't going towards a building. We all know that.
Yeah, I'd be interested to know, because I just don't know what specifically those funds are earmarked for, whether and that's something for me to dive into later, because I have not had the time to do that. What that looks like, and is it the specifics of what it is earmarked for, that will be interesting.
Because if you're a new owner and you've got one of the older, I believe the Blazers have the 4th or 5th oldest building in the NBA right now. Pretty much everybody has a brand new building. Mm-hmm. Well, Seattle has a $1 billion refurbished old building that they'll move into. Vegas has T-Mobile that they'll move into, and they have one that they're planning to build at the north end of the strip for what will be like the NBA Conference Center. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the All-Star game and every event basically move to Las Vegas permanently. because that's become a gathering spot for basically everyone. Between Chicago and Vegas, I think that's pretty much where they'll set up shop for all their events. But you take a look at just around the NBA, that's going to be very interesting to see how that part of it plays out, because the Blazers do control Moda.
Yeah.
That is, they do. Now, they don't control the land around it because of that 5-year lease and the things that they've done there. I'm trying to get some clarification on exactly how those things are divvied up and broken out, but that's like breaking into Fort Knox.
So the Portland Trailblazers have the 7th oldest arena in the NBA. Madison Square Garden, the Target Center in Minneapolis, the Delta Center in Salt Lake City, the Phoenix Arena, and Rocket Arena in Cleveland.
Mm-hmm. And all of those have all gone on.
And, the United Center as well.
They've
Chicago.
They've all undergone massive renovations. I believe the Blazers are the last arena to undergo massive renovations.
Yeah. So close to the oldest arena in the NBA. Officially the 7th oldest. Opened the same year as the TD Garden, where Boston plays. So
and MSG is never getting torn down. They're just going to keep renovating it.
Yeah. And they had a massive overhaul recently.
Over the last couple of years.
To Madison Square Garden.
Yeah.
So, look, it is an old arena. Owners, they like new fancy things. If you look at it since in the last decade, you've had, with obviously the newest being the Intuit Dome where the Clippers play, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 new arenas in the last decade.
And how many
alone.
of those have new owners?
Kings, new owners. Pistons, no. Bucks, yes. Warriors, yes. Clippers, yes. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. You can connect the dots there.
It's not hard.
No. So that's an interesting move to just think of the timing of everything.
Yes.
One, expansion is going to be happening in the NBA. Adam Silver has said it's on the agenda for this summer. We know that there are 2 arenas and several ownership groups that are ready to pounce and ready to go. And look, teams don't go for sale without having the vultures already circling, unless it's the Clippers, where the owner is forced out.
Yeah,
and that is
the Phoenix.
That is the only time. Well, yeah, but the same kind of situations, right?
Yeah,
is that these teams are, and really the Sarver one, he knew he was on the outs, and he was taking some offers. And he knew
he didn't want to, but
no, his hand was forced. Yeah. But the Clippers one was like the Clippers and the Carolina Panthers. Those are the 2 where it was like those really came out of nowhere. Yeah. And
I mean, you have to think about the size of this thing, like in the value. Even if it not being for sale at the level the Celtics was, at $3.5-4 billion, the pool of people that can pay for that and then run a team is very small.
Mm-hmm.
It's incredibly small. And I'm really interested to see if it's not Phil Knight, who is the person that does it. Because you've heard names like Jeff Bezos trying to get into teams. There was a lot of smoke around him potentially buying the Boston Celtics. There was a lot of smoke around him potentially buying the Washington Commanders because of his investments in the region, both in multimedia and just in the region in general. But you start thinking about the potential buyers in the Northwest region alone, it's a very small list.
But if you have a list, and look, the reality of it is Matt Ishbia is not a Phoenix guy. He bought that team.
No.
Steve Ballmer is not an LA guy. No. He bought that team. Okay? The reality is with the valuation of these franchises, new ownership will not be local, but there are things that you 100% want to have in your owners. And I'd be interested to hear what you have, because my list is relatively short of what I want from an owner. I'd love to hear from you on the fan text line, 503-864-6326. That is the fan text line. Also, you can chime in on the YouTube chat. youtube.com/1080 AM The Fan. The party people partying on the YouTube stream. Keep it going, folks, and in that chat. First, we've got Jeff Rust with a sports update.
This is a PGA Championship Week edition of Danny and Dusty.
Brought to you by Langdon Farms Golf Club.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
This update brought to you by 808 Hawaiian Restaurant, mixed plates like Grandma used to make. If your grandma were from the Big Island, Woodstock, Burnside, Beaverton, or online at ate-oh-ate.com. First on The Fan, yes, some breaking news this morning here in the Rose City. The estate of Paul Allen putting the team up for sale putting in motion a formal sales process for the Trailblazers. That process estimated to go into the 2025-26 season. Then the sale must be ratified by the NBA Board of Governors. The announcement does not affect the Seattle Seahawks or the estate's 25% stake in the Seattle Sounders. Pacers and Cavaliers return to Cleveland for Game 5 tonight. The Cavaliers looking to extend it to a Game 6, 4 o'clock tip on TNT and Max. Donovan Mitchell did participate in shoot-around, but is a game-time decision. The Cavs are 7.5-point favorites. The Nuggets and Thunder, they're all square at 2 apiece as that series returns to Oklahoma City. 6:30 tip on TNT and Max. The Thunder are 9.5-point favorites. The Mariners looking to stop a 4-game skid, hosting the Yankees again this evening. Brian Wu starting for Seattle. Max Fried in his 1.05 ERA for New York. 6:40 first pitch on Root Sports. The Mariners still hold a 1.5 lead over the A's in the AL West. And the 7-game international slate in the NFL begins September 5th in Sao Paulo, Brazil, with the Chargers and an as-yet unnamed opponent. That game will be the first ever to be broadcast exclusively on YouTube. The final international game is November 16th in Madrid with the Commanders and the Dolphins. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Jeff Rust from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
It's back. The 11th annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms Golf Club happens Tuesday, June 24th. Presented by your local Toyota dealers. Reserve your foursome now at 1080thefan.com.
The Portland Trailblazers are up for sale. Organization announcing today. Wheels will be in motion. This ain't going to happen before next season. It won't happen. I would say the most aggressive timeline is 18 to 24 months on this.
For it to fully transition.
Yeah. We'll know who it's going to be probably by the beginning of the season.
I think it probably goes into the spring, kind of like with the Celtics.
Yeah. Wait, what?
Well,
we knew who was buying it.
There's two different guys it was down to two groups in the very end.
Yeah. Yeah.
Both local, but
yeah. But this is it's gonna move fast with all the names that are gonna be thrown out there.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that Phil Knight will be involved in some capacity, a group attached to him. He's 87 years old.
Yeah.
Still doing well, moving around, going around, traveling. But it's going to be him and like Alan Sminsky was the guy who was his partner a couple of years ago. I don't know if that is still going to be the case. Hell, Phil Knight may just say, no, not anymore.
Yeah.
Not anymore. But he did mention it was part of a civic duty the last time, right? And then the Albina project popped up right after that. But in a new owner, what are you looking for?
More money than God.
That's it?
I want my owner to have more money than God.
Mm.
I want them to care. I want them to be invested, but I don't want them to be too invested. And that's the problem, is that more often than not, the people who have the necessary money to do this think they know the right way to do it, and more often than not, they come in and they faceplant. Up and down the board. Doesn't matter what sport it is. How many new owners have come in and just nailed it?
They've tried.
Commanders did.
Commanders.
But the bar was so freaking low.
Yeah, but they've
nailed it, though.
Man. They've cleared it by miles. No matter who buys this team is going to have that more money than God.
Yeah.
The days of the Brown family, which owns the Bengals, owning a team, or the Davis family owning the Raiders, those are long gone. The money is going to be there. I want somebody that cares about winning and cares about basketball to be the owner.
Yep.
Because they will all have money. The worst thing that you can have as an owner is somebody who looks at it as an investment portfolio tab.
Yep.
And that scares me because Paul Allen cared. And at times, about the middle stage of his ownership, he cared too much.
Yeah.
He cared too much about the team, and he meddled a lot, Ha-Sung Jin. And got in, and then he finally backed away once he saw, hey, the Seahawks, they're playing for a Super Bowl, and I am on the periphery here, but I own this team. And he started to let the front office be
basketball people.
Front office people. And so that, to me, is the most important thing. Because if you get an owner who just is, this is part of my portfolio, I own the team, whatever, I don't care if they win or lose, just show me the check and is the value going up, that would suck.
Yes, and that's the scary proposition, is that, for the most part, the people with that money, that's what their mindset is. And that's why I want somebody, if they're not going to be local, I want somebody at least from the West Coast that understands sports out here, that understands the implication of the Trailblazers out here, that knows the market. Because if you get somebody from outside the market who doesn't understand basketball or doesn't understand the region and the ties that the fan base have to the region, that it can crater very quickly. Very quickly. And that's what scares me. And people can say what they want about Jody Allen, the estate, and all this stuff, and she's terrible, blah, 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 blah. She at least understands that part of it. They have spent money. They have invested in the team. Is it the best? No. Is it the worst? Hell no. And this is not the devil that you know situation for me, but I am leery of somebody coming in with a crap ton of VC money and going, we're going to do this the way we do things in Silicon Valley, and go, we're going to do it in a manner that does not work in sports. And you've seen it happen time after time after time.
I want a Ballmer Hell, I want an Ishbia because you can say what you want about Ishbia. Ishbia's tried. And you know what?
I don't want that. I don't want an Ishbia.
I want Ishbia's taking care of the fans.
Yeah, that part of it is great.
Whether it's their TV deal going over the air, whether it is $2 concessions, whether it is making big swings and putting them on the table and saying, yeah, we're going to try, and it backfires, and sometimes it does.
And it might have them in the gutter for 10 years now.
But I want an owner who cares about basketball.
Yeah.
Because I would rather have that, and we can all get pissed off that the moves didn't work, than apathy setting in because nobody's ever going to try.
Yeah.
And it's like, what are we going to do here? Like that, those are the things that I think matter in an owner. And you see it with Josh Harrison in Washington, and there's horror stories, but there's success stories too. And it is not working for Josh Harrison in Philadelphia because he owns the 76ers too. And they take big swings, but they care. And that's what I care about in this. Take care of the fans and really care about the product that is being put out there.
Yeah, no, I in that vein, I agree with you. And look, I'm being picky. I know I am, but that's the whole point. Is like everything that comes along with this. I want an owner that does care, and I want an owner that probably cares too much. But I want an owner that understands basketball and to let basketball people make basketball decisions, because you've got, everyone talks about Ishbia. The basketball decisions that were made in Dallas were made absent-mindedly of ownership because they have no understanding of basketball.
My fever dream is Mark Cuban is so pissed off at Nico Harrison
That he comes back and
that
buys the
he's
Blazers.
just like, Dirk, let's relocate. Our new favorite team's Portland. And he comes and buys the team. Now that's my I want a unicorn. Give me that unicorn.
I mean,
but I hope he is pissed off to that point that he goes and does it. Final answer.
I would not be against Mark Cuban getting the deal.
Well, yeah, obviously. And that would we'd all of a sudden have a built-in rival, and it'd be the Dallas Mavericks.
Yeah.
It'd be great.
Has anybody ever owned two teams in the same sport?
No, he can't. He would have to fully divest from
because he still
the
owns
Mavericks.
like 21% of the Mavericks.
But do it. You know what? Sell that 20% and come up to Portland. Huh? He's loved it here. He raves about Portland every time he comes here. I doubt he wants to own a team here, but I'd love it.
Do it.
That's what I want.
Okay, my wheels are spinning now a little too fast.
I know that I knew that was dangerous. I knew I shouldn't have done it because now your tinfoil hat is securely strapped to your head.
Oh, buddy, he's been on for 24 hours now.
He was the first guy that I thought of because it was like
it's-
you want owners that care, and he is like he embodies
And
that.
the likelihood of whoever buys the team probably whoever comes in, it'll be a group. There will probably be somebody who divests from ownership from somewhere else.
Yeah.
To buy into this team.
Yeah. All right. 503-864-6326, the fan text line. New ownership needs to be a fan of the game, not just an investor. Paul Allen, check this box. Yeah. Sometimes a little bit too much. Whoever the new owners, they'll be a-holes because there are no good people at that level of billionaires eligible to buy a sports team. You're replacing one a-hole with another. Wow. Okay. All right. We got that going for us, which is nice. Money, passion, and an ability to let the front office work without being micromanaged.
Yeah. Look,
It sounds like, did you text that?
Yeah. No,
Did you just text that in?
Nope, not me.
You just text that
Whoever
in?
that is,
You just text that in? I think that was you.
that's a very smart individual.
I think that is you.
Mm.
This is a nerve-wracking time for Blazer fans. It's an exciting time as well. The Blazers are for sale. We don't know how quick this is going to move. We don't know the names that are going to be at play. This will be changing. It's going to be a landscape that changes very, very quickly. There are a lot of people that want to in on the ownership of professional sports. These opportunities, they don't come very often. And it may not seem like that, but
they don't. And
it's true.
At that scale, it just doesn't happen.
There's only 30 NBA teams right now.
That would be 32. But even then,
Even that those are set pushed off to the side.
Nobody wants to sell.
Yeah. No.
Because they just keep gaining valuation. They keep gaining money.
And that's the scary part, though,
Like
is
Paul
that
Allen bought the team, wasn't it $300 million?
I think it was less than that.
I thought it was like in the 100s.
Yeah.
Like 115.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm thinking a little bit later. I
I
know A Team sold for $300 million.
Yeah, no, he bought it for $70 million.
Holy crap!
Yeah.
So the estate's going to take a $70 million sale and turn it into a $4 billion sale.
Yeah. Somebody's going to try to spin it as they lost some money.
I don't think you could lose. I don't think
you
the
can.
math could math in, like. You would have to lose hundreds of millions of dollars a year
All right.
in order for that to happen. That's insane.
But that's the scary part, though, is that what you just outlined also brings out the people who don't care about sports and just say there's money to be made in sports. 503-864-6326. That's the fan text line. This is Danny and Dusty. just by me mentioning my fever dream, like I was gonna unlock Danny's conspiracy theorist. I would say inner demon, but we all know it's outer. You've already tweeted at Mark Cuban. You've already tweeted at, hey, Mark Cuban, want to run a team again? I knew this was going to happen once I said it. Some things, I let my intrusive thoughts come out, and I did it because I did it for the people. But now you're going to try to bully Mark Cuban into owning the Blazers, and I'm here for it. If we can do it, let's do it.
I might send a you up text.
I think everybody should just start. Oh, you know what? Hell, I'll do it. Hey, Mark Cuban, you like Portland? Yeah, Mark Cuban. All right. You like Portland?
I like it. I like it.
All right.
Look, I might send him a text.
Ooh, I need to send.
It may stay on red, but
everybody has his number. His number is very accessible. And email address. You can just Google his email address. And he responds to it. That's the crazy thing. Mark Cuban responds to emails. It's weird.
He's just a dude.
He is just a dude. We got hashtag Rip City in there too.
There you go.
There we go.
I'm babe.
All right. I've done my part. Look, if there's something that is more Portland than crowdsourcing your new ownership, I don't know what is.
Right?
All right. Okay. We're trying to get Mark Cuban to own the Blazers. Okay, your text. P1 Lawrence. Hell, why not throw NVIDIA money in there too? He'll be the effer of the FU money, guys. Jensen Huang?
Yeah.
NVIDIA owner, went to Aloha High School, Oregon State. I would venture to guess if he cared about sports, Oregon State would not be in the position that they are in athletically right now.
For reference, I believe he's fourth in net worth right now.
He's worth
Fourth or
$100
fifth,
billion.
somewhere on he's worth the current value. Current valuation is $102 billion.
You could buy a team.
And I think he was at like 150 or 160 or something like that, like 5 months ago. NVIDIA took a wee bit of a hit.
Well,
but yeah,
protect some of that money in the NBA.
Yeah, $100 billion. He doesn't have any issues. And that's the thing, is like you said, if he was a sports-motivated human, Oregon State would not be in the position they're in because he could cut off quite a bit of money and not even notice it.
Yeah.
Just think about that for a second. If he cut off a $150 million check to Corvallis, it wouldn't even be a dent. He'd have to do that 10 more times for it to even be $1 billion.
That's crazy.
And he has 100 more of them.
Yeah. But a lot of these guys, they like their money too.
Look, you don't get rich by spending money.
Yeah. All right. If you are wondering, and I know that some of these texts have come in, again, this means nothing for the Seattle Seahawks right now.
Yes.
Which the Allen estate also owns, nor does it mean anything for the 25% stake that the Allen estate has in the Seattle Sounders. So they are holding on to those for now, but it is known in the will they have to divest from them at some point unless they want to purchase it back.
Yes, and on the Seahawks front, there is a deal worked in within the state that I believe expires at the end of this month. I think it was May 2025 is when if they sold the team before the end of this month, they would owe, it was either 10% or 15% to the state of Washington. So the Seahawks were never going to hit the market regardless until after this month. That was part of, I believe, the lease deal that they struck last time.
All right. So maybe we see something in a month.
Wouldn't surprise me if you started hearing murmurs about the Seahawks being for sale later this year.
Oh. All right, coming up 20 minutes from now, we will be speaking with Brian Berger. He is a Sports Business Radio. You can find him on Twitter at SB Radio. He's a guy who's in tune with the aptly named Sports Business Radio, the business of sports. Also, he's local and used to be an employee of the Portland Trailblazers. So he's got a unique perspective on all things sports business and the Portland Trailblazers. Brian will join us coming up just under 20 minutes from right now. We had the NBA draft lottery. We still need to get to that. The NBA is rigged. We have a devastating injury in the NBA. Love him, hate him, however you feel about Jason Tatum, you have to feel for that young man.
Unbelievable. We still haven't gotten the official news. He's having an MRI this morning, and if you saw what happened and how he reacted and the screams that were coming out of him, I don't think it's going to be good news.
Yeah. I mean, am I the only one that I was like, when I saw him in like wheelchaired out, I was like, Paul Pierce came right back.
Yeah, I mean, there were some people like, oh, he's trying to pull a Paul Pierce. No, you don't go to the ground screaming, grabbing the back of your ankle like that.
I feel awful for him.
It's nasty.
I feel awful, awful, awful.
If it's the worst news, I mean, you want to talk about the Celtics being for sale, and I don't mean this in a negative way. If that injury is what we think it is, and a devastating Achilles injury, he's out for all of next season. And if you're looking at the Celtics, they have a $55 billion anchor on their roster now. And if what happened last night leads to the Celtics being knocked out, you're looking probably at the end of the Celtics as you know them.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy just how
with the way the lottery went, they'll get A.J. Devonsa. Hour number 2 next on The Fan.
Hey, it's Sue.
This week, the second major of the year heads to Quail Hollow in North Carolina.
I got the golf bug.
Okay, good.
I got the golf bug. I got, membership and keeping track of my handicap. And
Oh, you are a gin member now, huh?
This is a PGA Championship Week edition of Danny and Dusty.
Brought to you by Langdon Farms Golf Club, the best course in the Northwest for year-round golf. Book your tee time at langdonfarms.com.
Danny and Dusty on 1080. The Fan.
Hour number 2, Danny and Dusty on this Tuesday afternoon. Boy, it's been a busy day. It has been very busy so far, and I don't know what else we can have thrown at us. The Portland Trailblazers are officially for sale. We'll talk in 10 minutes from now with Brian Berger, Sports Business Radio, about the finances of it all, the fine print of lease agreements and whatnot as it pertains to Moda and how this transaction will look. He'll join us in about 10 minutes from now. We have the NBA draft lottery got crazy. We briefly touched on Jason Tatum's injury. The Warriors are dead.
yeah, the Celtics are dead.
And then just now, how about this? Pete Rose and Shoeless Joe Jackson are Hall of Fame eligible because Major League Baseball has lifted their lifetime bans.
Well, it was for life.
Both are dead. Both are dead.
I was a proponent of Pete getting in regardless before he died. Something I wanted to see. But
Yeah.
At least they're doing the right thing in a sense posthumously.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, outside of Damian Lillard, his trade, have we ever spent an hour on one thing like we just did?
No. Because nothing really comes up that big for the Blazers.
No, I mean, this is massive.
Scoot, I think when Scoot got drafted, we broke all that down because of the way the draft broke. So maybe
it doesn't happen often.
Doesn't happen often. No. This is huge news. I mean, we talked about it at the onset of the show. Ownership has only changed hands 2 times in Blazers history.
And one of
them
them
was Larry Weinberg
Yeah.
to Paul Allen, and then from Paul Allen to his sister Jody after he died. It's only been sold once in 1988 for $70 million. That's a good deal that they got there.
Crap.
So this is massive for the organization and for the city of Portland as a whole. I mean, this is monumental.
And later in the show, we can talk about like what it means for basketball.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot that comes out of that too.
Keep tweeting Mark Cuban.
Mhm.
All right. See, let's gauge his interest on Portland. I know Danny's going to go full court press. You need to start photoshopping. No, I'm not going to do this.
Don't give me ideas.
Strike that from the record, Rust. Strike that from the record. I did not say that. Strike that from the record. Is it off the record?
Yeah, done.
Yeah.
Also off the record. All right. Hey, I got big news for you. We've only got one group left in the afternoon round of the Fan Golf Classic. Your local Toyota dealers present the 11th annual Fan Golf Classic out at Langdon Farms Golf Club Tuesday, June 24th, not July. Tuesday, June 24th. It's brought to you by Henderson & Daughter Window and Doors and Philbrook Law Accident and Injury Attorneys. We have a morning round and an afternoon round. There is one group left in the afternoon, and once that goes, you're only playing in the morning rounds, okay? Great deals. Smoking deals. You want to play in that morning round? Victor Rico's has got breakfast burritos for you in the morning round.
And that's worth it.
After that round is over, Matt's Barbecue is going to be there. Matt's Barbecue is going to be there for the afternoon round as well. You need to come out. You need to play some golf with us. It's the Fan Golf Classic. It's presented by your local Toyota dealers. Go to 1080thefan.com. Click on that link right there of the Fan Golf Classic logo. Come play golf with us. Hang out. And the next day, what's the next day, Danny Meringue?
Oh, that's right. It's the NBA draft.
The NBA draft is the next day.
So it's nice to know that I can have another 24-hour period on my schedule that I can book out that's going to be bat-ass crazy.
Yeah, Danny hungover for the NBA draft is going to be a thing.
That's going to be brutal.
That's going to be brutal
But
for you,
worth
dude.
it.
Yeah.
Look, the golf tournament, if you haven't been out there, it is, even if you are a god-awful golfer, it is an absolute blast.
It is fun.
It is it's one of my favorite days of the year.
Yeah.
Like, it genuinely is. I love just being out there from 6:30 in the morning until, 7:30 at night, just hanging out with everybody, having some drinks, playing some golf, BS, and just,
Yep.
it's a fantastic time.
All right. We don't have enough time to get to this NBA draft lottery.
No.
And we will get to the NBA draft lottery.
Because there's so much.
Yeah. I mean,
What a cursed lottery. I'm not even talking about Portland.
cursed.
Oh my God. The top 3 teams they're the only people happy in the country right now are those 3 teams. Everybody else is pissed.
The odds of the top 3 draft picks being Dallas, San Antonio, Philadelphia, in that order, was 0.0114%.
Yeah.
0.0114%.
No.
That is crazy.
It's it's absolutely bonkers how this turned out this way.
But there was, what was it, a 60-some% chance that the Blazers would be 10th or 11th?
65, I think.
That happened. That happened. So there's so much that has been going on in the world of sports. And I heard that Jackson Cantwell committed to University of Miami. He is the number 1 prospect in the country, number 1 offensive lineman. He was left tackle. He was down to Miami, Georgia, Oregon, and Ohio State. He's out of Missouri. He long said that his favorite coach that he's come across was Dan Lanning because he's a Missouri guy just like him. Well, he picked Miami today.
Ching.
And, boy, apparently he got the bag.
Miami bag still comes through.
Yeah, to the tune of escalating deals starting at like $2.5 million, which is crazy to think about. That's bananas. But that's the world of college football now, baby. That's a good offensive lineman, number 1 prospect in the country, going to the U. The U.
I kind of want the U to be back. You know, when you talk about like when sports are better, when a certain team, franchise, school, whatever is better, I like the dysfunction of the U.
Yeah.
It's my kind of dysfunction. Now, not the criminal stuff, but on the field.
Yeah. Yeah, on the field dysfunction.
On the field dysfunction and craziness. I'm a Raiders fan. Look, it's a straight line.
Yeah. All right. Let's get to the business side of the Portland Trailblazers sale. They are up for sale. Ownership will be changing hands. The timeline for it is a little bit murky right now, and so are a lot of the details. Let's talk with Brian Berger of Sports Business Radio. You can find him on Twitter at sbradio.com. At sbradio. He joins us next. Danny and Dusty on the Fan. Massive news here in Rip City as the Portland Trailblazers announced that the team is on the market, looking for new ownership. It'll be only the fourth time ownership has changed hands, or to the fourth person. Larry Weinberg, Paul Allen, to Jody Allen, to insert new owner here.
Indeed.
The wheels are in motion. And to talk about this on the business side of things, we bring in the host of Sports Business Radio at SB Radio on Twitter, Brian Berger, joining us. What's up, man? How you doing?
Good. Thanks for having me on. How are you guys doing?
We're doing fantastic. Look, this is a huge day in the city of Portland, and you not just being on the sports business side of things, but your unique relationship with the organization too, having worked for the Blazers at one point. This is a massive, massive story here locally. But when you talk about ownership changing, fan bases get excited, but there's also a ton of apprehension in this. For Blazers fan being from Portland and living here, how do you feel about the Blazers going on the market, something that was inevitable once Paul Allen died?
Yeah, I think it's an exciting day. I'll correct you on what you just said. Jody Allen is not the owner. She's the trustee. So when Paul Allen died, in his will, he wanted to have the Trailblazers and eventually the Seahawks sold so that the proceeds from those sales would benefit the Paul G. Allen Foundation that would fund his philanthropic interests, whether it's cancer research or space exploration, the music industry, so many of the things that he was passionate about. So she's been the trustee since he died 7 years ago, but it was in his will that this is what he wanted to have happen. It's actually taken a lot longer than I thought it would, 7 years, because Paul died in 2018. But here we are, and there's so many layers to this because, first of all, this is going to be an auction. So this isn't, hey, we're having a Zillow open house and come look through the house and see what we have here. This is an auction. Allen and Company will run the auction. That means a lot of different things. Number one, it means that the owner's probably going to come from outside of Oregon. Number two, auctions usually drive up a higher price. So I would expect this could land anywhere in the $4 billion to $4.5 billion range. And for reference, the Celtics just sold for $6.1 billion. The other thing that's changed here is when Paul Allen bought the team in 1988, you saw the days of the singular owner. Mm-hmm. And now those days have changed. Now, because these franchises are so expensive, it's typically an ownership group that buys into this. But the main owner, the controlling owner, has to have at least 15% of the team. So when you go sit at the Board of Governors meetings with all the other NBA owners, you have to have at least 15% of the ownership. And the league will only recognize one owner. So you could have 20 people as part of the ownership group. Only one gets to be the Board of Governor and the controlling owner of the team. I know that's a lot to digest, but there's just a lot of layers to this.
Brian, when you look at where this is at right now and kind of the timeline for not only the sale, but when you look at the timeline of kind of what's going on not only in sports but going on locally, what do you kind of make of where this thing is going to go? And based off of expansion in the NBA that's coming very soon and the sale of the Celtics, how much of that do you think kind of fed into the Blazers hitting the market now?
Yeah, I think Jody Allen and Burt Kold have actually timed this pretty perfectly. So the Celtics just sold. You've got two potential expansion franchises coming, which will go for more than what the Blazers will likely sell. So if you're someone who wants to own an NBA team, this is it. The Blazers are your best chance because we don't know of any other teams that may be sold in the future as far as the NBA goes. So I think that will drive up the price too. But I think, like I said, you just saw the Washington Commanders sold. You've seen the Boston Celtics sold. You can't get an NHL team now for less than $1 billion. So these franchise values continue to go up. And I think the other thing that's interesting to point out about Portland is you've got this agreement between the city of Portland and the Trailblazers. And it's a very short-term agreement. It makes the Blazers very portable, and that's good and bad. The bad is if you have an out-of-town buyer and they want to move the team, they've got a decent shot at doing it. The good news is if I'm a new owner of the Blazers, I want to negotiate my own arena lease, or better yet, I want to build a new arena because the Rose Garden / Moda Center is 30 years old. I want a new, more modern arena, so there's a lot of flexibility around what I can do as the new owner.
Brian, kind of following up on that, the lease that you're talking about is the bridge lease, obviously, that they just signed. Was that in the fall, I believe, that they got that officially done, the 5-year bridge lease they are hoping to open up for potential renegotiations, as it were, whether it be building a new building or new ownership. Do you look at what kind of came out of Salem just a month ago and the jock tax and the Blazers looking at that and going, if we're going to sell this team, we need to make sure we get ahead of any potential ownership group that might try to bring in Major League Baseball, because if you're a new owner and you want to come in and you want to build a new stadium, you're going to want to have basically first bite at the apple, as it were, of any potential additional funds that could be made available for a new ownership group?
Maybe. I don't think that plays a huge part in this. I think, again, you're talking about a team that's going to cost probably around $4 billion. If you have that kind of money, you also know that you want to build a new arena. Ideally, you want to have real estate around the arena that you can develop. I don't think you're coming in saying, wow, I just spent all my money on the team, and I'm hoping that the state or city kicks in money to help fund this. I think someone's going to come in and they're going to have the money. They're going to have a clear vision as to what they want to do. And I also think, as a side note, I've said this many times on local radio and on my own show, I don't think Major League Baseball is coming to Portland in my lifetime, and I could give you 3 hours as to why. So I don't think prospective Blazers owner is factoring in anything with Major League Baseball into purchasing the NBA team here in Portland.
You mentioned something that's really interesting, Brian, as we're talking with Brian Berger, SB Radio, Sports Business Radio, at SB Radio on Twitter. You mentioned this will be an auction, and this is kind of a two-pronged question here, is that, one, the auction will be going to the highest bidder, and obviously, how does that change, or does it, any of the vetting that owners have to go through in the purchasing of an NBA team, because you have to jump through a lot of hoops in order to be an NBA owner, and it's vetted by the league through and through.
Yeah, it is vetted by the league through and through. So, there's really two vetters here. One is the league, and the other is going to be Allen and Company. It's really not a lot different than if we went to a high-priced auction and we were sitting in the auction. Before we put down our credit card, so to speak, they want to make sure that we have the funding. We're not bidding on something that we can't pay for. So you've got the league who wants to make sure this is approved by the Board of Governors, the other teams, and you've got Allen and Company who's going to make sure you've got all your funding. There's other layers of vetting too. They want to do background checks on the owners and make sure there's nothing, that could come up that would cause embarrassment to the league or any of the brands around the league. So it's a pretty thorough process. That's why there's no surprises here. There's not going to be someone, this isn't eBay where you get online and some person who's never been vetted is going to go, oh my gosh, we have a surprise owner of the Blazers now because they had the highest bid. This is a pretty controlled process.
You've mentioned Allen and Company here a couple times. And I think some people will probably make a connection there that's not there. Allen and Company is not tied to the Allen estate, to Jody Allen, Paul Allen, anything along those lines.
No, it's a bank. It's a global bank. They do these types of transactions pretty frequently, so they've got experience doing this. The other thing that's interesting that's been reported previously is from everyone I've spoken to, Jody Allen as the trustee and Bert Kolde as, a former colleague of Paul Allen's, they have incentives, let's say, to make sure that the Blazers sell for the highest price possible. So there's another reason, another group that wants the Blazers to sell for the highest price possible. Obviously, the other reason is you want to put as much money into the Paul G. Allen Foundation as possible to fund his philanthropic efforts that he was passionate about.
Now, I've seen you've had a couple of tweets about that, about this, in that Phil Knight was rumored to have submitted an offer, and it was widely reported that he tried to make a move. He and Alan Smolinski, an investor and real estate mogul down in L.A., a couple of years ago, they went all in. Now, that was rebuffed by the Allen estate and the Allen Trust. Is that a potential, though, that he could get back into this as long as he's the highest bidder?
I would be very surprised. I have not spoken with Phil Knight. I have spoken with others who are in the Phil Knight stratosphere, and I would be very surprised if at 87 years old, Phil Knight got back into this. I think there's a variety of reasons, some of which you just mentioned. But I just don't think the only way I could see him getting involved is if he found out that the Blazers were being purchased by out-of-towners who really had their eyes focused on moving the team from Oregon. Maybe he gets involved to try and keep them here. But other than that, I think he's 87. He's given so much charity at a number of different places. I just don't think that he's going to get involved at this point. 7 years ago, yeah, he could have gotten involved, but now I don't see it.
I know you've had him on your show. We need to get this going. We're starting the grassroots movement. We think that maybe the Luka trade pissed off Mark Cuban enough, right? Can you get the wheels in motion too? Maybe we get Mark Cuban to start bidding on this. Get Mark Cuban to Portland.
I highly doubt it. First, Mark still has a piece of the Mavericks. It's a small piece, but he still has a piece of the Mavericks. He was over the moon last night with them getting Cooper Flagg online, and in interviews I saw. I don't think he's going to come to Portland, and that's kind of the elephant in the room too, right? It's no secret that downtown Portland has gone through some tough times in the last 5 years. So, if you're an out-of-town owner, does that play any kind of factor into, I need to come to Portland, I really need to vet the city, make sure city leadership is behind this, make sure that, if I'm going to make this kind of an investment, and especially if I'm going to build a new arena and have development of real estate around the arena, I want to make sure that, everything is headed in the right direction. So that will be interesting to watch as well.
Brian, we appreciate the time and you taking a few minutes for us here, and really appreciate it. Brian Berger, SB Radio on Twitter, Sports Business Radio. Thank you, man. Really appreciate it.
Thank you guys so much. Have a great day.
Thanks, Brian.
Look, there's a lot of interesting things in there. Some of them are, the expansion aspect of it is a big one in that.
And he hinted at the potential motivation for both Jody and Bert. And what's unknown in that contract language, in that estate language, is whether or not those guys get a percentage of the sale. I've heard it both ways, not percentage of just the sale, but a percentage of the expansion fees, because that money goes to. So when an expansion franchise happens in a team in Seattle and Vegas, say it's $12 billion, that $12 billion gets split up among the 30 other owners. Mm-hmm. And it's unclear whether or not that money it would go into the trust or whether or not Jody and Bert would get a cut of that. But also, it very much does sound like that they would also get a bonus, as it were, for the sale of the team.
Okay. The other one is something that we talked about at the onset of the show, which is expansion looming in coming soon. Mm-hmm. It would negate a lot of the anxiety and nervousness about an owner coming in and wanting to say, hey, we're going to move the team out of town. Because the two markets that are kind of the last ones standing are Vegas and Seattle. Yeah. Without basketball. And without the NBA. You mentioned San Diego. And NBA Baltimore has been there and left. Baltimore has been there and left. Mm-hmm. Baltimore also has the Wizards right there. Mm-hmm. The NBA is not in the business of moving teams. They do not want it to happen, do not like it to happen. And it would be very hard to see that happening. But at the same time, if somebody comes in and comes over the top, they spend that kind of money, the NBA knows. They go, oh, well, who are we to tell them what to do with their money? I would be surprised, though, if that were to happen just based on what Adam Silver has said before.
Yeah.
But that can also change because guess who he works for? Whoever buys that team.
The owners. All right, coming up next on the worst day on the web, it's another version of Man vs. Animal. And yes, shockingly, man lost again. But first, here's the Big Kahuna with Sports Center Update.
That's that Hawaiian burger joint.
This is a PGA Championship Week edition of Danny and Dusty.
Brought to you by Langdon Farms Golf Club.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
This update brought to you by Big's Chicken. Try their smoked and fried wings, tossed with a perfect dry rub and served with a trio of killer sauces. Menus at bigschicken.com. First on The Fan, as we heard there, that entire conversation with Brian Berger. Breaking news this morning here in the Rose City. The estate of Paul Allen announced it has put in motion a formal sales process for the Portland Trailblazers. The process estimated to go into the 2025-26 season. Then the sale must be ratified by the NBA Board of Governors. This announcement does not affect the Seattle Seahawks or the estate's 25% stake in the Seattle Sounders. On the court, the Pacers and Cavaliers return to Cleveland for Game 5 tonight. Cleveland looking to extend it to a Game 6, 4 o'clock tip on TNT and Max. Donovan Mitchell did partake in shoot-around this morning, but it's a game-time decision. The Cavs are 7.5-point favorites. Nuggets and Thunder, they're all square at 2 apiece as that series returns to Oklahoma City. That's a 6:30 tip, also on TNT and Max. The Thunder are 9.5-point favorites. On the diamond, the Mariners are looking to stop a 4-game skid. They host the Yankees again this evening. Brian Wu on the bump for Seattle. Max Fried and his 1.05 ERA for New York. 6:40 first pitch on Root Sports. And in the NFL, the 7-game international slate begins September 5th in Sao Paulo, Brazil, with the Chargers and an as-yet unnamed opponent. That game will be the first ever broadcast exclusively on YouTube. The final international game of the season, November 16th in Madrid. That'll be the Commanders and the Dolphins. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Jeff Rust from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Hot Corner, now in its new time. Tuesdays at 7 after Isaac and Sue on Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
It's Kubota Orange Days from America's #1
It's time for today's worst day on the web. With Danny and Dusty on Odyssey and 1080 The Fan.
That sucks.
A little palate cleanser from the world of sports, because every time I see a story like this, I'm like, Darwin, no matter what century you're in, the awards stack up.
Only the strongest survive.
Officials in South Carolina are investigating the death of a man who was believed to have been killed while fighting a kangaroo.
In South Carolina?
Mm-hmm. At a petting zoo.
Oh, all right.
Not a wild kangaroo in South Carolina.
All right. What was his blood alcohol content?
That is not stated here, but apparently
They should check that for the investigation.
The owner of the establishment, the 5-Star Farm, his brother, Robert Slate.
Don't think they're getting 5 stars from that guy's family.
And he liked to get in the enclosure and roughhouse with the kangaroos and wallabies, particularly one named Jack. He suffered blunt force injuries.
Kangaroo Jack killed this guy?
I mean, come on. Come on.
All right.
This is from Newsweek. They said that the animal has not been euthanized, and inspectors would visit the farm this week to look at the enclosure and assess the conditions at the zoo.
Well, yeah, they shouldn't euthanize Kangaroo Jack.
You got into his house.
It was mutual combat. It's mutual combat at that point. Like,
when
he's
the kangaroo
saying,
stands up, he's letting you know.
if he's trying to rough him up and he's trying to get at him, you know, you gotta be ready for it, man.
If the video of the guy in Australia fighting the kangaroo over his dog came out today, I would tell you it's AI. For anybody who's never seen it, it looks like, I think it's a hunting group in Australia, and a wild kangaroo gets a hold of this guy's hunting dog. And if you guys don't know, number one, how big kangaroos are, they're massive. Number two, they're jacked. Number three, they have enormous claws.
He's a big ass boy.
Yes. And in the video, the kangaroo has got a hold of the dog and kind of pinning it down, and it bows up like it's ready to fight, and the dude cold cocks the kangaroo in the face.
That's very rude.
And it looks like a commercial. It's so unreal because the kangaroo is stunned.
Yeah.
And it's like, I mean, he rocks the kangaroo.
He just says, no.
And he just kind of slowly lets go of the dog, and the guy kind of pulls the dog away, and it kind of bows up to him. And I'm like, this feels like a commercial for some like Foster's. Like, if you just cut right at the end of that and it said Foster's, Australian for beer.
Australian for beer.
I would have been like,
yeah.
Bravo.
Yeah.
Bravo. But it was real. I think this guy basically tried to mimic it. And yeah, dog, the punching power of a kangaroo is nasty. Yeah. You're going to, like, I don't know if you
Well,
noticed.
they get their hind paws.
Hind quarters, yeah.
They'll get you.
Not only that, they jump for a living.
Yeah. But you know what? They can't go backwards. So you just gotta circle them. You gotta circle the beast. Circle the beast. Circle the beast.
And normally you gotta get in, get out.
Yeah.
Get in, get out.
Yeah.
Because they load up on that big tail that is just a giant muscle.
Yeah. Look, fighting a kangaroo, you gotta have some strategery there.
Mm-hmm.
This guy dying at the hands of a kangaroo.
52 years old. Too old to be fighting a kangaroo.
Yeah, you can't go in
That's
there.
a young man's game.
This was at night.
And it doesn't say. I mean, it just says it was at a petting zoo. I would imagine it's during the day.
Golly. If it was at the petting zoo, were there like kids around?
Probably.
This dude just goes in and is like, you guys want to see something cool?
And
All right.
The man died of multiple blunt force traumas.
I imagine South Carolina, this guy sounds like Xavier Leggett.
Oh yeah.
No,
even in
kind of a Farmer Fran
even in
deal
the
going
big
on
cities
here.
in South Carolina, you're not understanding a lot of what they're saying.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that the petting zoo featuring kangaroos is not in a big city in South Carolina. I bet it is a very small. Do we have any Xavier Leggett rust in the system? I know we had some drops at some point, but that man, this is exactly how I feel like he would sound, is just like Xavier Leggett.
I'm pulling it up. 5-Star Farms.
Yeah.
In South Carolina.
All
right. Yeah, it's in the middle of freaking Nowhere.
Oh,
That'll be great, man.
That'll be great, man.
It looks like it's probably an hour and a half, 2 hours from Myrtle Beach.
All right. Yeah.
Further inland.
Yeah. Of course. Of course. Yeah, I do not feel bad for this man. Don't fight a kangaroo. Don't roughhouse the kangaroos. You never know.
In the
Nature's undefeated, bro.
The grand scheme of animals you want to fight, that's seriously low on my list. Like, I don't want to fight a kangaroo. There's too much muscle.
Yeah.
When you start talking about like the punch pressure or the bite pressure, and it jumps up into the thousands, I'm like, nah, man, I'm good.
I had a buddy who studied in Australia, and he was saying, first of all, everything will kill you there. But he was on a hike one time, and he got chased by some kangaroos. And he was like, I was touch and go there. I did not feel like it was going to go well for me. And he said, thankfully, the kangaroos just kind of gave up their chase. They were just chasing him off of something. But he said most of the time they do not bother you. They kind of just keep to themselves. But if you get them at the wrong time, they'll come at you like a spider monkey, Chip. And they started charging, and he was just like, I was just glad I wasn't the slowest one. Nobody died in that encounter.
Good.
But Australia's scary.
Everything in there kills you.
Everything.
The
Spiders,
fish, the bugs,
fish.
the animals, even the cute, cuddly ones that carry their young in a little pouch.
The most venomous snakes in the world.
Hell, the koalas have STDs.
Yeah, they do. They do.
At like a crazy rate.
Yeah.
Syphilis? Hepatitis.
Chlamydia.
Chlamydia. There it is. Not hepatitis. Hepatitis isn't a STD. Sorry. Or is it? I don't know.
I think that's it. It's armadillos have leprosy.
Yeah.
Cheetahs have herpes. Koalas have chlamydia.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm probably missing some.
There's
here.
probably some animals out there that are carriers.
Yeah.
Which is kind of funny. You think about a koala, it's like, how do you carry an STD as slow as you move? How are you getting busy around like that?
Well, you don't... dude, it's not about speed, man. It's not about speed.
It's the motion of the ocean.
They're not sloths.
Gotta take your time.
But I mean, they are slow, though. Koala's not out there booking it.
Yeah. Yeah, all right. All right, here we go. Ooh, dang.
Got a long list?
Yeah, I just going STIs among animals. Rabbits have HIV-like viruses.
Oh, God.
Yeah, it was syphilis in rabbits, HIV in chimps and gorillas. Boy, there's a lot here.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, yeah.
Man's best friend. That's why we love dogs.
No, I don't know what they carry.
Worms.
But yeah, this is actually a very long list.
I don't
and
like that.
I am not. Yeah, it is chlamydia and koala bears.
I would imagine most of them probably are in Australia or the South Saharan Africa.
Venereal tumors in Tasmanian devils.
There you go. Tasmania. Not Australia, but close enough.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, not good, dude.
Hard pass.
Ooh. Herpes can be found in elephants, reptiles, oysters, and rabbits.
Yeah, it's a good thing I don't like oysters.
Yeah, there's a lot. Golly, this list is very long with the animals. Hyenas, too.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And cheetahs. All right.
And cheetahs, fast. See? Both sides of the spectrum.
See, that's why it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't
the
discriminate.
Speed. No. Mm-mm.
Speed doesn't matter.
That's right.
Did you hear that?
That's right.
All right. Coming up next, we do have some major sports news as well that we hit on just a little bit. Major League Baseball has made a move that is unprecedented.
This is big.
And Rob Manfred's letter pulling Shoeless Joe Jackson and Pete Rose off the ineligible list for the Hall of Fame. We'll get to that next here on Danny and Dusty, 1080 The Fan.
Check
In a day of monumental news, this one would be massive, but my God, with what's going on in the world of sports, it's not a footnote, but it's not as big as it would be locally. Major League Baseball has lifted lifetime bans for Shoeless Joe Jackson and Pete Rose. In a letter sent January 8th from Commissioner Rob Manfred, and I think this is pretty telling just how big of a deal it is. It's hard to conceive of a penalty that has more deterrent effect than one that lasts a lifetime with no reprieve. Therefore, I have concluded that permanent ineligibility ends upon the passing of the disciplined individual, and Mr. Rose will be removed from the permanently ineligible list.
Well, good, because he was banned for his lifetime.
Mm-hmm.
That does not mean, in my mind, that he should not be in a museum telling the story of baseball, because you cannot tell the story of baseball without Pete Rose.
He's one of the greatest players of all time.
You cannot tell the story of baseball without Barry Bonds.
Nope.
You can't tell it without Roger Clemens,
Nope.
even. Kurt Schilling. Those guys are not banned.
No. But they're shunned.
They are shunned and assumed banned by the voters.
Mm-hmm.
But for Pete Rose and Shoeless Joe Jackson, they wronged the game. And that's okay to have that in the Hall of Fame. And there's nothing wrong with that. If you do have a mention of, hey, by the way, they both had to be put in this hall after they died,
Mm-hmm.
because they wronged the sport. And they ultimately turned their back on all of baseball by their actions. And now that they are dead and gone, they will be acknowledged for what they did for the history of the game, but they were never alive to see it happen.
So Rose and Jackson are not the only players that will be removed from this list. A total of 16 deceased players and one deceased owner from MLB's ban list. It also includes a number of players from Shoeless Joe Jackson's teammates that were all wrapped up in the Black Sox scandal.
Who's the owner? Did they ban Marge Schott? Is that who the owner was?
I'm scrolling through and I've been trying to find it, but I cannot find it because most of it is focused on Pete Rose. And the person who had the story is Don Van Natta at ESPN. He's the one who broke this. I cannot find anything about owner. It's almost exclusively about Rose and Shoeless Joe Jackson.
All right. Okay. Well,
so I was probably in the minority of this. I wanted Pete Rose to be in the Hall of Fame while he was still alive, and I understand why people didn't, but what he did not impact his career in the sense of his production. And he has always said that he only bet on himself, on his team to win.
Well,
we'll see. But, I mean, Pete Rose is arguably one of the 10 best players to ever play the game.
Yeah. Yeah. He's the best hitter of all time.
Yeah.
William Cox, Phillies owner, banned and forced to sell the team in 1943 for betting on baseball. Wow. Who's still banned? Is anybody banned now?
I can't find anybody else that is, but again, the article is mostly about Rose, and what was kind of brought up in there. We've already had some texts in, like, well, Pete Rose was a terrible person. Brother, go down the list of the Hall of Fame, not just in baseball, but every sport.
Let me tell you about Ty Cobb.
Or how about Ray Lewis in the NFL?
Yeah.
Or O.J. Simpson.
O.J. Simpson, very bad person.
There's a lot of, if you limited the Hall of Fames based on character, those lists would be a lot smaller. Lawrence Taylor, not in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, a lot of those old-timey guys,
terrible people.
Probably racist.
Yeah.
You know, a lot, and I'm not saying all of them. Not saying all of them.
Not all of them were standing there arm in arm with Jackie Robinson.
No, they weren't. So there are people that are not good people. Pete Rose and Shoeless Joe were punished and severely punished.
Yes.
Getting them in, it's okay to have them in now.
But
that
here's the
they're
thing:
dead.
is it's no guarantee. They're just now up
Yeah,
for eligibility
I'll tell you what.
because there's no way they're going to do it the first year.
They're
going to make it wait even beyond that.
I mean, come on,
Because
baseball writers.
they're
suck.
so pretentious.
Yeah. All right. Well, hey, I'm glad they're back in. That's good.
No, it is.
That's good that they will. The story of baseball will start being more complete.
Yeah. All right, coming up next, we have more breaking news, and it's more earth-shattering news for the NBA. We know what the diagnosis is now for Jason Tatum, and we'll get to that next here. Coming up on Danny Dusty, 1080 The Fan.
Now,
Live.
From the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Jeff Rust with your Sports Center update. First on The Fan, some big news this morning in the Rose City. The estate of Paul Allen announcing it has put in motion a formal sales process for the Portland Trailblazers. That process estimated to go well into the 2025-26 season. And even then, the sale must be ratified by the NBA Board of Governors. This announcement, though, does not affect the Seattle Seahawks or the estate's 25% interest in the Seattle Sounders. Bad news for Jason Tatum and the Celtics as he underwent surgery today to repair a torn right Achilles tendon, ending his season and likely next as well. He suffered that injury in last night's loss to the Knicks. The Pacers and Cavs return to Cleveland for Game 5 tonight, with the Cavaliers looking to extend it to a Game 6, 4 o'clock tip on TNT and Max. Donovan Mitchell did participate in shoot-around. He's a game-time decision. The Cavs are 8-point favorites. Nuggets and Thunder all square at 2 as that series returns to Oklahoma City. It's a 6:30 tip on TNT and Max. The Thunder are 10-point favorites. As the 2025 NFL schedule continues to trickle out before a full release tomorrow, the league has announced their international slate of games. The Vikings will be overseas in consecutive weeks, September 28th in Dublin against the Steelers and October 5th in London against the Browns. Minnesota will be the road team for both of those games. And 5-star offensive lineman Jackson Cantwell made his commitment decision, choosing Miami over Oregon, Georgia, and Ohio State. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Jeff Rust from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work? Insurance companies acting like jerks? Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan Merch Locker has a new black 1080 The Fan hoodie, as well as classic long and short sleeve tees. Get yours now at 1080thefan.com. It's time for our hosts to tee off.
I got a late invite to do some golf.
Oh, hey, all right.
Shot 100 on the dot.
On the dot?
Well,
good thing you made that putt.
This is Danny and Dusty on PGA Championship Week.
Brought to you by Langdon Farms Golf Club, the best course in the Northwest for year-round golf. Book your tee time at langdonfarms.com.
Danny and Dusty on 1080 The Fan.
Hour number 3 here on Danny and Dusty in a wild 24-hour sequence across the world of sports. Whether it's listening on 1080 AM, watching along on youtube.com/1080 AM The Fan, there's a lot of you psychos on there today. We appreciate you, whether you're watching there or on twitch.tv/1080 AM The Fan. We appreciate you. We love you. Thank you for hanging out with us on this wonderful, wonderful Tuesday.
We're trying to get Mark Cuban to be the owner of the Blazers,
We
so
are.
just tweet at him. I think that works with billionaires.
Yeah, tweet at him. I mean, it got the Florida Panthers owner in trouble.
Yeah.
That's a thing. Don't tweet.
Thanks, dog.
We have, mildly breaking news is in the last 10 minutes, we know the severity of the injury for Jason Tatum last night.
Brutal, dude.
Unfortunately, he has already undergone surgery to repair a ruptured Achilles.
Well, that was the big thing is they're like, we need more imaging. It's like, no, you don't. Not if there's a ball at the bottom of his calf.
And he's on the floor screaming.
You know when an Achilles happens, if you needed an MRI to see what else was going on in there, you'll find it when you go in to repair that Achilles.
And they did say it was a full rupture, which means it's the worst version of it. It fully went, and the Celtics are in it now because you've got Kristaps Porzingis, who has a virus and that has been prohibitive for him to get over with for now 4 or 5 months. He's got an injury history that looks like an ancient scroll that rolls out. You've now got Jason Tatum, who is starting his Supermax deal, who is out at least for the next season. Jaylen Brown's deal is kicking in. Jrue Holiday's deal's kicked in. Derek White's deal's kicked in. They're screwed.
Yeah, it's not good. Everybody knew this was coming because when the Celtics sold last offseason, went up for sale, they just went on a spending spree. They paid everybody from Peyton Pritchard, who comes off the bench, all the way to their entire starting five. They all got the bag. And the luxury taxes, or the second apron tax, is going to be what, $200-something million? Is that it?
I think it's $275 for them.
Yeah, it's brutal, dude.
And that doesn't even account for all the inhibitions that it puts, or prohibitions that it puts on your ability to make transactions. And if you stay above that, you can lose your draft pick.
There is a lot going against the Celtics. They did this because they said, we're in a window.
Title window.
We're going to try to maximize it. Not only is the one title last year going to be it for this year, next year too, you're not going to have Jason Tatum until maybe, if you are squinting, February.
Yeah.
If you're squinting February,
Typical full return from an Achilles rupture is 18 months.
but you're not going to have the player that Jason Tatum is, if ever again,
For at least 2 years.
18 months is like, and they've gotten a lot better with them.
No, it was a death knell for Elton Brand, Kobe Bryant, like those guys. Like it fundamentally changed who they were as basketball
And this
players.
is unique because he is young.
Yes.
And
you don't see it happen to guys this young typically.
Dominique Wilkins, he was an anomaly.
Mm-hmm.
There are the outliers in this, but the surgery has gotten better. The recovery has gotten better. I hope that this isn't the end for Jason Tatum. A lot of people do not like Jason Tatum for whatever reason. You don't have to like his game, but this is terrible for him.
It's brutal. And now you've
Terrible
got
for him.
two organizations in the Milwaukee Bucks who have won a title, the Boston Celtics who have won a title, both in the last 5 years. The futures of their franchises are dark. The Bucks do not have draft capital. The Celtics do not have draft capital, and both of them are up against it now. And Bill Simmons, Celtics fan extraordinaire, was floating ideas on his show today about trading Celtics players to the Pelicans for Zion solely so they can cut Zion and save the money.
Oh, yeah, because he doesn't have any guarantees in his deal.
But, I mean, you look at it right now, they've got a...
That's actually not a bad idea.
It's honestly, it's not, because you have a... Look, I don't like talking about people as assets, but I'm going to do it for the purpose of this exercise. Jason Tatum is now a $55 million anchor. You don't know what he's going to be going forward. You have Kristaps Porzingis, who, again, we talked about his litany of injuries, and his availability has been a massive issue for him in his career. And Drew Holiday has picked up injuries, and his contract has kicked in. Those three guys alone were going to be a problem to try to move. And I should say those two guys, and Drew and KP. Tatum was never going to be a part of that.
No.
Tatum was a lifetime Celtic, all of those things. And you look at Damian Lillard and the way the Bucks went out of the playoffs, and now how likely it is the Celtics are very much going out of the playoffs after losing last night and falling down 3-1. If you look at the Eastern Conference, it is wide open going forward.
Yeah.
The big dogs are hurt, and they don't have a clear path out of this without making major transactions that is going to reset things for them.
Yeah, and that is horrible for those organizations that were in a championship window. It's a fickle place to be, but at the same time, that's the deal that you make to have a championship window and to have it open. And I would love to be in their spot because they have a star. They have star players that they tried to build around.
And they did get the title.
They did.
Look, you give Portland a title once every 50 years, it's going to be happy here.
Yeah.
It's because if you look at the history of titles in the NBA, man, was it 14 teams in the last 50 years have won a title?
Yeah.
I think it's the number.
Is it really?
It's very little. Yeah.
Yikes, dog.
I mean, you think about it. Bulls, Spurs, Celtics, Lakers, like how many Warriors, how many titles did that group of teams alone hold in the last 50 years?
A lot of them.
You're talking about the dynasties. And it's just now you're looking at some of those dynastic teams in the Celtics being a team that they are at a major crossroads, and the East could not be more open. Before that, the NBA draft lottery happened, and the West got absolutely nasty.
Gosh, this is so stupid.
The most absurd lottery possibility transpired last night. And the fact that we are getting to this at 1:15 lets you know how crazy, to be 2:15, how crazy the news has been here in the last 24 hours. The Dallas Mavericks, with a 1.8% chance, do the unthinkable after the biggest trade gaffe in sports history. They reap the rewards. We'll get to that next here on Danny and Dusty, 1080 The Fan. One of the most unthinkable scenarios, both just as a thought process and mathematically, transpired last night. As the Dallas Mavericks with a 1.8% chance get the number 1 overall pick, the San Antonio Spurs jump up with a 6% chance to the number 2 overall pick, and the Philadelphia 76ers jump up and keep their pick at number 3. And you had the number at that combination, Dusty, as .014.
0.0114% of that being the draft order. Dallas, San Antonio, Philly.
Slightly more than 0.01%.
Yeah. It happened, and Nico Harrison got rewarded for making the dumbest trade of all time.
Arguably the worst trade in sports history 3 months ago has now come full circle with getting one of the best prospects I've ever seen in my 15 years of doing this.
Yeah, this is spoiler alert. The Mavericks have said today they are going to keep the pick. They're going to draft Cooper Flagg. Okay, way to go, guys. Way to do the math on that.
Yeah.
There's the video of Nico Harrison jumping out of his chair and getting super excited, and I guess good for him. I would love to see the video of Adam Silver when he saw that, because his face was probably far different. Like, oh my God, I have to deal with this now. The conspiracy theory of the NBA wanted LA to be good. LeBron is in the twilight of his career, forcing the hand of Nico Harrison to trade his best player for essentially nothing. And now they get rewarded with the number 1 overall pick. That's not going anywhere. People still talk about the frozen envelope.
Well, particularly since this is now the 3rd straight superstar to be traded to Los Angeles in a row and have that team get the number 1 overall pick the next draft.
Yikes.
Chris Paul to the Clippers, Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis to the Lakers, Zion Williamson. Luka Doncic to the Lakers, Cooper Flagg.
That same draft year? Same draft? Really?
Mm-hmm.
Holy smokes. The Maverick,
remember, Chris Paul was supposed to be a Laker.
The Maverick CEO, Rick Welts, he was in the draft lottery room.
The look on his face.
He said, I'm the only person who was in this room 40 years ago. I was in charge of the NBA draft lottery 40 years ago when Patrick Ewing won. I've been doing conspiracy theory stories ever since. This is very surreal, personally. That is a quote that Ben Golliver tweeted out last night from Mav CEO Rick Welts.
And Ben Golliver was in the room, and he will join us tomorrow, and we will ask him about all things lottery and ownership-wise as it pertains to Portland. He also, Ben Golliver, had the heartbreaking news that the Portland Trailblazers, for the second time, were one number off. And not just one number as it could be any number in that order, but the difference of a single digit from getting the number 1 overall pick and the number 2 overall pick. They had the first 3 numbers in the order. They did not. They had number 6, it was number 5, and number 7.
Yeah, there's a lot of other numbers that there could be, but there were also 2 losses from being where the San Antonio Spurs were.
Mm-hmm.
And that would have been a lot easier to do. And that was, we talked about this yesterday. Mm-hmm. That was one of the teams where it's like, if San Antonio jumps up, that is crippling for Portland because of the fact that that was a team that was within striking distance.
And I'm not going to do it with you because it's dumb and it doesn't make any sense, because the teams with the worst records in the entire NBA fell out of the top 4.
I would have loved to be 5th or 6th rather than 11th.
You don't want to go through a 15-16 win season for that.
Yeah, but
talking to people with those organizations, they'll put on the smiling face and all that. They're pissed.
Yeah, absolutely they are.
They threw a season, an entire fan base down the drain, and they have nothing to show for it.
Yeah, but you know what? 2 losses is also that right there.
You can't play that game, though.
No, you can, because you're the numbers guy, Danny.
Yes.
You say this. It's all about improving your odds.
And the number 11 team and the number 10 team have won the lottery in back-to-back years.
Yeah. But you can control the one thing, which is increasing your odds. And
the thing that came out of this for me is the new lottery odds are working.
Yeah, they are. They sure are.
It's preventing, or at least
preventing it.
Not preventing. It is not rewarding tanking.
Yeah. Well, tell that to the Sixers. they pulled the plug on that.
And here's the thing.
And so did the Spurs once Wemby went down.
They didn't, though. They didn't, though. Chris Paul still played all 82 games. Harrison Barnes still playing heavy minutes. They shut down Wemby, and that was the difference. And because they had to.
And De'Aaron Fox, too, after they got him.
Who had hand surgery.
Yeah. But was playing. I mean, they did it. And this is the thing that's frustrating, is that the Blazers did it in all of the other years except for this year, where the draft is loaded.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the one where it's like, why was this year the year? You know? And now the work is on Joe Cronin, the front office, to where you better be able to do something this offseason with what you have, because this year did not. Sure, development.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Still in the same place heading into next year.
And Sean Highkin was also in the room for the lottery and had a quote from Joe Cronin. It basically said, yeah, we would have liked to move up. You always want to move up, but we're happy with where we are. It's the same spiel you'll get from everyone. Now the work begins. You've got the combine here going on this week and kind of what comes out of that. The first mock drafts. Pretty much everyone has the Blazers, if they use the pick at 11, taking Kasparas Yaksionis, the guard from Illinois. I've seen some people like, well, Concanibble could be there. No, he won't. Concanibble's going top 6. What's crazy about this is because of this, the way the lottery shook out, what it means for the Giannis sweepstakes. That's what's really crazy coming at us. And you've got the Tatum injury. You've got the Dame injury. We may be headed towards one of the biggest shakeups we've seen in the NBA in a very, very long time. Now, the Luka trade notwithstanding, that was maybe the biggest shakeup we've ever seen.
Boy.
But there's a lot.
This is a guy that wants out. He wants out of Milwaukee, and you are going to be able to see what the circling of the vultures looks like. And now, look, Houston was one of those teams. They held Phoenix's pick, and they're sitting at 10th.
Mm-hmm.
If they want to get in on Giannis, they have the 10th pick. San Antonio is sitting at 2nd.
And that's the really interesting thing. You brought up De'Aaron Fox. The second the Spurs moved up, my phone started blowing up with, Dallas getting that was insane, but the Spurs, they can trade De'Aaron Fox. They can say, thanks, bud.
Yep.
But we have a guy that might end up being better than you, significantly cheaper, or we can now package Dylan Harper to go get Giannis.
Yeah. You can, the number 2 overall pick, Milwaukee does not have a draft pick this year. It is sitting in Brooklyn.
And now what do the Celtics do? Do they start making their vets that are title ready available? Do they pull the ripcord on Derek White?
Jaylen Brown.
Or Jaylen Brown or Drew Holiday?
Yeah.
The number of guys that are looking around right now and going, what the hell is going to happen this summer? Just skyrocketed.
Ain't nobody trading for Jason Tatum, unfortunately. No. That young man, Achilles surgery, that sucks.
And with the Philadelphia 76ers moving up to 3rd, the mock draft or the big boards, Cooper Flagg, Dylan Harper, and I would say probably 80% of people out there had a pretty hard lock on VJ Edgecombe going 3rd. The Philadelphia 76ers have Tyrese Maxey and Jared McCain and Quentin Grimes.
Which could make Maxey available to trade because they need some salary cap relief as well.
Or do they now bump somebody up like Derek Queen or Ace Bailey into the 3rd spot?
Oh, Ace Bailey. That would be...
It's a redemption arc for Ace Bailey because Ace Bailey's been falling.
That would be such a Daryl Morey move. That would be a Daryl Morey move.
Well, and think about it. Outside of Joel Embiid, they don't really have bigs. Do they look at a Derek Queen?
I was going to say. Well, Ace Bailey's not that because he's only 6'7", not 6'10".
Yeah, that we didn't really talk about the measurements yesterday. The measurements came out for a lot of guys. Cooper Flagg is bigger than Ace Bailey. And all the talk, and if you go to Rutgers' website, I still think they have it. Ace Bailey was listed at 6'10".
Yikes.
VJ Edgecombe, though, came out at 6'4" barefoot.
Hey-o.
But now you have Utah, who had the worst record in the NBA, and we talked about it. The likelihood was they were going to fall back, and they fell back all the way. The Washington Wizards fell back all the way. What the hell did the Charlotte Hornets do now, picking at 4th?
Whatever they were going to do before, which is bungle it.
I mean, you look at them, though. You look at the way their roster is currently constructed. LaMelo Ball is a guy that I've heard that, Charlotte could get out of the business of. If VJ Edgecombe is now there at 4.
It is a guard run after you get past Cooper Flagg. And so
it's very interesting because the teams that are there are not really guard needy.
Yeah, you look at it, what you have Queen from Maryland, the Murray kid from
Colin
South
Murray
Carolina. The Malawak from
Malawak will
Duke.
probably be the first big off the board, and if I had to guess today, Brooklyn is the first destination. If he somehow gets past there, Atlanta, because they're out of the Clint Capella business.
But who else? There's no other big bodies.
No.
Yikes.
The draft order.
They're big. Some of them are big guards.
Yeah. Yeah, Yakashionis he measured in at, I think, 6'4" 3/4 barefoot, so basically 6'6". Yegor Demon measured in at 6'8" barefoot.
Man. Yeah, that's crazy.
It's going to be very interesting now because of where Portland is positioned, even falling back from 10 to 11. I'm not saying it's good. Don't misconstrue that, because further up is always better. But I very much wonder what Portland's going to do, because I think it opens up them very much so for trade.
Yeah, move the pick and start wheeling and dealing, baby.
Absolutely crazy. All right, coming up next, we have not talked about it at all because of all of the news of the day. Basketball was played last night, and we'll get to that next here. But first, here's the Big Kahuna with Sports Center Update.
Hamburgers, the cornerstone of any nutritious breakfast.
This is a PGA Championship Week edition of Danny and Dusty.
Brought to you by Langdon Farms Golf Club.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, some breaking news this morning here in the Rose City. The estate of Paul Allen announcing it has put in motion a formal sales process for the Portland Trailblazers. That process estimated to go well into the 2025-26 season, and then the sale must be ratified by the NBA Board of Governors. This announcement does not affect the Seattle Seahawks or the estate's 25% stake in the Seattle Sounders. Bad news for Jason Tatum and the Celtics as he underwent surgery today to repair a torn right Achilles tendon suffered in last night's loss to the Knicks. That, of course, ends his season and possibly all of next season as well. Also on the court, the Pacers and Cavaliers return to Cleveland for Game 5 tonight. The Cavaliers looking to extend it to a Game 6. 4 o'clock tip on TNT and Max. Donovan Mitchell did participate in shoot-around, but as a game-time decision, the Cavs are 8-point favorites. Nuggets and Thunder, that series all square at 2 apiece as they return to Oklahoma City. 6:30 tip, also on TNT and Max. The Thunder are 10-point favorites. The Mariners looking to stop a 4-game skid. They host the Yankees again this evening. Brian Wu on the bump for Seattle. Max Fried and his 1.05 ERA starting for New York. 6:40 first pitch on Root Sports. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Jeff Rust from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at WarrenAllen.com.
It's back. The 11th annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms Golf Club happens Tuesday, June 24th. Presented by your local Toyota dealers. Reserve your foursome now at 1080thefan.com.
Biggest news for the Portland Trailblazers in 37 years. Portland Trailblazers are officially hitting the market for the second time in their existence.
If Jody Allen and the Vulcans couldn't have Cooper Flagg, they didn't want the team anymore.
Yeah, I've already seen some people like, oh, convenient timing on this.
They're
No, that machine is so big, it had nothing to do with this. It had nothing to do with this.
Would have helped.
I've talked to governors about players on teams and rosters and what they actually mean to a sale.
Yeah.
And they don't. Unless you've got a guy in his prime who is LeBron James, it doesn't really matter.
Could you imagine if the Blazers would have won the lottery last night and then today they come out and they're like, now we're selling?
Yeah. Enjoy.
That would have been such a weird...
I mean, people would have just been in the streets.
Yeah, there would have been parties being... I'm assuming, based on the reaction, there are a lot of people partying in the streets now because Jody Allen and the Paul Allen Trust have announced the sale of the team. This is huge news, man.
It's massive news. And I just have this horrible feeling in my gut about new ownership.
Why?
Just because it fails so spectacularly and how far it sets back teams. New ownership typically comes in and bombs horrifically.
Well, usually teams that are changing hands are not in the best shape to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
And when you take that into consideration, there is a dip.
The Suns are in really good shape.
The Suns seemingly were in really good shape. And then an owner came in and said, hey, we want to make a big swing at this. And I don't blame him. Bradley Beal was, I don't know why.
Everybody knew that was a terrible deal the second it happened.
I do not know why. It didn't seem like a good deal at the time.
No.
But
when it was being discussed, you're sitting there going, why?
Yeah, because you're like, he'll be the third best player on that team.
Mm-hmm. With a no-trade clause.
The no-trade clause is bonkers.
Again, shouts to his agent.
But you also have, there are success stories too, and that needs to also be reiterated. The big thing with me is, one, we don't know how long that this process is going to take. As we had Brian Berger on earlier, SB Radio, Sports Business Radio, he was talking about, look, it's going to be an auction. This is going to the highest bidder.
Yeah.
The person with the most money willing to spend on the Portland Trailblazers will be the next owner of the team.
There is some wiggle room for discretion in that sale. Like, let's say that one team is within X amount of money, but the Allen estate prefers ownership group A over B.
Yeah, Berger used the word there's incentives.
Yeah, for the most money.
The most money
Yes.
to go in the sale. With that, you just want somebody who cares then.
Yes, and as it
not
pertains
just
to
a portfolio.
The Celtics ownership. The other group, I think it was the Pagula group, who didn't end up getting it. They released a statement afterwards of like basically the line was, don't come to us when they aren't willing to spend.
Yeah.
Because the group that bought it is backed by VC money.
It's a slippery slope.
Mm-hmm.
And
they were willing to pay more. The Pagula group was.
That's why, Ishbia made the trade for Bradley Beal. Did not go well. But he's cared about the fans. He wants to win.
Mm-hmm. There's no questioning that. That is 100% true.
You need to have somebody that's willing to let basketball people make those basketball decisions. Very important.
Of which they're now going on to their third head coach in his tenure, and the general manager has been moved out of the general manager position to an advisory role.
Yeah, that's not great.
So the basketball people are not basketballing.
No.
By the way, the two of the coaches that they've fired have won titles previously.
Well,
so
yikes. If you look at it though, all right, let's go through the teams that have sold, right?
Mm-hmm.
Having owners that do care, we're still not sure about the Boston Celtics and their new ownership group because they haven't taken control yet. Phoenix Suns and Ishbia. He cares.
Mhm.
Doesn't get out of the way.
And their future is in real doubt as they don't have any draft capital that they control.
Utah Jazz.
Good space.
Matt Smith cares. He cares about the fans.
Ryan Smith.
Hired Danny Ainge.
Mhm.
They have a path.
Now, the path that they have starts with the 5th overall pick.
Yep.
So it's not like I like the idea of what they're doing, certainly. And I like that Smith cares. There's no doubt about that. He brought them also the hockey team, and he's part of the process of trying to bring a baseball team to Utah. The guy genuinely cares. But the future outlook for the Jazz is not better than the Blazers right now.
The Clippers. Oh, I mean, they're going to be getting Lauri Markkanen, Colin Sexton, Walker Kessler back, and then whomever they have at the 5th pick.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're not in ruins right now.
They're not in great shape either. Now, they do have the draft capital that the Blazers don't have. That's where it matters.
A ton of it.
Mm-hmm.
And bona fide proven leadership who's won.
Mm-hmm. In age. No doubt about it.
Clippers with Ballmer. Yes. That's an owner you want.
As an owner, yes. But I'm talking about a success.
Oh, Blazer fans would take that 10 times out of 10. 10 times out of 10.
I mean, they have failed spectacularly at every turn in catastrophic fashion.
He has
whether it was the
gone
Chris
out,
Paul Clippers or the Kawhi Clippers,
taken big swings, gotten really talented players, built a brand new arena for them with his own money, cares about the fans, made incentives for the fans with the wall.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Ballmer is a success.
Oh, no. I'm not disagreeing with the success. I'm talking about the impact on the team being this thing that's just so great.
Do you remember what the Clippers were before?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Because again, the bar is the bar. This is the team that still hasn't made it out of the second round.
The Houston Rockets with the Fertitas. But they're letting the basketball people make the basketball decisions, and they're willing to spend money and go get guys like, seemingly the ownership has been like, you guys do whatever. Fred VanVleet, sure, it's working. Dylan Brooks, he's a piece that is a great role player. We have the money to spend. Go ahead and spend it on him.
Which at one point in time might not have been the case through COVID.
But they do care, and they are on the right trajectory. The Brooklyn Nets.
Yikes, dog.
Not great.
The last couple of owners, whether it's Prokhorov or Josai.
And then that brings us to the Phoenix Suns, right? Those are the last 5 sales, and we can't include the Celtics in that because we just don't know.
We don't know.
I mean, and look, we can throw the Minnesota Timberwolves, which we don't know yet either, with A-Rod and what's the other guy?
Mark Lowry.
Yeah, Mark Lowry. So, I mean, those are our most recent sales that we've seen of NBA teams.
And even before taking hold of the team, they traded Karl Anthony Towns to cut payroll before taking full ownership of the team.
Well, they also
don't have money.
Brought in Julius Randle.
It's worked out for him, but it was not a transaction.
They're going to the conference finals.
Yeah. Well, Ant Edwards is a big part of that.
Well, but I mean, they saw Karl Anthony Towns has his warts in the playoffs, and they were like, yeah, all right. Jimmy Butler made it abundantly clear what he doesn't have.
Mm-hmm.
And so they said, all right, well, how about a guy who does have it?
And you're talking about ownership again. When we're talking about some of the worst owners in sports, Glenn Taylor was there.
Yeah, he was there. So, I mean, Minnesota has made some moves, but it's working for them.
Boy, was Ant a demon last night.
He was great. He was great. So, yeah, changes are going to happen, though, and you got to be uncomfortable with it. I think one thing for Blazer fans that you should be happy about is that I don't think there's an attachment to anybody here right now that you'd be like, nope, can't do without him. Oh. I really don't think that the fan base...
On the personnel side?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so it's not like new ownership's going to come in and just trade Damian Lillard away, because that's already happened.
Yeah.
And that makes it a little bit more palatable for fans and whomever comes in. You just got to hope they care about basketball, they get out of the way, and they keep the damn team here, which is far-fetched, but there's that little sliver that should be in the back of everybody's mind.
Trying to thread that needle is difficult.
It is. That's why I'm trying to bully Mark Cuban into it.
Look, And Cuban's not without his warts. He had to figure out a lot of stuff that went wrong for them early on, and then they got real lucky.
Yeah.
There was a point in time where, like, is Dirk the guy kind of a deal? And then now they've got a statue of 41 outside.
You're damn right. And a championship.
Pretty nuts.
Mark Cuban still has that picture. He was very excited about the Mavs winning the lottery, though, so we got to change that.
I mean, he cares. There's no doubt about that. All right, coming up next, we'll wrap up today's show with some of your thoughts and feedback here on the Blazers sale and what you're looking for. Danny and Dusty, 1080 The Fan. Some of your feedback here is wrapped up today's show here on Danny and Dusty. On the Danny and Dusty Twitter account, put out a question earlier. What matters most to you when looking at new owners for the Trailblazers? And a lot of you replied. So many of you said some version of the same thing. And to your point, Dusty, with Ryan Smith, this from Brandon Peck. Ryan Smith, owner of the Jazz, had a great example. Passionate about the team, the city, the state, deep pockets, and an innovator. That makes sense. And
And cares
Smith
about
is-
the area too.
Smith is, I think, the opposite of Ishbia. And this is what's hard to find is, number one, somebody young enough. You're not, look, I've had people ask, are you really worried about Phil Knight? Yes, I'm worried about Phil Knight keeling over. He's 87 years old.
Mm-hmm.
He's been incredibly successful. His money, his brand, everything. If he was 45 years old, I'd be running the flag for him. But that's just not the case. And I don't want to be stuck in this in a couple of years.
Yeah. The interesting part would be if he's still paired up with Alan Smolinski, who is an owner of the Dodgers. Don't know if you know, but this about the Dodgers, anybody out there, they spend money.
But he doesn't himself have the necessary finances to.
No, that's why they'd be linked together.
But okay, if he goes away, now what's the succession plan and who ends up taking Phil Knight's share? And you have those in, like, I don't know how many people in Portland know about the Jeannie Buss and the Buss family and how nasty that got. She threw her brother out of the team.
Yeah, that is
There was a whole infight.
problematic.
Yeah, and I just don't want to see that. And it has nothing to do with Phil Knight. If you want to call it ageism, that's exactly what it is. That scares me.
Yeah.
If you can find a Ryan Smith, though, who hires the right people.
Yeah, I don't think he exists here, though.
That's a tough find.
And again, with a lot of people still sending in like the Jensen Huang, the NVIDIA man, who is from Aloha, went to Oregon State.
And hasn't spent a penny on sports.
He's invested like $250 million in Oregon State, but none of it on the athletic side. There's nothing that says that he is into athletics. And
look, if he changes his mind, great.
Yeah. But that would seem more like a portfolio move than I want to own a sports team, right? And I know it would be different, though, if in college athletics, you're just spending money to kind of give that money away, right? But in professional sports, you're doing it in order to also make money and turn a profit off of it. So there is a difference there.
No,
maybe he does get involved.
Pretty much every response in here is a commitment to winning and spending money.
Should be.
Even the worst owners in the NBA now are spending money, with the exception of the Oklahoma City Thunder, which is kind of hilarious.
Yeah, because
Clay Bennett doesn't have it.
One, they kind of don't have to either.
Well, that's what's going to be interesting is when that team goes 2 years down the road here and extensions start kicking in, how many people are singing the praises of Clay Bennett then?
Yeah. We've seen it before, though, where good ownership groups will start hoarding the money and making sure that they're building up a war chest for when it does come time to pay guys. And that is going to be the interesting part with OKC, because historically they have been a franchise that they will sell before they have to pay a player. And right now there's no reason to do that because you've got a bevy of picks. You have young, talented star players. It would make sense to keep those guys and continue to win.
Jalen Williams is the James Harden 2.0, and Chet Holmgren is Serge Ibaka, who they kept.
Whoa. Who's SGA? KD?
Yeah.
There you go.
He ain't Russ.
See ya. He gone.
It's interesting.
All right, that does it for us today. What a busy day. What a busy day. If you missed any of it, Rust does a really good job of posting things in short order.
Indeed.
To the Audio Vault on the Odyssey app and at 1080thefan.com. You can also check out the YouTube shorts, which get posted on the YouTube page of 1080 The Fan and on our social medias at 1080 The Fan. Coming up next, you got 4 hours of power from their mouths to your ears. It's prime time with us again. Sook. Have a great Tuesday, everybody.
Bye.
We've already broken temperature records. Hey, it's Rob. Light at the end of the tunnel for us golfers. It's time to dust off those wrenches. Book your tee time now at Langdon Farms Golf Club. No better place in the Northwest for year-round golf.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on the fan, big news in the NBA today as the Portland Trailblazers have announced that the Paul Allen estate is preparing to sell the franchise and anticipates the sale in advance of the 2025-26 season. In the announcement, the estate said the Seattle Seahawks and the Allens' 25% stake in the Seattle Sounders will not be included in the sale. In other league news, Celtics superstar Jason Tatum has already undergone successful surgery for the ruptured right Achilles he suffered in Monday night's Game 4 loss to the Knicks. Tatum now likely to miss most of the 2025-26 campaign in the first year of his Supermax deal. Reports out of Dallas today indicate the Mavericks do, in fact, intend to take Cooper Flagg with the number 1 overall pick rather than use the pick to leverage a trade for a superstar. On the hardwood tonight, the Cavaliers back on home court trying to avoid elimination in Game 5 against the Pacers. Star guard Donovan Mitchell, a game-time decision with an ankle injury. Tip-off from Cleveland at 4 on TNT. The Cavs are 7.5-point home favorites. And in the Western Conference, a pivotal Game 5 between OKC and the Nuggets. That series tied 2 games apiece. Tip-off from Oklahoma City scheduled for about 6:30 on TNT. Denver's catching 10.5 on the road. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
More, please. Golf in the Northwest with Jason Swigart is back. Saturdays at 8 a.m. before the Sinner and the Saint on Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan. This week, the second major of the golf season heads to Quail Hollow, home of the Green Mile finish.
You even shot one of these things before?
This is a PGA Championship Week edition of Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by Langdon Farms Golf Club, the best course in the Northwest for year-round golf. Book your tee time at langdonfarms.com.
Why do I have to be in camouflage so the big bad quail doesn't see me?
PGA Championship Week on Primetime with Isaac and Sue on 1080.
I don't even know what the a quail is.
The Fan.
Hey, what it do?
Oh,
What's up?
That little I don't know what a quail is just kind of gets...
It's good.
I got a little chuckle.
It's a good find.
Solid delivery from Mr. Wilson.
Yeah.
From Owen Wilson?
Owen Wilson.
You said that's from Wedding Crashers?
Wedding Crashers were on the quail hunt at the...
So when they announced that the PGA Championship was going to be at Quail Hollow, that's what you thought of?
When I thought quail, that's where my mind first went.
Right there?
Yeah.
I love that.
It's not bad. It just it gave me a little chuckle. I know it was there the other day because we were talking about what is the difference between a quail and a pheasant or whatever, but I got to actually hear it and absorb it, and it gave me a little chuckle.
Oh, you actually heard it today?
I heard it today.
You didn't hear it yesterday?
Well, I did, but I wasn't really paying much attention to it. Today, it hit me, and it gave me a little bit of a tee-hee, maybe a ha-ha.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at Buckley.
I chuckled.
The talents.
Yeah, the talents.
Well, how's everybody today?
If only there was anything to talk about.
Tuesday. Yeah, we have to get right into it because Josh Allen's girlfriend released bikini pics.
Yeah, we got bikini pics. We've got dead people maybe going into the Hall of Fame.
Oh, yeah, Pete Rose.
Yeah. We have
I saw that.
A series of breaking news.
Hey, can I just say I don't care about that?
I don't either. Because
he's dead.
Well, they're both dead. And
Shoeless Joe's dead?
He's not just dead, super dead. Let's play the fun game.
What year did he die?
What year Shoeless Joe Jackson dies?
That's a good question. I will say Shoeless Joe...
Because that was what, 1919 was the scandal,
That's
right?
I will say that Shoeless Joe Jackson died in 1946.
I'll say 52.
Wait, who's looking it up?
Yeah, someone's got to look
I thought you were.
Well,
Okay,
Sue can guess, and then I'll look it up. I've already guessed 52.
I got it.
So we're going 1919 is the scandal, right? And I'm going to say he was 28.
Ooh. You said 52?
I did.
I said 46.
Okay, so it's right around there.
What do you think?
What you said 52? I'm going to Price is Right it.
This is not age, this is year.
This is year.
Yeah.
I know. But you said ooh. And what was your guess, Buckley?
52.
52.
Well, I'm Price is Right, and I'm going one over that.
Okay.
I'm going 53.
Shoeless Joe Jackson perished. He left this plane. There's my timpani roll. You don't need to hit the table. We got it on. It's like a drop, you know?
I was doing it myself. I like doing it. Don't tell me what to do.
1951.
I went the wrong way. My Price is Right went the wrong way.
You idiot.
Son of a gun.
Did you hear Rick Riz? Loved that. Well,
saw that too.
he did make it to age 64.
So while I don't care about Shoeless Joe Jackson, I will say I care more about Pete Rose, and this is fairly petty of me because I think Pete Rose is a garbage human being. Was. I don't really care whether he gets in. I'm glad that he didn't get in and get the enjoyment out of it because that dude sucks. So I kind of enjoy the fact that he went to his grave not knowing that he was in the Hall of Fame. That's very petty of me, which I probably shouldn't do. But again, much like that Quail Hollow thing, I'm going to get a tee-hee out of the fact that if Pete Rose gets in, and he probably will now.
You think he will?
Well, I would think so. Now that
Those voters are pretty petty.
Now that he's eligible, and I feel like the general consent, like you say let him in. Right?
I don't care.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are of that ilk.
He was a Hall of Fame player.
I think he gets in.
I do think you need to add on his plaque or whatever you do in the Hall of Fame, like tell the story of him.
Can I have a plaque that says garbage human being?
Yeah, maybe give him his own wing. Maybe he can start the GHB wing of the Hall of Fame.
You can put Barry Bonds in there.
You could slide Ty Cobb over there.
Ty Cobb, yeah.
Ooh, that'd be controversial. Who are you moving from the regular hall into the...
Well, clearly Ty Cobb.
Well, obviously Ty Cobb, but who else do you group in there? There's got to be others.
Bonds?
Yeah, Bonds.
Yeah, just because of the roids or just because he was an a-hole?
Both. Bonds sucked. And you could put, is Jeff Kent in the Hall of Fame?
I don't believe he is.
If he is, we can move him over there. Look, we know who belongs in there.
Do you slide Big Papi over? He was a steroid guy, and he's in.
Nah,
People
we love
him.
Big Papi.
See,
this
is a problem.
No. There's a difference between being steroid guy and being garbage human being guy. Big Papi was great. He just liked the sauce.
So if you're nice and you did the sauce, you're okay. But if you're a jerk,
but if you're the home run king and you did the sauce, but you were
this isn't about whether you sauced or not. This is about whether you were a garbage piece of crap. Roger Clemens and Barry Bonds were pieces of crap. Big Papi was not. He just wasn't. Big Papi was a lovable figure.
That's right. But so is it the Hall of Lovability?
Ken Caminiti, garbage human being. They're in the Hall of Fame. They're just in the
RIP,
garbage wing. Right? There's a separate. We're moving. Ty Cobb didn't do roids, but Ty Cobb killed a guy and was the most racist person alive at the time. So yes, he goes in the garbage section.
In this day and age of #MeToo and canceling, I just feel like if you put that wing up, there's going to be a lot of people sliding over year after year.
And that's fine.
You know what I mean?
Maybe we do it like soccer where we go back and forth. We're like, hey, he was in the garbage wing last year, but then he does something like good for the kids or whatever, and we move him over.
You have to spend a year in the garbage wing, and then we move you back.
And we like Brett Favre in the Hall of Fame, like in the NFL, he's in the garbage wing, but like maybe he saves some kittens from a burning building, and we're like, Favre's not such a bad guy. And then he goes back over to the good one. We just slide back and forth.
Yeah, so there's that. Pete Rose and Shoeless Joe are now eligible for the Hall of Fame because Rob Manfred, I don't know, changed something and whatever.
And we got Achilles being blown out. And Celtics suck now. And...
Bro, the Blazers are for sizzle.
I know.
How about that? We woke up to that news today.
I wasn't ready for that shams bomb.
No, that kind of came out of nowhere.
Yeah. Although it does make sense that we knew that nothing was going to happen until the expansion. The expansion thing was going to happen, and Silver has said that is on the docket for this offseason. And so that influx of money. Look, this is the worst kept secret, and I love how no one will just come out and say it. Jody Allen and Bert Cole, they do not have their own money. It is Paul's money. And everyone knows that there is an incentive, there is a percentage, one, that they get for running all this. And that when they sell stuff, the more it sells for, the quote, more bonuses they get. It just like, so this thing was never going to be sold until the expansion thing and that influx of cash came in. And what was it? How many years ago? Was it 7 years ago, 5 years ago? When did Paul Allen not Paul Allen, but Phil Knight make the offer? $2 billion that he made?
A couple years ago.
That was many years ago.
3 years
It's not going to sell for 4.
4 years ago.
Dude, Jody Allen and Bert are going to, they were never going to sell at that. They knew what was going to happen, and that is more money in their pocket.
Well, if you think about it, the Phil Knight offer was kind of a low ball.
Yeah.
No wonder she didn't call him back.
Well, again.
She knew. Because they were valued at $3.6 billion by Forbes. And many are saying current market conditions, they could get $4 billion for this team.
So let's say, because no one really knows, but let's say if you're Jody and Bert, you get anywhere from 2 to 5% of whatever you sell that goes in your pocket. And you're sitting there and you're like, and we did look it up. Jody makes like, it's a couple $100 million for managing the trust. She gets to make that every year. So you know that trust is going to go on forever. That thing, remember she said it could take 15 years to unwind everything? Yeah, it's going to take 15 years. And so you're sitting there and you're like, wait a minute. I just got an offer for $2 billion, but I know if I just sit around for a couple more years, that's more than likely going to be $3 or $4 billion. And then the expansion money, those two expansion franchises are going to be probably $5 to $6 billion a piece that gets spread out amongst the owners. Do you get a chunk of that? Of course she was going to sit on it. And now you got a chance to sell it. And I think this is the best thing that could possibly happen to Portland. You cannot have an absentee landlord with no skin in the game and no long-term vested interest other than selling this for the to the highest bidder. You can't have that and expect to be a well-run organization. And now,
it's almost as if some people have been saying that since Paul Allen died. Good grief. Yeah, well, I think the big thing is the media deal, right?
Yeah.
They got the media deal done. I mean, you keep saying expansion, but that hasn't happened yet.
No, but it sounds like Silver is going to address it this offseason, and within a year or so, that basically Seattle and Vegas are getting teams, and those teams, the expansion fees, they're saying that could be $5 to $6 billion a pop.
What you're saying is there's no sale until the expansion fees get dispersed.
Yes.
Yeah, because they'll want to cash in on that. So that means, if they don't expand next year, that means the team will not sell.
Yeah.
Based on what you're saying, but I think the bigger thing is the media deal got done, the new media rights deal. So they cash in on that. The valuation has skyrocketed as sports franchises all over the country are skyrocketing in value. And they got rid of the arena.
Yeah.
So they don't have to deal with the because the city now owns Moda Center.
And now there's
they don't have
5-year bridge lease, and
they don't have to deal with the renovations of the arena. Although if they hold on to it for a while and drag this thing out to wait for expansion fees, something's got to be done eventually.
And Dusty was saying, and from everything that you kind of read, and I tried talking to as many people as I could today and was just kind of putting out feelers. Everyone has the general consensus that this is somewhere between 12 and 24 months. You'll probably know who's buying it before the 12 months, but to actually take control of it, 18, 24 months, something like that. And by then you should have the expansion thing figured out. You should have a clear idea of who's doing this. And like when the Warriors did it, and who was it? Brian Berger of Sports Biz Radio. He was on there and said this is going to be an auction, much like the Warriors. So you'll get a handful of groups or individuals that'll get vetted by the NBA, and then it just goes on the block, and highest bidder gets it. Sounds like this is not going to be one of those what's best for Portland, or there's incentive, I guess, in Paul Allen's will for this to go to the highest bidder for as much money to fund the his all his philanthropy stuff, the Paul Allen Foundation. So get out the checkbooks. This is going to go to the highest bidder.
Mine's out.
Well, and here's the thing: not only are you going to need $4 billion to buy the team, ouch. You're going to then probably need $2 billion, $1.5 billion to then build the new arena. Because you're going to need a new arena, and we know the city's not going to build it for you. Maybe there's a few dollars, kind of like what they do with the baseball stadium, but largely you're building this on your own. So wherever you build that, you have to buy land. You're constructing that. So let's just say a safe estimate here, when it's all in, let's say $6 billion that you're about to dump into this thing. And I don't know about you, but I'm a little short of.
I got you.
You got me on that. So
I got you.
I don't know how many people.
All right.
It probably groups, but
well, listen. That brings. Okay, so the big question is who will own the Blazers, right?
Yeah.
Who will buy the Blazers?
Yeah.
Okay, so we don't know that obviously. Although Craig Marquardo, oh my God, Craig Marquardo has put his name in. Did you know that?
No, I did not. Can I ask the question?
You gonna ask who is Craig Marquardo?
Yeah, I'm gonna ask.
You don't remember him? He was that fraud that jumped out for the MLB to Portland thing back in 2001 or whatever.
That dude?
Yeah.
Really?
I think he went to jail for tax evasion or something. Yeah, he's thrown his name. I'm just kidding. It was a joke.
Oh, okay.
Just joking. It's a joke. We're doing jokes here. We're doing bits.
I was like,
Anyway, who will it be? There are no shortage of really, really rich people who want to be in sports. So we will get to that coming up next on The Fan.
Time with Isaac and Sue
Brought to you by Langdon Farms Golf Club.
on 1080 The Fan.
All right, the Blazers are finally for sale. Got a little statement here from the team, or at least was posted to the team's Twitter account.
Yeah.
X. They call it X, Jace, not Twitter.
That's still the dumbest rebrand of all time.
Everything's computer.
It reads, the estate of Paul G. Allen. By the way, do you know what the G stands for? Do you have your Paul Allen facts?
Gregory.
Handy. Gardner.
Oh, can't say I knew that.
Gardner.
I don't know about really the history of Paul. Can't say I ever read a book. I didn't find him that interesting, to be honest with you.
Well, he kind of wasn't.
No.
He didn't give you much.
I knew people that worked for him that said that is really just the truth. He just was a computer nerd that made a bunch of money, and
I read Idea Man, but not gonna lie, it wasn't riveting. That was his book.
Yeah.
The estate of Paul G. Allen today announced it has commenced a formal sales process for the Portland Trailblazers NBA franchise, consistent with Allen's directive to eventually sell his sports holdings and direct all estate proceeds to philanthropy. The estate has selected investment bank Allen & Company and law firm Hogan Lovells to lead the sales process. Have you heard of Hogan Lovells?
No, but I guess they've done this a handful of times.
No way. They need to call the advocates.
Yeah. Are they involved in this? I think this is a group that specializes in these sorts of
deals. See, I got the sponsor in there.
I love how you threw it in there. I like it.
Which is estimated to continue into the 25-26 basketball season. The NBA Board of Governors must then ratify a final purchase agreement. This news does not affect the Seattle Seahawks NFL franchise or the estate's 25% interest in the Seattle Sounders MLS, and neither is for sale. Why do you think they have to put NFL franchise after the Seahawks? In the event that somebody doesn't know that that's an NFL franchise?
That is interesting.
Or even the Trailblazers are for sale. Wait, the
hey,
NBA Trailblazers? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, you wouldn't want to get some like single A coastal Seahawk team involved by accident, I guess.
Yeah. Well, this is good news because
I think it's great news.
When Paul Allen died, it took a while. It took a little bit of time, but once Jode took over, it just was all going south because she doesn't care.
Well, we know
she doesn't have the passion.
No. Well, there was no.
And Bert Cold's a moron.
There was no skin in the game. I keep going back to that. You can't. This would be like if your husband or wife came to you and said, "Hey, just so you know, sometime over the next 5 to 10 years, I'm leaving the marriage. I'm not going to tell you when, but I'm leaving the marriage, and the only reason I'm sticking around is trying to get that pension plan, kind of like a jaded cop sort of thing. So I'm just going to stick around. How invested would that person be in the marriage? That's what you had here. And so the fact that whatever comes next, with the exception of a Sonic situation, which I don't think the NBA would allow. I know people are scared of that, but I think that's like
we'll get to that in a second.
I think that's a 1% chance. But you can't tell me that whoever ends up buying this, and again, is probably dumping somewhere in the neighborhood of $6 billion between arena, land development, and the team, they're going to care. And so that's all I want out of this. And the owner may not be perfect. The owner may, have flaws or whatever. It may not be local. Probably it's not going to be local. But the fact is you have someone that has a vested interest. And if you're spending that kind of money, I'm assuming that you care and you're passionate about this. And I think that's all you can ask for.
Well, nobody was more passionate than Paul, and I think that's what was great about him.
Yes.
And, maybe you lose sight of that once he died, but it's crystal clear now that his passion for wanting to win, because he grew up a Sonics fan and he loves the NBA, and he was involved in decisions. And of course that at the time we were like, oh, he meddles and this is bad. But the reality is you want that passion. And oh, by the way, you want one of the richest men in the world to own your team.
Yeah.
And you had both of those things. And then when he died, Jode's, they're just a bad franchise now. It's a bad ownership situation. Bert Cold doesn't know what he's doing. I thought the Joe Cronin hire was a bad hire. And so this is what you get. So thankfully, as this thing has been pretty bad for the last 3 or 4 years, and it may be bad for a couple more years, thankfully, there is light at the end of the tunnel. Now, as to who buys the team, the thing about it is like, I know people, my phone's blowing up of, who would it be outside of Phil? Well, I don't know if Phil's interested or not.
He's 87 years old.
Yeah, but I mean, he was interested when he was 84 years old.
Yeah.
So it could be a legacy play for him. I don't know. But that was, I mean, the reality is, we said it last segment, that really was a low ball offer.
Yeah.
I mean, Jody was,
Well,
in hindsight, not returning his call. It's like, dude, come on, you kidding me? I'm going to get $4 billion for this. I'm going to get double that, because Phil offered $2 billion.
Yeah.
In 2 years, once the new media deal is in place, and that's what they're saying. They're saying about $4 billion. But I just think that the idea that it has to be a local owner, it doesn't have to be a local
And
owner.
it's not gonna be.
There aren't a lot of people that can own a franchise here, which is why I was joking about Craig Marquardo or Tommy Thayer. The thing about sports franchises now is you've seen these values skyrocket over the last really 20, 25 years.
It's ridiculous.
Is that pretty much anybody with money, or even people who have a little bit of money, they join forces to create a pool of big money.
Yeah.
They all want in the sports game.
Yeah.
So it does not. If there are no shortage of Richie Riches who want to jump into the sports game, it is absolutely one of the best, if not the best, deals out there for filthy rich people, and so they all went in. So the question is as you alluded to, it will likely be an outside of town owner, which is fine.
Yeah.
It depends on who that is, how passionate they are about like the game versus just running it as a business. That's a big question. But the bigger one is the Sonics thing.
Yeah.
And the NBA, so Jode probably doesn't give a rip, but
the NBA does.
The NBA does. The NBA does not want to have another Sonics situation in the Northwest. They have egg on their face from what happened with Clay Bennett and the Sonics being stolen and going to Oklahoma City. They're not going to let that happen again in Portland. So I feel like whoever gets the team is going to keep it here, because I feel like that is going to be a big part of the bidding process.
Yeah. And I would assume that the NBA, who has said multiple times, and by the way, they're gonna fix it. Seattle's getting a team here in the next year. They'll make an announcement.
Yeah, you mentioned that, you kind of glossed over it, but it is true. The expansion teams, because you may be worried about, because the first text I got today was from somebody who's like, well, wait a minute, Vegas has an arena and Portland's arena. It's like, oh, no, slow down. Yeah. The expansion teams are going to go to Vegas and they're going to go to Seattle. So the Sonics will be back, and then Vegas will get its own team. So there's really, I mean, there are other cities they could move.
You'd have to contend with, like, Kansas City is one that's had an arena for years and years.
But Portland's a very vibrant market. It's been a great fan base.
You don't have any competition here.
Yeah.
So I just...
They won't let it happen.
I would be shocked if in the vetting process, and remember, everything has to be approved by the NBA, the owners have to stamp off and approve anything. So I would assume, and maybe this is just me being naive, but I would assume part of the vetting process is a plan for either a massive overhaul. I mean, I think we have the sixth or seventh oldest arena, and might be the oldest when you consider we haven't had major renovations. Like, Madison Square Garden's the oldest, but that thing is constantly undergoing renovation. And we don't. I mean, we do minor stuff, but Moda Center is, whoever buys it, that is not something that's going to be for the next 10 years. So I would assume part of the vetting process is a plan to either completely redo Moda Center, or more than likely build an arena and have that as like a Steve Ballmer thing, where you're going to have to build it basically on your own, which is where I came up with roughly the $6 billion. $4 billion to buy the team, and let's go $1 billion to $2 billion to build
And the way
an
you
arena.
make your money back on that
development,
as we've been talking about with MLB to Portland, is the Rose Quarter is ripe for developing around a new arena or a refurbished arena. So they would make a bunch of money on apartments, retail, whatever it is around the arena. That's how you recoup your money there. So I mean, we'll see.
The only way it would happen, and again, you're talking about you can never say never in the world of sports, but when the Sonics were sold, that thing was sold with the idea of he wanted to move them to Oklahoma City, right? That was the plan all along, and the NBA got a ton of flack, and it was such a bad look. And everyone you talk to, I have not heard anyone that thinks that is in any shape or form a reasonable idea that that's going to happen. The only way it could happen is if a guy comes in and really has it as an FU to the city that says, hey, you build me an arena or else. I've already got something lined up and ready to go. And again, that's going to be part of the vetting process. I just don't think it's a realistic thing that you have to be afraid of if you're a Blazer fan. I really don't.
Well, that's why it's. I feel like it's like this. If you have a guy like that who comes in and is like, I'm the highest bidder, but I'm moving the team, or there's the threat of I'm moving the team, they don't have to give it to that guy.
They don't.
Because again, this is in business. I think everybody's talking about how rich people, all they want to do is get into sports now.
Yeah.
So it's not as if they're only going to be 1 or 2 bids, dude. You see the A-Rod group, you see there's been so many groups. Brady's now involved. And again, these aren't the big money guys, but I'm just saying what they do is they partner with the rich billionaire guys. There is going to be no shortage of groups that will bid for the Blazers or any sports franchise that's for sale because they know how much money they're going to make off of it. And so if you're the NBA, you can push and sort of like,
what are your plans?
Work them against each other and say, hey, listen, we're not going to let you take this team out of Portland. It's been a great franchise, a great city for us. It's a great fan base. We've already screwed over the Northwest once. It's not going to happen. So we're going to go. So because as these teams or as these bidding groups, as it gets competitive, somebody's going to say, all right, I'm good with that.
Yeah,
we'll make it work. Yeah. I'll develop the Rose Quarter. I'll be a freaking Portland hero.
I mean, I'm
the new Daniel Baldwin.
I mean, essentially, you've had 2 teams in 20 years that actually, if you want to go back, you could say 3 teams since 1985 when the Kings left, the Grizzlies left, and then Oklahoma City, because the Hornets thing was weird because it was New Orleans, but Charlotte got their team, and teams don't move in the NBA. They don't want them to move. Despite Portland struggles, we still do very well in attendance. We're the only game in town. It's just not in the NBA's best interest to screw over a team again. It's just not. And by the way, there's not many major metropolitan areas that don't have an NBA team that are better than ours.
Right. What's the slam outside of expansion in Seattle getting the Sonics back? Yeah. What's the slam dunk city where you'd be like, oh my God, it's head and shoulders better than the history that you have in Portland?
The only markets that would seemingly make sense, unless you get a guy like who bought the Oklahoma City team?
Clay Bennett?
Clay Bennett, right? Because he was from Oklahoma City, because that made no sense other than he just wanted to move a team to his hometown. You have Kansas,
but some of that's on Howard Schultz, remember?
Yes. Who
allowed that?
Who everyone did.
But see, the hard part here is that people go, well, Jody doesn't care, and she probably doesn't.
But the NBA does.
But I thought that Paul Allen did. Didn't Paul Allen before he died? And we haven't seen what's in there, but I thought Paul Allen said, hey, I think it's important to him to keep it in Portland. Or at least I thought it was.
I certainly hope so. But you got
if that's in there, Jode needs to abide by that as well, because she always said she would do what Paul wanted.
The only markets you'd be dealing with Kansas City, you'd be dealing with Baltimore. I'm scrolling down.
But why is Kansas City so much better than Portland?
It's not.
I'm just saying if you're the NBA, why would you piss in Portland's pot? Completely rip a team out from under a city that's the only team in town, of the major sports teams, and to go to Kansas City where it's far from a slam dunk.
In a smaller market.
Yeah. It's far from a slam dunk there.
No. I'm just looking through metropolitan areas and that are
Nashville?
Yeah, Nashville. But again, smaller, but Nashville would be
What if Salt Lake gets a second team? They just start dominating us.
I guess you could say San Diego. San Diego doesn't have a team.
I don't think they give a rip.
Probably not. Jacksonville, is that...
Dude, you're not going to find a city that cares about its team.
No, there's just...
Quite like Portland.
I just don't... I know that's everyone's fear because it's always the fear, and it happened a couple hours north of you. It's just... I think the best thing that happened to Portland was Seattle getting their team ripped out, and what an awful look that was for the NBA. And they're not going to do it again.
Well, there was always that fear, too, that with Paul being a Seattle guy, that he would always take the Blazers back up there, or Jody would.
They're getting expansion.
And all you people that said that, I would like you to acknowledge that did not happen.
No.
The whole time we were like, that's not going to happen. He's not going to do that.
They're going to be
And here it didn't happen.
No.
Same thing here.
They're going to be here.
You little bitch.
They're going to be here unless a billionaire from Salina, Kansas comes calling.
She won't even return his calls, you freaking bitch. What is up with that? That was the Jody Allen Phil Knight?
Yeah.
She is an aloof bitch. You freaking bitch.
Hey, Jody has had
Do I owe her an apology?
It's possible.
I'm sorry, Jody.
Jody has had a lot of financial reasons to just string this thing along.
Yeah. Well, she's played it right.
Yeah.
If you think about it.
Well, this is her chance to make generational money. Again, she doesn't have her own money. This is where she will get her money for the rest of her life, and I can't fault her for putting her foot in the cash register.
Well, the Blazers are for sale. Paul Allen bought them in 1978 for a mere $70 million. And they are saying that they could fetch $4 billion based on current market conditions.
Hey-oh.
That's pretty good.
It's a tasty little number, right?
No wonder everyone wants to get into pro sports.
Yeah.
By the way, the Celtics just sold for $6.1 billion.
I keep wanting to know what the Cowboys would sell for.
Probably over 10.
I would think so.
Do you think Jody could how many players on the current team do you think Jody could name? I'm serious.
I think she could name the majority.
No
She's
way.
not getting the
No way.
5.
Yeah, she's
You say 5?
I bet she has 5.
No.
She knows Scoot.
No, she's getting 10.
You are giving her way too much credit.
Really?
Yes.
She's got to be
I bet she can't even name the GM.
She's got to be in some meetings.
Hey, who's that guy we hired, Bert?
Oh, no, they're always saying that Jody's great, right? And every president, Jody Allen gives us what we need to be successful. And
I bet it's under 5. If Buck's saying 5, I'm going 3. She knows Scoot. She knows Ant.
She probably knows Aiton because of the whole ice thing.
I don't know about that.
You don't think so?
I'm gonna go Klingon. I'm gonna go with a white guy.
Klingon.
He's just so cute.
You will never know because she's not doing it. You think she does not speak, and she's not about to now. She's going to slip away into the sunset.
Yeah, she never said a word, did she?
No, I don't
That
ever remember her.
Aloof bitch.
I don't think she's coming on this program.
The worst. Oh, like she'd come on any program.
She's not.
God. What would you ask
Bitches
her?
behind maintenance
if she came on? Big Sook, one question for Jode.
One question.
What would your question be?
Gosh, that's a good. Man, let me noodle
That's
with
good.
that. Yeah, because we gotta.
Would you ask her about like the sexual harassment case that
I'd ask her if she wants to hang out. Hey, Jode, can we
get some of that money?
Why are you going there? Heard you're recently coming into a bit of a financial windfall. You want to hang out? I got a Speedo and some bones.
Yeah, if you don't know that story, look that up. It's
Yeah,
wild.
Good times.
All right. Headlines continue next with Oregon missing out on a key recruit and another Achilles injury. Here's Buck.
This is a PGA Championship Week edition of Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by Langdon Farms Golf Club.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with the Sports Center update. First on the Fan, big news in the NBA today is the Portland Trailblazers have announced that the Paul Allen estate is preparing to sell the franchise and does anticipate a sale in advance of the 2025-26 season. In the announcement, the estate said that the Seahawks and the Allens' 25% stake in the Seattle Sounders will not be included in the sale. In other league news, Celtic superstar Jason Tatum has already undergone successful surgery for the ruptured Achilles he suffered in Monday night's Game 4 loss to the Knicks. Tatum now likely to miss most of the 2025-26 campaign in the first year of his Supermax deal. Reports out of Dallas indicate the Mavericks do, in fact, intend to draft Cooper Flagg with the number 1 overall pick rather than use that pick as leverage to trade for a superstar. On the hardwood tonight, the Cavaliers are back on home court, trying to avoid elimination in Game 5 against the Pacers. Star guard Donovan Mitchell, a game-time decision today with that sprained ankle. Tip-off from Cleveland is at about 4 o'clock on TNT. The Cavs are 7.5-point favorites as they try to extend the series. In the Western Conference, a pivotal Game 5 tonight in OKC between the Thunder and the Nuggets. That series tied 2 games apiece. Tip-off scheduled for 6:30 on TNT. Denver catching 10.5 points on the road. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Jump back to earlier parts of your favorite fan shows on the Odyssey app. 1080 The Fan.
Yeah, one quick follow-up, not pertaining to the Zers, your Zers. The people of Portland have spoken, Jace.
We have.
Not you, the people. And they're mad at you.
I'm a man of the people. Why? What did I do now?
Well, they are claiming that you need to do your homework on Ty Cobb.
We go down. Yeah, there's one guy. Oh, I love that there's
Well,
a
there
small,
were two.
Yeah, there's a small faction of people now. I've heard this in recent years that are trying to claim Ty Cobb was a gentleman and a scholar.
Well, I was reading up on this. What? And there is an author of a Ty Cobb book who is claiming that he was not a bad guy. He was not a racist. And the person who started all that was right after he died, had an axe to grind with him or something. I don't know. I'm going to let you go ahead and do your own research on the internet like Aaron Rodgers did.
I'm not going to.
Or maybe consult your leader, Joe Rogan, on this.
Consult an oracle. I'm going to do like a bone oracle in my backyard, like a dead possum. I'm just going to say this. My whole life, I have lived under the belief that Ty Cobb was a horrible person and a racist and killed a guy and was a curmudgeon and all his teammates and everyone hated him. I'm comfortable with that. Now, if new information is brought out to me where I don't really have to do anything and it's just like, here it is, and I'm like, oh, then maybe I'll change my opinion. But I'm very comfortable in my 47 years with this Ty Cobb situation wrapped up, and I don't feel the need to pull at that string.
Okay.
I'm just going to let it go.
What if the information I just told you, like, does that help?
No,
I mean,
no,
you
that
just don't
doesn't.
believe me? Or there's a whole essay on it. I was just reading through
A
it.
whole essay?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Okay. I was just reading through it on the...
There's also...
Here, actually, I'll send it to you.
There's also a whole essay claiming that a lot of things.
It's by Charles Learson. He's the author of Ty Cobb, A Terrible Beauty.
We didn't land on the moon. 9/11 was an inside job, right? JFK was killed by aliens. Cool.
Well, you don't have to believe him, but he is claiming he was not racist, and it's quite a... quite a read. I'm going to send it to you.
I don't really care. I'm not.
I know you're not going to read it.
I'm
but
not going to read it.
You know what? I would feel better
if
I
sent it to
just
me?
put it into your
Sure.
inbox here. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to just go ahead and do that.
My life doesn't change whether Ty Cobb was bad or not.
Now, would you care if you're long dead and someone on sports radio in 75 years was having this debate about you?
No, because I'm dead.
Yeah, you don't care?
No. Maybe like my posterity down the line, maybe they would care, but I'm assuming that if Ty Cobb has relatives, they've come to grips with whether or not he was good or bad a long time ago. Like, what do I care if someone? Where did he was a Georgia man, right? So let's assume, yeah, I think
don't know.
I think he was a Georgia peach. So
Look at you.
Yeah, if someone, well, I saw the Ty Cobb movie. If someone down in Georgia right now thinks that I'm a terrible human being, cool. Maybe I am. I don't know. You know what? Here's the thing. I can't judge whether or not I'm a garbage human being or I'm a rad dude. You need third-party confirmation for that. I can't make that claim myself.
I think you're both.
Hey, look at that.
Complex figure.
Complex, like an onion.
Here's I'm going to send you another one here. I got a Newsweek article.
You're just wasting your time. I have no desire to open up
this. Okay, so the first one
Ty
is
Cobb.
Who was Ty Cobb? The history we know that's wrong. And that's from a .edu, so you should take that seriously.
Yeah, take it seriously.
And then the other one,
someone's capstone project.
The other one is from Newsweek, and it's why you think Ty Cobb was a racist when he wasn't.
Oh,
so I'd like you to read those now. You're obviously not going to.
No,
but I'm going to keep sending them to you once per week. Just
until I do read.
I don't know. Not even because you're not going to do it.
Is there an audio article that I could listen to? Because that you might get me on a dog walk.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe.
I'll see if I can find one for you.
I'm finishing up on the Cuban Missile Crisis right now, and then after that, I do have an opening.
Damn that Obama.
Yeah, his fault.
All right.
Although then I've got a separate one. I've got an NFL GM's book that I'm waiting to get into. So you better get me that audio article.
I'll get it to you. So we've got a little bit of recruiting news that has hit today, and an Achilles.
Yeah, another. Am I wrong, or does this feel like this is happening like a lot? Can we blame this on the shot?
Thanks, Obama.
Yeah.
Or the damn fat shot.
Just feel the fat shot.
Fat shot drug.
Doesn't it feel like there's way more Achilles than there used to be?
No,
No?
it doesn't.
Really?
Well, we had Lillard.
Yeah.
And we have Tatum.
I feel like there's a bunch of
We
these.
had Clay.
We had Durant.
Yeah.
We had Durant.
I think there were always a bunch of Achilles.
Have
Are there not? Maybe you could do some homework.
Rodgers.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers blew his, and
Rodgers.
I don't know.
Deshaun Watson.
I am open to the idea, much like the Ty Cobb thing, that I am completely wrong. But much like the Ty Cobb thing, I'm not willing to do a bunch of research. It just feels like the Achilles injuries, Kirk Cousins, I feel like these are happening more and more frequently.
Okay.
I remember Dominique had his. Like, that was like the one, and that was like a career ender.
You're going back to Neek?
Well, it certainly feels like there's been more in the last 5 or 10 years than there had been in sports previously.
Yes,
I definitely agree
when
with
I
that.
was growing up, I felt like when Dominique is like the one guy I remember having one, and it was like, oh my God, he was never the same after that. But now I feel like the Achilles, it happens quite a bit, and then we're like, it'll be fine.
I do think, and I'll look it up in the break, I think it's a basketball death sentence, though. If you look at guys' careers pre and post, a lot of them don't get the bounce anymore, and it's really problematic.
Okay, we'll get to that coming up next on The Fan.
It's back, and it's sure to
Brought to you by Langdon Farms Golf Club.
On 1080 The Fan.
A lot of people saying Sacred Heart has diarrhea.
Nice to have you along. Big Tuesday program.
Okay, we apologize.
Blazers are for sale. We're putting in a bid. Probably fall short, but
I might be a little short on that one. I'm
putting in a bid.
I think an IOU would work for old Jode. Whoops.
Couple big news items here in headlines. One is that Jackson Cantwell, the offensive tackle, he's the number one offensive tackle in the class of 2026. Oregon had a beat on him.
Yeah, I guess he said he was a big Dan Lanning guy. Said he
loved
Dan
Lanning. Who doesn't?
Dan Lanning does appear to be very popular with the kids.
I mean, well, Dan Lanning's just a dude.
He's a
Dan
good
Lanning,
dude.
everybody likes him.
Seems like a solid dude.
Yeah. You want to have a beer with him if you're a dude.
Yeah.
You probably want to, if you're.
You know what? I'm going to cook on your grill.
You know what I mean.
He is what you want in a modern college coach.
But the Ducks did not get Jackson Cantwell. He chose Miami today.
Yeah. I guess they're saying $2.5 million escalating each year.
Bit of a stunner.
You got the bag.
Yeah.
Old lineman getting paid.
Yeah. So Oregon was in.
There and, he's an
Georgia
old
was
line
in,
guy.
and Ohio State was in.
Yeah.
But Cantwell going to Miami. By the way, Miami's got a little momentum. A little Uncle Mo on their side.
Sure.
Out there.
I mean, they were right on the doorstep last year and just came up a little bit short on the defensive side. Cristobal finally took the reins off the offense, and
what an opportunity.
Having Cam Ward helps. And now I think they're going down the Carson Beck road. So
we'll see about that.
We'll see what happens.
Who's there? Didn't they hire a new defensive coordinator?
I think they did. I think they canned the other guy.
Corey Heatherman.
Where's he from?
Minnesota.
Okay. My
Gophers.
Golden Gophers.
I don't think are they the Golden Gophers?
That's right.
Minnesota, yeah.
Well, I thought they were just the Gophers.
No, they are the Golden.
Golden.
They are the Golden Gophers.
Yes.
Okay. Jason Tatum tore his Achilles last night.
Yeah, it's brutal.
He had surgery today.
Yeah, I love how, again, no one will just come out and say that he tore his Achilles. They're like, oh, we're hoping it's not the case. Non-contact, you saw the ripple go up the calf. And this is why I'm saying I feel like the Achilles has become way more. We all know what it looks like now, and you can see the calf. You can see it roll up the back of your calf, and then people are like, I don't want to speculate. No.
I have information on this, by the way.
Yeah.
For you. I have actually found some Achilles tendon tear.
Am I out in the
well, I
left
don't know.
field
We're
on
gonna
this
find
one,
out,
or-
aren't we?
Let's go.
How about a tease?
Oh, I like
That's what they call a tease in the radio biz.
Look at you.
When we come back, I'm going to give you that data.
You're lubing the deals with Achilles right now.
Are Achilles tendon tears more common than ever?
Look, either way, this is brutal for the Celtics. Although, can we also say this, because I think this narrative is starting to permeate out there. The Knicks had already come back. They were up by 10. That game was over. The Knicks, with Jason Tatum, by the way, 40-plus points, was phenomenal last night. Do not do this to the Knicks.
Don't discount it.
The Knicks beat that fully loaded Celtics team. They beat them. It was a 3-1 series. And now you're going to do Tatum's got. No, the Knicks beat them fair and square. Do not take this away from New York. They beat a fully operational Celtics team.
Well, you just wait until Peyton Pritchard goes God mode and they come all the way back.
Yeah, not betting on that.
No, me neither.
All right, we'll get to that next on The Fan.
I'm digging this price in San Francisco. I'm Sammy Pete, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM network. Giants host Arizona tonight. Robbie Ray on the bump. He's been very efficient this year, and the
Toyota dealers. Reserve your foursome now at 1080thefan.com. The world's greatest golfers are in Charlotte on the hunt for the Wanamaker Trophy at Quail Hollow and want to make a lot of money.
I want to win for a lot of different reasons. Is money one of them? Yeah.
This is Prime Time on PGA Championship Week.
Brought to you by Langdon Farms Golf Club, the best course in the Northwest for year-round golf. Book your tee time at langdonfarms.com.
Prime Time with Isaac and Suk on 1080.
Competitively, it's not about that. It's about trying to win golf tournaments.
The Fan.
Girl, you something else.
All right, welcome back to our shizzle. So, told you I had Achilles data.
Yeah.
Because we're nothing without data.
Take
Backing
that
up
for data. We need it.
We have to back up our sports points.
We need the data.
Now, you proclaimed loudly that Achilles injuries are more prominent than ever.
I think my direct quote was, am I crazy or does it seem like there's more Achilles injuries now than there used to be?
Well, there's a guy by the name of Jeff Stotts. He is a certified athletic trainer.
Gotta trust old Stottsy.
Gotta trust Stottsy. And he has he began building a comprehensive NBA injury database like 13 years ago. Wow, okay?
All right, babe.
So he's cataloged the careers of over 1,200 players and has a complete set of data dating back to the 2006 season. He can be found at instreetclothes.com, covering sports injuries from the perspective of a certified athletic trainer and backed by analytics.
Okay.
Pretty good little resource there, don't you think?
I feel like that is a nice resume.
That's not bad.
Right? On the old CV, that looks pretty good.
So here's what he said. The 6 Achilles tendon tears suffered this season marks a new high for the devastating injury, passing the previous record of 5 set during the 2014-15 season. Even worse, this lofty total does not include two-way guard Drew Smith or unrestricted free agent Thanasis Antetokounmpo.
Yes.
Is that his name?
The lesser.
His name's Thanasis?
Yes. He's got his own podcast. Look, no one has done more with less than Giannis's brother. I mean, that dude he is hanging on for dear life.
He's done more with less?
He's got no real talent, and yet he's in the NBA. He's got a podcast. His only skill is being Giannis's brother.
Yeah, sharing DNA with one of the league's best players.
Is he tall?
He's
Tallish.
tall-ish. Like he used to play for Milwaukee. I don't know if he still does.
I think he does. I mean, play is a stretch, but yeah, there are some you can find highlight in quotation reels of him online.
And people go nuts. Like when he goes in the game, it's like when you see the high school video of like the
it's
kid.
The human victory cigar.
Yeah. Well, like you see those videos of like there's like the blind kid and they come in and let him run the ball.
Yeah.
Or like a kid that's is on the spectrum. That's him in the NBA.
Get this. Well, I just said that, didn't I? He just said he tore his Achilles.
Yes.
Yeah. May 8th, 2024.
How will he ever come back?
Okay, so he writes on here, a 2014 study examining Achilles tendon tears in the NBA revealed a return to play rate at nearly 80%. However, only 40% of the 9 players classified as all-star level talent returned to their highest playing levels. Buck was talking about this during the break, but Kobe would be one of those. I think Rudy Gay was an all-star, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Klay Thompson.
Yep.
You're just but none of these guys were the same players.
Well, that's what he said. He just said that only 40% of the 9 players classified as all-star level talent returned to their highest playing level. That would include the guys I just mentioned, and there are others.
But this is my point. No, they didn't. Yes, they came back, and Kobe and Klay and Durant all came back and still played. Kevin Durant is nowhere near the explosive
That's what
player.
he said. He said 80. I'm going to read it again. A 2014 study examining Achilles tendon tears in the NBA revealed a return to play rate at nearly 80%.
Sure.
However, only 40% of the 9 players classified as all-star level talent returned to their highest playing level.
And I am disputing that because I do
So you're saying not even 40%?
Yes, because you can say Kobe Bryant and Kevin Durant came back and made all-star teams, but if you watch them, Kevin Durant is nowhere near the same player. Kevin Durant is now basically a below-the-rim
Well, to be
player.
fair, I only threw out those. He doesn't mention which players he's classifying as that 40%.
But I'm assuming it's the Klay Thompsons.
But again, this was 2014.
Yes.
So this is not including the
it's not
guys.
including
Yeah,
that.
so this was back then. And then he says the average time missed for qualified NBA cases is roughly 10 months. ensuring Tatum's recovery carries over into next season. Extending his absence for the entire season may be in his best interest, considering the success Kevin Durant has had since his Achilles tear. Durant's recovery, prolonged by the COVID pandemic and the subsequent schedule modifications, lasted 18 months, which was 552 days. The 6 Achilles tendon tears suffered this season is a new high. Even worse, this lofty total doesn't include the torn Achilles, like I said, Drew Smith.
So we have seen an increase. We do
highest ever.
Highest ever. We do get people that come back. I still contend that you're not the same player. And for a Tatum who has been, no one has played more games in the NBA since Jason Tatum came into the league than Jason Tatum. And I think he's 28. This is devastating. I mean, he's not playing next year. I mean, and he may never be the same player again. I mean, he'll come back. Is he the same player? I don't know. He may have to modify his game. This is just, I mean, it's not a career ender like it used to be, but this is a career changer. Also, I looked in the NFL. The NFL has seen a massive increase from 2000 on. Same thing, thanks to AI. A massive increase, according to this, upwards of over a 75% increase in the last handful of years. Deshaun Watson, Kirk Cousins, Aaron Rodgers, J.K. Dobbins, Tre'Davious White, Cam Akers, Tarek Cohen, James Robinson, Justice Hill, Marlon Mack. So I don't know why, but we are, at least in football and basketball, there is a significant increase in Achilles tears.
Okay, well, Jason, you were correct. Congratulations.
Couldn't tell you why. Like,
I think that's the hard part. Is like
overtraining, or
if you're overuse.
Or...
I mean, they ride these guys in the NBA like thoroughbreds. There's a reason why they sit out half the time.
And now are we more explosive than ever? And so there's more like stress. That's what they say about like baseball pitchers and shoulders.
But wouldn't Achilles it just seems to be a pretty common basketball injury, wouldn't it? Like,
yeah, I mean that
I know we have more now, but
I will tell you what, nothing. As a middle-aged white guy, do I fear more than the basketball ruptured Achilles?
Right.
Well, you will not get me. Like, even if I'm walking across a basketball floor, that's heel toe, baby.
What about the rolled ankle? A little more common.
Nah, see, I don't fear the rolled ankle. I can handle that. But when
those hurt.
If I am on a basketball floor, that is flat-footed and I'm just wobbling. They're like, hey, aren't you just walking? I can't take any chances.
Oh, I'm hurt.
Not blowing the Achilles. Known too many dudes that blow it out on the basketball court.
Yeah, you mentioned Tatum. They said that he had only missed consecutive games due to injury once in his whole career.
The dude was an Iron Man.
And since he was drafted, he had played over 1,500 more minutes than any other player in the NBA. So, rest in peace, Jason Tatum.
Well,
maybe he can buy the Blazers.
Well, and they were saying that this could be this version of the Celtics. His Supermax kicks in next year, and they may have to make some tough decisions. This version, this kind of the super team of the Celtics that we assumed was going to win back-to-back titles, and this is how fleeting the window is. They're saying that there's a chance that this version may be done.
Changes everything, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
It's crazy. The other thing, too, I noticed, can I point something out about stupid social media, which drives me crazy?
Go for it.
Why do we just now have to point out how nice of a guy he is? Did you notice that?
Well, I think it's because Tatum has taken a lot of crap, and we like to pile on him. And now that he's hurt, we have to be like, all right, not only are you really good and we feel bad for you, but
shout out, prayers up.
You're a great guy.
Well, there were so many people to do. Hey, stop. Jason Tatum's one of the best guys in the NBA, and this is devastating. Like, why do people feel the need to have to say that? I don't.
It's just what we do.
It's like largely performative to me.
When tragedy hits, then we have to,
Well, look, he's not dead.
That's the other one too.
Come on.
Okay, the guy's got more money. He's taken care of for life. He is going to come back from this. Like,
he's got little kids. He's going to be fine.
He'll be fine. But, rest in peace, Jason Tatum. Prayers up. Prayers up.
I had a buddy rupture his Achilles, and let me tell you something. That was bad. It was an old man hockey injury.
Hey?
Is right.
There's nothing I fear more.
I stopped playing pickup basketball about 5 years ago because there were just too many moments where I'm like, ooh, that might have been close.
Yep.
It's not if, it's when.
Well, you can feel it, right? Like you got tight calves.
Yeah, it's like you're not using it enough. You don't play often enough. It's like it's just a ticking time bomb.
This is why I golf. Although I'll probably blow up my Achilles golfing.
Did you hurt your shoulder golfing?
Oh yeah. Well, that was just tendonitis, but
overuse from golfing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Too
well-
much golf.
Well, and you hear horror stories. I had a friend of mine whose wife tore it playing pickleball, and he said she
It's a big
literally
one.
just like
Yes.
took a step.
I think a lot
Pickleball.
of people are because it's like a lunge forward
Yes.
sport, and you
Yes.
the rule is you have to keep your feet behind this line near the net, and so everyone's lunging, trying to keep their heels down, and it's a disaster.
And people are old. The
That
olds are
too.
playing it.
Yeah. No, man. Anything with a hardwood court, I gave up racquetball. I certainly don't run. I gave up any. There's none of that. No,
Did
we're
another run today.
we're soft surfaces.
How'd we do, Clyde?
Yeah, how's the
New PR,
PR?
What did we get?
personal record, new best 5K time.
And?
It was hold on, let me pull up the app and tell you.
Oh boy.
Well, because it wasn't exactly the 3K, it was a little longer than that, but my mile time was down to 9:47.
Look at the Clydesdale.
Wow, under 10.
Yeah.
That's great.
Are you about to go from Clydesdale to pony status?
Excuse me, I misspoke. 9:52.
You
But we started over 11. That was 6 5Ks ago.
Yeah, that's great, man.
You're a wagon in there. I love it, man.
And no, he's not going to be a pony. He has to drop some lbs. I mean,
how
Be in the
right?
Big Pony Club.
Isn't it a weight thing?
Yeah, but I'm not at risk of going below that barrier.
What's the Clydesdale
The
barrier?
cutoff is 220. I'm not getting down there.
That's.
I got about 30 to go.
So at 220, you're no longer a Clydesdale.
That's right. I'm just a dude.
Yeah, friend towards Achilles walking up the stairs.
Oh God,
that's bad.
Well, it's that you know, like that.
Yep. You got to be
That
flat.
movement.
You got to be flat-footed.
Yeah. You really should have someone carry you up the stairs.
One of those old people chairs.
If we're being careful.
Get a rascal.
Sit down on that and press the button.
Oh, the up the staircase ones? Yeah.
Those are great. I've got a baseball note, and we will get to that next on The Fan.
Check out the Fan
first place? Is that?
That is not a note. Although
I feel like it is a note.
No, they were expected to be good. You know who is freaking crazy good is Detroit.
I know. Detroit, I want to say a couple days ago, were tied for the best record in the bigs.
Damn, dude.
I think the Dodgers have overtaken them since, but
Stupid Dodgers.
I mean, take a look. No, they have the same record. Well, I guess technically the Dodgers are half a game up. So the Tigers have, by half a game, have the second best record in Major League Baseball.
Be kind of a fun playoffs with the, if you get the Tigers in there. Although I don't know. Do you care about the Tigers?
No, but I think Detroit makes for an interesting. It makes for an interesting little
Rock
thing.
City.
Yeah, you got the Yankees hanging around.
Well, the Cubbies are winning the NL Central.
Our Mariners.
Yeah, I mean,
they lost 4 in a row. Giants have come back down to earth a little bit. They can't score runs.
No, my note is about the Rockies. And I don't know how many people are following because
I
it's
don't
early.
Think many. They are 7-34.
Yeah, they have 7 wins, 34 losses, which for those of you who can't do math or don't want to do math, they are on pace for 28 wins. That would be a record of 28 and 134.
What is the all-time losingest?
Well, it just happened last year.
Last year, the White Sox were the losingest team of all time?
Yes.
And wasn't it by a decent margin? Like a couple games? Like it didn't come down to the last day, did it?
I don't think it did.
Yeah, I think they got it comfortably.
And by the way, they stink again this year, but they've won 12 games.
They're rolling.
12-29. I mean, my God. Break them up.
So, no, the White Sox last year set the all-time record, 121 losses. The Rockies are on pace for 134.
That's insane.
It is insane. And they've already fired their manager. Bud Black got fired.
Because that's that Bud Black was the problem. What, they brought in Hurdle, right?
I think that's
they brought in Clint Hurdle?
I think Clint
No,
Hurdle.
Hurdle's back there. He's not manager. They moved him to like the interim bench coach after they moved the bench coach up or something. But Hurdle is back in Colorado, just not as the interim.
I thought he had taken over.
The Rockies interim manager is Warren Schaefer.
Yeah. Good old Warren.
Of the Schaefer family.
He was previously the third base coach. And then you're right. Clint Hurdle, he had been appointed interim hitting coach, became the bench coach. So don't worry, under the watchful eye of Warren Schaefer and Clint Hurdle, everything is fine.
Well, they just lost 21-0 the other night to the Padres.
Yeah.
And then didn't they give him a vote of confidence? And then they turfed him the next day?
Well, I mean,
I don't know.
If you're going to get turfed, 21-0 will probably do that.
I have a buddy who lives in Denver, tells me he's a big sports fan, and he's like, dude, you don't know bad ownership until you've seen the Rockies owners. And I don't know what their story is, but they're bad.
They have a negative run differential. Do you have this in front of you?
I saw it today. It's like minus 129.
129.
Yeah.
Those same crappy White Sox, by the way, it's 12-29, which is the second worst team. They have negative 35. Negative
100 runs worth.
129.
Yeah, it's crazy. But this is the era of sports, right? That we're in the era, like the teams are tanking. It pays to suck extraordinarily bad. I mean, this is what the Astros did.
Yeah, but not to this level, right? I mean, and
you don't have to go to this level.
What's going on in Colorado? Is there, because the Astros said it. The Astros are like, hey, and remember they came out and like apologized. They're like, please stick with us. I just think the Rockies just suck. I'm not certain that this is like a planned out suck like with the Astros. I just think they suck. Those are two different things.
That could be fair because they have called up a lot of young guys and they're really, really bad. Like these are supposed to be the guys that they have been building towards.
They're
but
terrible.
They're not very good. They suck. It's not that they're not very good. The other thing too is like the White Sox lost 121 games last year. They didn't get the number 1 pick. So it's very similar to what happens in the NBA or what happened in the NBA this year and last year. It's like, it's crazy. These teams are hitting the bottom of the toilet and they're still not getting the top picks.
Although to be fair, it's like, especially in the NBA, very rarely, I can't say very rarely, but it is not uncommon for the best player in the draft to not be the number 1 pick. I mean, sometimes you get the generational guy, the Wemby, but I mean, most drafts you look through, the best player can be anywhere from 2 to 11. And I would say the same thing about Major League Baseball. So this idea that tanking doesn't work, I'm going to push back on that. Blazer fan, like, oh, the Mavericks, okay, you're going to, the one time, right, the Mavericks jumped, but you look at all the teams that were in front of you in the draft, from San Antonio to Philadelphia to Charlotte, they were all worse than you. So yes, you didn't get the number 1 pick by being the worst team in the league, but you certainly got a top 5 or 6 pick, and I would much rather have the 4th pick than I certainly would the 11th. So even if you don't end up with the number 1 pick, it always behooves you to have a higher pick if you're sucky.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you can control that part.
Yes.
At least. So you can give yourself the best chance.
But you still have to evaluate, and you still have to be able to accrue talent, and you still have to be able to develop it. I mean, give the Astros credit. When they went through that crappy run, they came out on the other side with some, from Altuve to Springer, they did a nice job of evaluating guys and then and paid to keep them around.
And it didn't really last that long, did it?
Oh,
tank?
I want to say they went through a 4 or 5 year stretch where it was pretty bad. They were on the cover of SI, and because I remember they came out and publicly said, we are doing this, so hang with us.
So they lost.
Yeah, the SI cover was like a 3-year prediction. They're like, here's your 20 whatever champions, and it was 3 years in advance.
And they came out on the other side as one of the best teams in baseball. Cheating bastards, but one of the best
So they
teams.
lost in the World Series in 2005. Okay. And then they kind of wallowed for 1, 2, 3, 4, for 5 years where they won in between 74 and 89 games.
Yeah.
Okay. Then they tanked. Okay, so 2011, they won 56. The next year, they won 55. The year after that, they won 51. And then they started trending up, and they won the World Series within the next 4 seasons.
Yeah.
So it was 3 really, really bad seasons and one other one where they won 70, and then they were in the playoffs. So it was really just 4 years.
Yeah.
And that, to me, is not that long.
No.
That's what it takes.
Well, and as someone points out, the Astros had a plan when they sucked. The Rockies have no plan or clue.
I have concepts of a plan.
I can handle a tank. I can even handle several years of a tank as long as there is a clear message and a strategy. What's problematic is like when you can't pick a lane, Blazers, and you are just in this weird, are we tanking? Are we not? We haven't really accrued any sort of real difference makers, but now we're saying we're out of the tank. And if you're going to go through the pain, you better get something on the other end. And what Colorado's doing, that's just garbage. Like the Orioles were a pretty good team, and they went through it, and they accrued a bunch of young talent. Now, all of a sudden, that has kind of gone off the rail, and they suck this year. But look at the job they did over a handful of years acquiring exciting young talent. May not work out, but at least there was a plan, and they brought those guys up, and for a moment, it looked like they had something going.
So the Rockies have won 7 games. They are on pace for 134 losses.
Let's take a look. They've lost, how much is their average? What are they losing by? So they've lost, let's see if my math is correct. So they've lost 27 games, right?
No.
Oh, well, I guess the win differential between wins and losses would be
29,
would be
34. It's they're losing by almost 4 runs a game.
4 runs a game.
Yeah.
That's hard to do.
Yeah. It really is.
I guess if you're just that bad, it's not.
Here's
you
the
could do
question.
that a lot, but that's a big margin a lot of the time.
Who's their best player?
Is Chris Bryant still there?
He is not. Well, I think he is, but he's not playing. He's hurt again. Whatever happened to that guy?
Oh, I think he just fell off.
Boy, what a freaking fall from. Like, he didn't even have great. Like, he wasn't even.
He was good with Chicago and won a World Series.
Okay,
but he was good.
He had like one good year, dude.
I don't know if he had one good year.
Look it up, bro.
All right, I am gonna look it up, brosif. They gave away why can't I think of Nolan Arenado? They gave him away.
Yeah, they'd send him to St. Louis
for nothing. Like literally for nothing.
And I think, that's one of the knocks. Didn't he essentially say, I would love to be here if they could try to be competitive? And they're like, we just really can't spend like that. So
I think is taking. But you would think they would have gotten something. Hunter Goodman, by the way.
He's their catcher.
He's their catcher.
Never heard of him.
He's hitting .294.
They have Ryan McMahon, who was supposed to be something, but he's not. They have Brenton Doyle, who was decent last year, but he's sucking this year. They have boy. Ezekiel Tovar.
Is he good?
He was supposed to be, but he's not. He's like one of their top prospects. He's hitting 212.
I mean, Goodman by far is their
Chris
their
Bryant
best player.
is 6 for 39 this year.
Nice.
I mean,
well,
when's the last time they had a good pitcher?
He's hitting a robust. He's hitting a robust 154 with 1 RBI. I'll look up. I don't like you saying Chris Bryant had 1 good year.
I'm looking at his numbers. He had maybe 2.
No. 1, 2, 3, 4.
No.
He had 4.
No, he did not.
4 good years.
No, he didn't.
What are you talking about?
You're an idiot.
275, 26, and 99.
That's okay.
292, 39, and 102.
That's his best year.
272, 13. That's not so good.
It appears they've got a great closer, Zach Agnos.
What?
He's pitched in 8 games, not many closing opportunities, has a .87 ERA and a .87 whip.
Oh, yeah? He's got a cool mustache, too.
Nice closer when you win 7 games. But I'll tell you what, my God, once every 30 games when you get to the 9th inning and you need him, he's there to shut the door.
You know, they were a playoff team as recently as 2018.
Is that Matt Holliday?
That would have been Arenado, maybe.
Oh, yeah, that I'm thinking of the previous iteration.
Someone saying it's a AAA roster or a AAA roster. That's more like AA.
Charlie Blackmon. Remember him?
Yeah.
He was good.
Where did he get? Is he still there?
I think he's dead.
I think he's done.
Did he just? He retired last year, didn't he?
I think his beard's still playing third base somewhere.
Yeah.
All right. Well, rest in peace, Rockies.
A proud organization.
God, it's going to be a long season. Although that is a nice ballpark, I will say.
It's a great ballpark.
Yeah.
If anyone goes to it, I can't imagine anyone does.
I think they draw pretty, or they used to draw pretty well if it's nice weather, but this time of year, I don't know.
I'll look and see where they're at.
This time of year, I'm now seeing people do the 999 challenge, which is going to, well, I guess, yeah, it's still this time of year. It's 9 ski runs, 9 innings of baseball, and 9 holes of golf all on the same day.
This is this year in the middle of their just absolute suctitude. They're 18th in the league. They're still getting 26 a night.
Wow.
And that's why they're not investing in the team.
Yeah, exactly.
They're totally fine with that.
People will go.
They're drawing better than Detroit, drawing better than Baltimore, drawing better than Kansas City, certainly better than Miami and Tampa. And, well, to be fair, Tampa has a minor league stadium. So do the Athletics.
All right, coming up next, a Portland staple is closing its doors. It's in the news. Here's Buck.
This is a PGA Championship Week edition of Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by Langdon Farms Golf Club.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on The Fan, a number of NBA news items today, none bigger than the Portland Trailblazers announcing that the Paul Allen estate is preparing to sell the franchise. In the announcement, the estate says that Seattle Seahawks and 25% of the Seattle Sounders will not be included in the sale. In other league news, Celtics superstar Jason Tatum has already undergone successful surgery for the ruptured right Achilles he suffered in Monday night's Game 4 loss to the Knicks. Reports out of Dallas today indicate the Mavericks do in fact intend to draft Duke star Cooper Flagg with the number 1 overall pick, rather than attempt to use that pick to leverage a trade for a superstar. On the hardwood tonight, the Cavaliers are back on home court trying to avoid elimination in Game 5 against the Pacers. Donovan Mitchell was a game-time decision. He is a go for Cleveland. They're currently leading 21-14 with about 2 minutes to go in the first quarter. Over in the Western Conference, a pivotal Game 5 tonight in OKC between the Thunder and the Nuggets. That series tied 2 games apiece. Tip-off is scheduled for 6:30 on TNT. Denver is catching 10.5 points on the road. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley, the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at WarrenAllen.com.
The original home of the Herd with Colin Cowherd. Weekdays 9 to noon, 1080 The Fan.
Hi.
Hi, I'm a balloon.
Are you hurt? What? Bye.
If I'm a Rockies fan, I would be hurt.
Hi, I'm a balloon.
That would be
Bye.
hard. My feelings
Oh,
would be hurt.
Listen. It's not quite 7-34, but I've been through some
lean years.
Some lean years with the Royals, and it does hurt. But I will say that oftentimes it's, first of all, cheap.
Mm-hmm.
Second, you can get good seats. And third, it's kind of fun to just space out and not have to worry about the crowds or the traffic.
So no need to call the Advocates if you're a Rockies fan. You got to look on the bright side.
And then you just sit around and bitch with people about the team. It's part of America's pastime.
All right. So if you're leaving a Rockies game and you're feeling pretty good, then you get hit by like a street sweeper or a snowplow.
That's when you call
the Advocates and you go after those deep municipal pockets.
That's right.
You get a little bit of that dough.
Lord knows they have our money.
Absolutely. And it's time for you to get your share of it. So if you lose a leg in a freak, a freak Colorado Rockies related accident, call the Advocates.
Yeah, Ken and Donnie.
They'll take care of you.
They've built a reputation. They fight insurance companies. They fight them tirelessly, baby. That means more money in your pocket. So, hey, if you've been injured, you're going to need more than a lawyer. You deserve an advocate. Go see our friends, Ken and Donnie, at the Advocates. Their website is advocateslaw.com.
And you get into the Rockies-Phillies right now for $9.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Including fees.
That's what I'm saying.
Hey, look at that.
Take the kids.
Yeah. And then call the Advocates.
They'll become Phillies fans.
No time for a traditional in-ground vegetable garden? Mr. Plywood stocks all kinds of cedar for building your own raised beds. And the experts at Mr. Plywood can even give you advice and tips so that you can enjoy fresh homegrown vegetables all summer long. Serving the greater Portland area for over 50 years. Online at mrplywoodinc.com.
Hey, it's Suk. And guys, let's talk about your hair. If you're losing it and you desire to have it back, then Advanced Hair Restoration has the easiest guaranteed solution. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results. I've seen it with my own eyes. And guys, it's not magic, but it's close. They put hair where you need it the most, and then a little bam, and it grows. It's actually science. Advanced Hair has it all. Top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins to grow the very next day. Advanced Hair even guarantees it to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation now. 503-832-HAIR, and if you qualify, you're going to get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, and they are the team I personally recommend. So don't wait. Check out the before and afters online for yourself, or call 503-832-HAIR. That's 503-832-HAIR, or online at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Beavers baseball is in full swing with a midweek matchup against the Portland Pilots. Today on Portland CW, we're streaming on Coin Plus. With only 4 home games left in the regular season, the Oregon State Beavers have momentum on their side and are climbing up the polls. Watch as they take on the University of Portland Pilots today at 5:30 on Portland CW, your home for local sports. Or stream the game live on Roku, Amazon, Fire TV, or Apple TV with Coin Plus.
This is Rick Jones of Goldberg Jones. Dealing with divorce and custody issues can be terrifying and very lonely. You don't need to go it alone. Goldberg Jones has been helping husbands and fathers for more than 2
On 1080 The Fan.
Okay, I wanted to explain something. So the White Sox lost 121 games last year.
Yeah.
They did not pick first because there is a new rule in the CBA that large market teams, which are teams that do not receive revenue sharing payouts, they cannot have a lottery pick 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
So it's a kind of an anti-tanking thing. So any club is not eligible for the lottery can select 10th at best, and that's Chicago last year because they were involved in the 2023 lottery. Now, the Colorado Rockies, who are currently on pace to finish an astonishing 28-134, while small market teams receiving revenue-sharing payouts are shown more grace by the anti-tanking rules, they too are subject to them from time to time. No club is able to receive a lottery selection for more than 2 years in a row. So the Rockies this year, if they lose 134 games, however many they lose, they will be picking outside of the top 10. Not this year, but the 2026
so
draft. Isn't that crazy?
That's where player development comes in. I do think in Major League Baseball, though, again, where one guy doesn't make all the difference, a lot of that is just if you're a good organization and whether you're drafting first or whether you're drafting 10th and you're smart, you can build competitive rosters. We've seen it. The Twins do it. Even the A's do it from time to time, and they're working with nothing. Kansas City has done it. So when you're this bad for this long, it's just you have a crappy franchise. You just do.
Giants did it. Buster, Lincecum, Bumgarner, Kane, all of them.
It's like the Pirates suck. It's a crappy organization, which is why Skeens needs to get out of there because they're not going to do anything to help him.
What is Colorado Rockies?
But you can get in to see the Phillies play there for less than $10, fees included. Yankees come to town next, though. $51 to get into those. Damn Yankees.
Yeah.
Yankees and Dodgers both over $50 for the worst seat in the house.
I'd rather go watch the Phillies. That's a fun team.
Yeah, for $10.
Yeah, come on.
Giants, you get a nice
$9.
sweet spot, 17.
It is May 13, 2025. It's time for In the News. I'm your noted newsman. Hello, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please be seated. The Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com. Today is International Hummus Day.
I like a good hummus.
I do too.
Especially when you get like a nice spicy hummus.
Yeah.
I need a little...
Hummus is great.
Throw some paprika in there, maybe some like pita chips.
And if you haven't had it, I know Rob has, what is it, Yalla, that has the burnt ends hummus.
Oh, dude.
So good.
Burnt ends hummus?
Yeah. Yalla, it's over in
burnt ends in there.
It's over in
out of town.
Multnomah Village. Burnt in hummus is delightful.
I feel like my life is missing
very
something right now.
Delightful. It is also World Cocktail Day.
Oh, well, there you go.
So let's all have a cocktail.
Done. And favorite cocktail?
Well, mine is always changing.
Yeah.
Of course.
It's an evolving sort of thing.
Yeah. I have actually been, so I drink a lot of straightaway cocktails because it's just easy. I just pull them straight out of the fridge.
Sure.
They're over in Southeast Portland.
Shout out Cy.
Yeah, those guys do great stuff. The Manhattan and the Blanco Margarita of late have been really hitting me where I
understand.
Where I tickle.
Yeah, just getting you right in the warm fuzzies.
Yep.
No cold pricklies there.
Portland Staple is closing. That was my tease. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I did. I saw it and I clicked on it, and the Oregon Live had the nerve to put it behind a pay block, so I just went around and
went to another site. See, that's why that doesn't work, Oregon Live.
Or any news organization.
Exactly.
If it's a news story, someone else is going to have it.
That's right.
Sorry.
It's somewhere else.
Yeah, Oregon Live tried to be sneaky because I saw it on my Twitter feed, and then I clicked on it, and they give you like the one paragraph preview.
And then it phases out.
They didn't even put it in the preview, and I was like, yeah, nice try. Welcome to KGW.
In other words, you couldn't read
what
institution
was closing.
Well, guys.
And then you just go to any one of the other 1,000 news organizations out there. And
everybody's talking about it. After 28 years of operating in Portland, Next Adventure is closing its doors.
That's right. Snowboards and kayaks and everything must go.
Dude, I got to tell you, as just a little Midwest boy from Kansas.
Little Kansas boy.
The first time you walk into Next Adventure, you're like, oh my God, this place is freaking fantastic.
Yes. There's so much cool stuff.
You guys might take it for granted, but I'm telling you, that place was great.
Yeah.
But it is now closing.
Oh, probably deals to be had, though, right?
They're retiring, the co-owners. Starting on May 28th, the company will begin an Everything Must Go bonanza and will close when everything is gone.
I love a good bonanza. I want to be the last one. I think it'd be cool to buy the last... Like, what's the last thing in the store?
Ooh, maybe some carabiners?
I don't know. There was a JCPenney's over by me that closed, and it was like the last day. You know, they were like, this is it, last day. It was like a Sunday. And we walked in, and oh my God, it was nuts. There was like, think about an entire JCPenney's, and I think there were like 9 things left that you could buy. And they were selling everything. You saw like display cases, and so I'm guessing you could walk into that place, like that Next Adventure, and you can literally buy anything you want.
They're just 2 buddies.
Yeah.
2 childhood buddies. Opened
Been
the
there
first.
forever.
They opened the first store over there on Grand, and they sold used outdoor gear, and they grew into an institution. They have 4 stores, but they're just retiring. I mean, nothing bad. They're just like, we're done. We're gonna cash out this bitch. We're gonna go stand up paddleboard. You know,
good for them.
Maybe go kayaking or something. Yeah.
That's what you got?
Well, yeah.
All right. Well, so now we had, because the other one, the stable was what? Andy and Bax shut down?
Yeah, they did too.
And now we got.
What are we going to do?
Next Adventure.
What are we going to do? Go to Dick's? Get out of here.
What? I'm guessing
the other one shut down too. REI shut down.
Yeah,
or
but
left. What are you going to do? Pee on me? Like, I don't know.
We were having some problems. You can still go to many REIs, but yeah, the local stuff. I think it's probably harder and harder for those guys to compete with.
You do it anymore, you're gonna have problems.
I don't know about you, but like my gal bought a stand-up paddleboard, and she bought it off Amazon.
Did she?
Yeah.
She didn't go down to Next Adventure?
Nah, a couple years ago, she bought one off Amazon. I'm guessing that for places like Next Adventure and Andy and Bax, like anything else, man.
I get why they're dying. For that type of thing, I still prefer to analog shop. If I'm going for like equipment, I want to see it with my own eyes. I don't want to get it, look at it, return it. Like I think there's value there, but not enough.
You get to talk to the bros, and they know stuff.
I love those experiences.
Yeah.
Like there's a grill store, Grillworks. We've done stuff with them at 1080 The Fan. And the guys in there are so knowledgeable about barbecuing, and like I would way rather do that than just buy my like rubs and sauces online.
There is something about buying from institutions. The Portland Outdoor Store, it's more of that's like a Western wear type place.
That's the one downtown?
Yeah, it's like right on 3rd or whatever. It is.
I've walked by it.
It's these 2 old guys that have run that thing forever, and they are the nicest human beings, and I absolutely love that place. And every time I go in there, I'm just glad that they're still around, because it's just brick and mortar places, man. It is a mother bear to compete, because most people now, I mean, you see the surveys left and right. People don't want to shop in stores. People want to order stuff and get the cheapest price possible, and so that's the part that bums me out. Is I don't know if another Next Adventure will ever. Once that's gone, I don't. And someone asked, like, why aren't they selling? Probably because there's no one there to buy it.
Yeah.
I just don't think that model works much anymore.
The forthcoming Portland gathering themed around Adam Sandler has caught the attention of Adam Sandler.
Well, I would certainly think so.
Sandler in the Park is slated for May 17th at Cathedral Park. Partygoers are asked to dress as characters from the actor and comedian's extensive filmography. While the Mark Twain Prize winner isn't expected to make an appearance at the event, he did see it and took to social media and said, "Hope you have a ball." To his, he wrote to his 22 million followers on Insta.
How generous of him.
This
Hope
is like
you
when
have
they
a
did
ball.
What was that? What was the Seth Rogen movie about when they moved next to the frat?
Oh yeah,
Neighbors, or what was it called?
Bad
Something
Neighbors
like
or whatever. And they had the Robert De Niro party where the frat you had to dress up as whatever your favorite Robert De Niro character was. I'm sorry, that's a great idea.
It's kind of fun, yeah.
That's fun.
Yeah.
So the question becomes, if
Who do
you're
you go
going,
as?
yeah, what do you?
Well, probably Happy Gilmore.
The easy one's Happy Gilmore.
Happy
Sweatpants and
Gilmore?
a hockey
Yeah.
sweater. Yeah.
I think I'd rather do like Robbie Hart.
Who was Robbie Hart?
Oh,
Singer?
Wedding Singer.
Oh, yeah.
Wedding
That'd be
Singer would
good.
be kind of fun. You get the 80s mullet, you know? There's some good, because then you got what? You got the Water Boy.
Now, can I go? Do I have to go as the Adam Sandler character, or can I go as like Shooter?
Oh, that's pretty good. I would assume.
Or Bob
If it's
Barker.
a Sandler tribute, it's probably Sandler characters, but
Yeah.
I suppose it could extend to supporting characters.
You could do the Zohan.
Zohan.
You gotta have a little bit of that darker complexion.
I like Zohan.
You could do the
Don't mess with the
You
Zohan.
could do the Zohan. You go as Mr. Deeds, right? You can get that Blackfoot, right? Didn't he
I
have
thought
that?
that sucked.
Mr. Deeds.
He was Little Nicky with that terrible haircut.
What else was he? I'm looking through
I mean,
here.
Billy Madison didn't really have a. It's just wasn't really a look. It was just him wearing normal clothes.
Just a
But
dude.
That's broy though. You could
Yeah.
you wear the boots and
The boots and some jorts and
Yeah.
like a plaid button down that's open with a t-shirt underneath.
What if I went as Henry from 51st Dates?
Oh, that'd be adorable. You do The Longest Yard, right? Paul Crew?
Yeah.
You do that?
Bobby Boucher?
Yeah, that's probably
That's a good one.
And I know this isn't necessarily a movie, but could you do Opera Man? I loved Opera Man.
Okay.
From SNL?
Yeah.
Little obscure, but I remember I loved Opera Man.
Or you could do wasn't he the
Lunch
Boy,
Lady?
He was the Boy Scout in the.
Oh, yeah, Canteen Boy.
Yeah. You could be Canteen Boy.
Dude, one of the most awkward, and I don't know if you could get away with it anymore, is when Alec Baldwin was trying to molest Canteen Boy on the camp out. Alec Baldwin
Yikes, yeah, that skit didn't age well, did it?
kept trying to get him.
It sure did not. Kept trying to do what?
Alec Baldwin kept trying to get Canteen Boy to rub his bare chest.
I'll get it in.
Yeah, I don't. Now, in light of the scouting thing, I think maybe not the.
Will Adam Sandler show up?
Probably.
I'm guessing not.
No.
But it wouldn't. I wouldn't put it past him.
That'd be because if he's gonna do it, it's not gonna be announced.
Wouldn't that be cool? No, he'd just.
They
rolling.
do Lebowski fests all over the country, and occasionally unannounced, one of the Lebowski actors will randomly show up.
Well, I mean, imagine if they did an Isaac and Suk party.
Hey, you'd have to show up.
Well, I don't think you'd have to, but
I think Suk would show up, but Isaac would not.
Dude, if someone out there held a Suk party, I would show up. That's kind of
It's
a
just
jerky.
you and a bunch of actual Jan Sixers.
Yeah, that's.
yeah, they had that party. It was called January 6th.
Yeah. Next time I need a little more. Mark Scholl's there hanging out.
Yeah. He's like, hey, Big Suk.
All the problematic people in my past.
All right, coming up next, OHSU battling PETA when we return on The Fan.
This is the Fan's Window into Sports, a view into today's top stories. Brought to you by Window Nation, online at windownation.com.
I always hope to approach and go through the draft taking the best player available. I hope we don't deviate, but need is on our mind. We think about what exact types of guys do we need to add, but I think the draft is mostly grab the best player available and then figure it out after that.
There's the great Joe Cronin.
What do you mean we hope? You're the general manager, for God's sake.
Didn't exactly inspire confidence, did it?
Aren't you the one making the decision?
Maybe he's insinuating that Burt Cold may make them take somebody they don't want to.
I got my fingers crossed on a 6'1" plucky guard. I don't know who that is, but
we all know you're a Con Knipple guy. Come on.
Yeah, come on. Who probably won't even be there by the time the Blazers draft.
Window Nation, 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house of windows from Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
It's Rob for Window Nation.
All right. Nice to have you along. It's in the news for May 13, 2025. Got a story about voles, prairie voles.
Prairie voles.
Yeah, they're like little rodents.
Like prairie dogs?
Yeah, except they're called voles.
Yeah, aren't they they're a little bit more rodent-like than a prairie dog?
Yeah, they're
closer to between like a rat and a prairie dog, maybe?
They're more like a mole.
Yeah.
Except they're hairy.
Dude, those things are pretty cute.
Yeah?
I got no issue with the prairie vole. Look that thing up.
Well, guess who has an issue with the prairie vole, okay?
Boy.
OHSU. Those bastards. You've been seeing those monkey commercials on TV all the time?
I have seen those.
Relatives of lemmings and hamsters.
Oh.
Are we torturing the vole?
Yeah.
I don't like that.
So OHSU appealed a court order requiring it to pay more than $400,000 to PETA over a controversial experiment involving voles.
What do we do to the vole?
A Multnomah County Circuit Court in 2023 found that OHSU violated Oregon public law records by attempting to withhold videos of the experiment from PETA. The court described PETA as the wrong hands in internal communications. As a result, OHSU was ordered to pay costs and fees incurred by PETA.
Do we still know what they were doing to the little vole?
The experiments, which aim to study the impact of alcohol on infidelity, involved giving prairie voles the equivalent of 15 bottles of wine a day.
Whoa!
The voles were subjected to various tests, including a partner preference test and a resident intruder test, before being killed and dissected.
That seems like too much wine for a little vole.
What? So we got the vole all like horned up and drunk, and then
cheated on his vole wife?
Wanted to see if it would hump other voles.
I think you got that right.
Boy, that's...
Wait, do voles have partners, or do they just kind of do it with anything that moves?
I don't like that at all. Can't we do it to moles? Because moles are ugly. Like that naked mole rat. I only like my experiments done on animals that I don't find cute and cuddly.
I'd say those moles, man.
Those things are nasty.
God, they're so hard to catch.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, just... Yeah. I don't want to talk about it.
Let's shoot them?
Well, there's ways.
Yeah, I've had a real hard time. I had a mole in my
Yeah.
front yard, and well, it's not a yard, but
Yeah.
it's just Molly. Like Molly almost gets the damn thing. She's out there hunting that little bitch.
I don't know if they're.
But I never get him.
I don't know if they're still legal or not, but there's some like A traps.
I've seen those.
I got pretty good with them out in the center because when we lived on property. And then honestly, the easiest way to do it is get yourself a Mossberg and a 6-pack, and then just sit out there with a flashlight and wait at night. And
yeah, I don't have the patience for that. That's like fishing.
It's really quite easy. It's really quite easy. You see the ground start moving, and then it's over after that.
I'm taking no prisoners now. Turning over a new leaf in my mole attacks.
Are you
shock and awe? I'm going shock and awe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I'll tell you what, the gas bombs, that never worked for me.
No.
You know, the flooding.
I mean, it might work, but it may not get them all.
Yeah.
And so maybe they die. You don't know, because they could die in their little stupid tunnels.
Yeah.
And then what if there are 3 others that didn't?
The little A traps, when done right, are really, really effective, but brutal.
Yeah. Look, they've lost their privileges.
I understand. Well,
okay.
Again,
corporal punishment here.
I got a shotgun. You get a couple lawn chairs, Roper, and you get us a 6-pack of Coors. We'll take care of those for you one night. Although, you live in the city, that might be problematic.
Yeah, they're watching us.
I don't think we're allowed to blast in the middle of your neighborhood. Sorry.
All right. That is in the news May 13, 2025. Brought to you by the Advocates, injury attorneys at Advocates Law. Coming up next, your Portland Trailblazers are for sale.
A little short.
What? This came out of nowhere. Or did it? That's next on The Fan.
This is the story of the
SportsCenter update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on The Fan, lots of news in the NBA today, the biggest of which here in the Northwest, the Portland Trailblazers announcing that the Paul Allen estate is preparing to sell the franchise. Anticipates that sale to be made in advance of the 2025-26 season. The estate has also said that the Seattle Seahawks and 25% of the Seattle Sounders will not be included in the sale. In other league news, Celtics superstar Jason Tatum has already undergone successful surgery for the ruptured right Achilles he suffered in Monday night's loss to the Knicks. Tatum now likely to miss most of next season. Reports out of Dallas indicate the Mavericks do intend to select Duke star Cooper Flagg with the #1 overall pick rather than try to use the pick to leverage a trade for a superstar. On the hardwood tonight, the Cavaliers back on home court trying to avoid elimination, and they're off to a good start. They're up 48-38. Just under 6 minutes to go in the second quarter of that one. Donovan Mitchell is playing after being listed as a game-time decision with that ankle injury. In the Western Conference, a pivotal Game 5 tonight in OKC between the Thunder and the Nuggets. That series tied 2 games apiece. Tip-off scheduled for 6:30 on TNT. Denver's catching 10.5 on the road. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley, the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at WarrenAllen.com.
The Fan is live on YouTube and Twitch. And now, Window Nation brings you on-demand videos. Watch Window Nation's window into 1080 The Fan. Prime time on 1080 The Fan.
Gentlemen, we all know this is illegal and against club practice. I'd like to ask at this time if you gentlemen all agree to waive all sanction against said referee or anything that might get me fired.
This is a PGA Championship Week edition of Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by Langdon Farms Golf Club, the best course in the Northwest for year-round golf. Book your tee time at langdonfarms.com.
It's PGA Championship Week on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Keep it fair, will you?
On 1080 The Fan.
All right. Welcome back. Hope you're having a nice little Tuesday. Sports Bros here. I'm Rob. Big Six right over there.
Right here.
And there is Ryan Buckley.
Setting new PRs every day as a Clydesdale.
Yep.
Well, not every day, but just today.
He's got his first-round leader bets for the PGA Championship set.
That's really the most
They're
important
brewing.
thing.
They're not set. They're brewing. We have our 4 auto plays, but need to pick some others.
Can't wait for that. They're playing at
Quail Hollow
in Charlotte.
Charlotte, North Carolina.
For this one.
Until this week, I thought Quail Hollow was in Ohio.
You did?
Yep. Sounds
Why?
more like an Ohio place than a Carolina place. I don't know.
Are you thinking of Firestone?
Maybe. Where's Whistling Straits?
That's Wisconsin, right?
Wisconsin. I don't know. I thought it was northern Midwest, so I was wrong.
Idiot.
There's a lot of those that you hear that and you're like...
I mean, some of them are so generic sounding.
Where's
Just could be
Pine Valley?
That's Jersey, right?
Yeah, because you've been there.
Yeah, I was going to say that was Jersey or New York. And by being there, I was allowed to stand and then don't look at anything. Because they say that's like more exclusive than Augusta
right?
National.
Where's Oakmont?
Oakmont. Pennsylvania, maybe.
I think that's right.
Look at Sue.
I think that's right.
I like that you think.
Yeah. Can you double check me on that? I think it's in Pennsylvania. I think it's outside of Philly, maybe?
Yeah, it's Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Is it outside of Philly? Shinnecock?
Shinnecock. Am I wrong, or is that that Wisconsin?
Michigan?
No, it's in New York.
Oh.
It is?
Yeah.
And by the way, Oakmont is not outside of Philadelphia. Could be further. It's outside of Pittsburgh.
Oh, Pittsburgh. Okay.
Yeah.
Where is Pinehurst? You guys know where Pinehurst is?
Pinehurst is North Carolina.
I was going to say that is Carolina.
That's correct. Yes.
The only one we've ever had is Chambers Bay, right?
Major?
Never had one in Oregon, and we
a
just
major.
Had, major.
Yeah. I think back in the day.
Well, maybe back, but I don't think we've ever had one in Oregon, and
a golf major.
A golf major, and I think the only one we've had in Washington is that. And I don't know if it's ever coming back.
No, you guys had Washington had the PGA at.
Did we?
Yeah, up that course up near Seattle. Remember that one?
Oh yeah,
I don't remember.
Yeah,
that
I do.
That course up near Seattle.
I think VJ Singh won it. I think.
Couldn't tell you.
Well, now you got me Googling.
That old course up near
something.
Seattle.
Portland Golf Club.
Sahali?
Yeah, Sahali. Portland Golf Club
98.
hosted the 1946 PGA Championship.
Okay.
Pumpkin Ridge, U.S. Women's Open.
That doesn't count.
Why not? Women, are you sexist? Is that why? Why would that not
We
count?
were talking about major men's championships.
You didn't say men's. That is a major championship.
That's a major championship?
Pig. Well, yeah, it's the Women's Open.
Is it that we don't have enough infrastructure or don't have the right kind of courses or both?
I don't know. Well, they always say that Bandon can't have the Bandon.
Like that was what I wondered about. But
you have to be within a certain distance of a major airport, and you have to have
Yeah.
hotels because Bandon would be amazing, but they just.
But you just don't have the infrastructure
Yeah,
for
it's
it.
it's out in the middle of nowhere. You can't get there.
The Bandon Dunes Golfers will be hosting the 2026 PGA Professional Championship.
I don't know what that is, but okay.
Like the
PGA Pros
for the pros,
like
not
the
club pros,
not
yeah,
the pro PGA
the
Tour
club
guys,
pros.
the club pro guys.
Yeah.
yeah, those bros out there. All right. Well, I'm glad we covered that.
I'm glad too.
Did Vijay Singh win the?
Thank you so much for sharing that.
Win it, Sahali?
I don't know. I didn't even know it was there.
Let's see.
This segment has been dynamite. We are on. It's not as if
I
there's anything
don't
else going on in the world of sports right now, and we're covering the 1998 PGA Championship. Insane.
It's obscene.
It is insane. Why are you going there?
Well, the Blazers are selling.
Yes.
We found that out today.
It really kind of came out of nowhere. Like the Shams thing happened, and then we were like, holy crap. We knew that it wasn't going to happen until expansion happened. And so the fact that it sounds like expansion is going to be tackled this offseason, and it's the worst kept secret. It's going to Seattle. It's going to Vegas. It's going to be between $5 and $6 billion. So I don't think it's any coincidence whatsoever that is about to get finished, and here comes the Blazers sale. And by the way, they won't sell until that money has been distributed. I believe the Paul Allen Foundation, whatever cut Jody's getting in Burt for selling this, and they will get a bonus for it. They're not just going to do away with their share of anywhere between $10 and $12 billion.
So, maybe could have seen it coming because of the new media deal, and like you
Yeah.
said, expansion, and then the arena deal. You know, they sold the arena back to
So if you don't know,
Portland.
it's back to Portland, and then they have a bridge lease. So they got a little 5-year lease there to deal with the building. So whoever the new owner is can be free then to either negotiate his own lease with the city, some sort of renovations, or I would assume if you got someone that's willing to come in and pony up $4 billion, much like Steve Ballmer, I'm assuming that he will have plans to go and build a new arena. I think we're the 6th or 7th oldest. We're the oldest without any sort of major renovation done to it. So there will be, that has to be part of the vetting process is what are you doing for an arena long term here? That thing I think turns 30 years old next year.
The 1998 PGA Championship was won by Vijay Singh.
The first of his 3 majors.
And he held off Steve Stricker in a vicious cockfight of tall guys.
I'm glad there's someone driving around right now that is like, that
Must have been a young
is-
Stricker.
That has been on my mind.
A young Stricker, yes. And the 1947 Ryder Cup was at Portland Golf Club.
Oh. You know what? I do remember that because when we've been out there, they have like they've got a couple of the flags and.
Did we win? Old US of A?
That I don't remember. Not up on my 1947 Ryder Cup.
I don't think we won, guys.
Damn it.
Yes, we won!
Hey!
USA!
USA! Yeah, flags!
Name the team.
We love our flag. We love our flags.
Okay, so yeah, I think the biggest thing with the Blazers is that a lot of people are like, oh, Phil Knight. And that would be great. Yeah. But, you know, he's now 87, dude.
87, and there's...
I don't know if he's...
Well, they had Brian Berger on the Danny and Dusty, or is it Dusty and Danny? One of those.
It is Danny and Dusty because Dusty and Danny was taken.
That's right. They had him on, and you know, he used to work over there and is well connected in the business world. And I thought he had some really interesting insights into that. And he was saying that he would be surprised. Everything he's hearing is that at 87 years old, that Phil Knight more than likely is not going to be involved in this. And this isn't going to be a local angle. The other thing he pointed out, and I think it's a very, very good thing to know, one, local groups just, in this day and age, there's no more family-run franchises. Like I said, $4 billion probably for the sell of the team. It's valued at 3.6. It's going to sell for $4 billion. It's going to go to auction. It's going to go to the highest bidder that's been vetted by the NBA. You're probably going to have to build or renovate your arena. That's going to be the tune of $1 to $2 billion. You're talking about a $6 billion investment in this.
Yeah, that's what I was saying with Phil Knight. It's like everybody's going, Phil Knight, Phil Knight, Phil Knight, because he's like the one guy who's filthy rich around here.
Yeah.
Or rich enough to buy the team, and he already made an offer for the team.
Yeah.
But it doesn't really need to be a local person. It's just there's no shortage of people lining up, rich people lining up to get into sports.
And whenever these teams go for sale, and by the way, it doesn't happen very often. It's not like a team goes for sale and then all of a sudden someone gets a wild hair up their keister and is like, I'm going to buy a team. There are people waiting in the wings.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone has their money together, all these groups. And so when a team goes for sale like this in the NBA, especially one like Portland that you know eventually was going to have to sell, the NBA is probably already aware of just about, I'm willing to guess, every group that is going to be involved in this is already on the NBA's radar.
Well, and, the Blazers, I mean, I think everybody, we knew they were going to sell eventually.
Yes.
So it's easy for anybody that was interested in that to get their ducks in a row over the last handful of years.
Yeah. So,
right? I mean,
I just think the idea of the local thing, unless it's Phil, and according,
it doesn't matter.
And according to Berger, he thinks that Phil's probably long in the tooth. By the time this sale were to go through, he'd be 89 years old. And that's the other one too. I don't know if I would, because if Phil is the majority owner, if he's the financial backing, because he was paired with that was it Smolinski guy down with the Dodgers
guy,
right?
yeah.
Phil was the big swing in D and the money behind that. Would you really want Phil to be the main guy, knowing that in a year or two, more than likely, that he's going to be gone, and then you got to deal with whatever succession plan he has? Does that go to kids? What happened? I think there's some uncertainty there with selling to someone that's about to be 88, probably 89 years old by the time the sale goes through. And so I just think the local angle is overplayed. And I think that comes from the fear of, if someone outside of Portland comes in, do they rip the team out? And I really just don't think that is something that Blazer fans need to be scared about. Is it a zero possibility? No. But you got to go back since 1985, I think 3 NBA teams have moved. And the last one was an absolute debacle with the Sonics being ripped out of Seattle. Adam Silver knows that's bad for business. He's going to give Seattle another team. I just don't think the vetting process would allow that to happen again. I just don't think that should be a concern.
I agree with that. It's exciting because you get a new owner, but it doesn't mean it's going to be great.
No.
Like that's the danger of this. It's like Jode is no good. Paul was good, but it's like, be careful what you wish for.
Sure.
I mean, not that you want to continue on with Jody and Bert.
No, because they have no skin in the game.
No, they're terrible. It's just a bad franchise. They need to. If I'm a Blazer fan, I'm over the moon that they're selling.
This is the best news this franchise has had in years.
It doesn't mean that it doesn't get worse.
Yeah.
Well,
like if you got a guy like Ishbia in Phoenix, right? You get a guy with super deep pockets, passionate about basketball, has done right by the fan base, right? Put the games on local TV, bought everyone antennas, dropped concession prices. It's $2 for hot dogs and sodas. He's done everything that's good for his team, but he also butchered it because he made a bunch of aggressive swings that didn't work out, and he may have put the Suns behind the 8 ball for
he sacrificed all their capital for 7 years.
Yeah, it's going to be a while to dig your way out of this. So, if you're Phoenix, you hit a home run with your owner that cared and deep pockets, but the home run quickly turned into a drag bunt. But I would still rather have that than an owner that has no stake in this team other than eventually you have to sell it for the highest bidder, or get someone that is only going to have it as a line on a portfolio. You give me someone with deep pockets, which is going to be because it's such a massive investment, and you give me someone that cares, and I'll live with the consequences even if they make silly decisions because they care too much.
What if I give you Larry Ellison, who may or may not care, but he's insane?
Yeah, I know.
And he's
tried to buy the Warriors. They didn't sell to him.
Yep.
Yeah. He's not a very well-liked guy. But what if he buys the team and he's crazy?
Yeah.
but yet he's got really deep pockets.
Yeah.
You want to go with that?
You know,
Like
he
what?
owns an entire island in Hawaii.
Yeah, he does.
It'd be
Pretty
interesting.
amazing.
What archetype do you want? Do you want the guy who's really passionate or gal? Like Mackenzie Scott was mentioned.
Yeah. Yeah. Jeff Bezos' ex-wife.
Yeah, and I find that option delightful.
Yeah.
I think that would be great. She seems smart.
Larry Ellison's worth $188 billion, by the way.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
But he's 81.
He's
81.
he's insane.
He's insane.
Have you followed his?
Yeah, he's cuckoo for-
crazy.
I'll say this. This is what my profile. Under the age of 70, I don't want.
Okay.
I do not want an 80-year-old. I don't. Give me someone in their 50s or 60s, maybe younger.
Mackenzie's only 55.
Perfect. You know who I want? Like, honestly, give me Ryan Smith. Give me the guy that's in charge of the Utah Jazz and the Utah hockey team.
He's only 47.
Give me that guy.
And he's kind of bro. He wears his hat on backwards.
Kind of bro. He's not worth he's not worth $100 billion, but he's got several billions of dollars. He cares. He's inside the community. That is like your dream owner.
Who's our Ryan Smith around here?
I don't think we have one.
Phil Knight's kid?
Phil, and again, but then you go down like when the Lakers sold to the buses when the Lakers got transferred to the Bus family, there was all that infighting and they're not very well run and they don't necessarily have the deepest pockets because it's not daddy's money. Most of Phil's money, I think, is given away to charitable stuff.
What about the Dutch Brothers guys? Aren't those guys filthy rich?
I don't think they have that kind of money.
They're kind of broy, aren't they?
I mean, the idea that you have to have $6 billion that you can just crap and not have it affect you, that's a different level of money. That's like, who's the NVIDIA guy? Give me that guy.
Jensen Huang.
Huang. Give me some of that Huang money.
So would you rather have him who's just filthy, beyond filthy rich, but doesn't know a thing about sports and doesn't care?
Yeah, I want.
You'd rather have that?
I want that guy.
Yeah, see, I don't want
because he can hire smart people and then just stay out of the way and like.
No, then you become like the Kings. Remember
But
that?
what? Yeah, but what if he doesn't hire smart people and he
Exactly.
just sees it as a line item in his budget of revenue?
See, I would say that's what I don't.
Yeah.
Want.
You want the passion. You need somebody who really cares about winning and wants to be involved.
I want Phil Knight, but 30 years ago.
So like Steve Ballmer.
Yes, I want Steve Ballmer.
Oh, that's a great one.
Steve might be the best. That's perfect.
Well, what about Bezos? What about Bezos, guys?
Too much other stuff on his plate.
No,
Well, I'm just saying, like, if he were,
I would take.
You would take Bezos.
Well,
you have to
and
take
there was
Bezos.
talk. Bezos was trying to buy his way into Major League Baseball and the NFL.
Right, he wanted the Commanders or a piece of it.
So, dude, if you told me Jeff Bezos, who did for a while live in the Northwest, he's down in Florida now. You told me I could have Bezos. Sign me the hell up.
Yes.
It's all
You
TRT.
take that. The
roided out
Amazon
Bezos.
Blazers will be great.
Let's go.
roided up Bezos,
He's just down there all red and
starting
yelling.
fights with the
Let's
refs.
freaking go. Well, I will. I'll tell you this because you came from a sports team, your fandom of the Royals, where you had to really go through some hard times because you had a really cheap ass owner, right?
Well, no, the original guy when they won the World Series in 1985 was Ewing Kauffman, and he was the quintessential perfect owner.
Yes, but then they sold to.
Well, he died, yeah, and his wife sold it, and it was one of the guys from one of those Walmart douchebags.
Yeah.
Not one of the Waltons, but David Glass was his name.
And he was a giant douche that wouldn't spend any money.
Well, I don't know if he was a douche. He ran it like a business. He did not care about baseball.
No.
And that was why they sucked for a long time.
That's what, and so like you understand when you have an owner that wants to run it like a business, it's tough. Or you have that didn't have cash. The Mets, when their owner, he got all his money siphoned off by Bernie Madoff, and the Mets were a disaster. All of a sudden, Steve Cohen came in, and Steve's got more money than God, and all of a sudden, the Mets are great because we can spend money. You want that. You want
Very
Ballmer.
successful,
You want
very
Steve
rich.
Cohen. You want Mark Cuban. You want Ryan Smith.
Ooh, Cubes.
Give me someone like that.
What about this guy?
It's called sports.
Again,
It's called
I
baseball in
don't want an
particular.
80-year-old.
He's 78.
I don't want he'll be 80 by the time you buy the team. No. I don't.
Then Don Jr. would own it.
Exactly. And well, then there's a fight. No, just.
What if the Saudis bought it? What do you think about that? Big oil money?
They won't.
Think about this. What if it went to Don Jr. and then Don Jr. lost it to his ex-wife who's dating Tiger Woods and Tiger Woods becomes the de facto owner of the Blazers?
Oh, hell yes. Let's get the Blazers in the hands of El Tigre.
I just love the fact that you're going to have, if you're spending this amount of money,
Let's go rain. Comes down from heaven.
You're going to be passionate about it. I just think the days at these prices, the days of having absentee landlords, I think for the most part are over, although the Dallas Mavericks.
No, I don't think they're over, but
it's harder.
I think what's kind of interesting. Well, okay, we're going way over.
Yeah.
Let's carry this over. The Blazers are for sale, and we are not going to buy them. That's the breaking news. We'll be right back on the Fan.
After 257 selections, NFL War Rooms rest.
Golf Club.
On 1080 The Fan.
All right, it's nice to have you along. We are talking about your Portland Trailblazers, who have officially begun the sale process. It's going to take a while. We are not going to buy them here at the station.
No.
Although we thought about it. We had a meeting about it.
We had a meeting, we pooled our resources, and
we came up a little short.
A little short.
But they're thinking maybe $4 billion.
Valued at 3.6.
Out there.
You don't own the building. That's back to although that's by design because the building's old and needs renovations. You have the short-term bridge lease on it. So 3.6, assuming that that's going to be about 4. And, it's not the Boston Celtics at 6, but it's certainly a lot more than, what was that, 4 years ago when Paul Allen's estate was offered, $2 billion by Phil Knight and company?
Yeah, 2. Low ball offer.
Yeah.
Anyway, Paul Allen bought the team in 1988 for $70 million. So pretty good little
Yeah, and they said
ROI.
that over the years he dumped $1 billion into it, but
Still a pretty good little ROI.
Pretty good little profit there.
Well, what I was saying before we were talking about Phil Knight, and one of the reasons Phil Knight, who may or may not still be interested, I mean, he's getting old, but it could be a legacy play for him.
Sure.
I don't know, but like you said, it's like then what? If he passes, then who does he go to? And could be a damn mess.
Well,
but
you see it a lot when someone dies and it gets, and I'm assuming if you buy a team, I mean, he would be 89 by the time you took it over. I'm sure there would be some sort of succession plan. I don't know. I'd have to know what that is. I don't.
Yeah, it's not ideal, but he is ideal. Like the thing about him is he's just the perfect guy because one, he was interested, at least was.
Yeah.
He's the Nike guy, like his connections with Nike and just his connections. I mean, he is Nike. So I think that what I was thinking about was, and he cares about the area.
Mm-hmm.
And he's worth $1 gajillion. Like,
remember, part of his plan when buying the Blazers was that is it the Albina neighborhood right by there that he wanted to redevelop.
Well,
that whole
he's still
thing.
doing that,
Yes.
I think. But he's also not the biggest ego guy. Like he's not a Jerry Jones type where he's like, I run this thing. He's a smart, kind of understated type of billionaire.
Smiles
And
and
I
glory
think
holes.
what that means is I feel like I keep going back to what the Raiders did and Mark Davis did with Tom Brady. Is I think that because it used to be that it was just in the NFL, it still kind of is. It's just the old big ego rich guy who runs things.
Yeah.
Stan Kroenke, Jerry Jones. I mean, go on down the line. Robert Kraft, Mike Brown, Clark Hunt. It's just actually, Clark is the son. He's not that old, but his daddy, he was a hell of an owner. But you know what I mean? Like it's just it's the family, it's the patriarch, and they run it, and then their kids run it. There's a lot of nepotism, and that's all. That's what you get.
Yeah.
You just whoever those people are, Jim Irsay.
Yeah.
Like you just have to deal with them because they're the owner. But I think that there's this kind of newer, if you have a guy like Phil Knight or a guy like Mark Davis who can set their ego aside and they can bring in people like Tom Brady, there's this kind of newer model of you're still the main owner, but you get lower level money guys who know what the hell they're doing.
Yeah.
And it's not just a family thing. It's a collaborative thing. These big ownership groups, you need a lot of dough. And a lot of times when they're lining up for these franchises, these are big groups of people. It's not just one guy or one family. It's a bunch of people, and they bring in different people of different expertise that can really help a franchise a lot. I mean, I just think the Raiders, since they hired Tom Brady, have been pretty good. And that remains to be seen because it was just recent. But you know what I mean?
Sure. Well,
like that's a model. That's why I think Phil Knight is just would be so great. Not just because he's Phil Knight and he's here.
He understands.
Yes, I think he would do that. I think he'd be smart enough to do that. He can't run the thing. He's 87 years old. Yeah. It's like you think about all the people that he knows in the Nike world, and I don't know, man. He would just be an absolute freaking home run.
Yeah, and I don't know enough. Is he still partying with the Smolinski guy? Again, the succession plan. All I know is this. I think this is the best day in the franchise in the better part of a decade, because you're going to get someone that cares. you can't be well run when you have two people that are in charge that their only mission is to eventually sell the team to the highest bidder, and they have no long-term skin in the game. And there's no benefit to them whatsoever to really do anything. Despite what everyone does when they kiss Jody Allen's ass or Burt Cold's ass, and we have to listen to Joe Cronin talk about how great they are, you're just trying to save your neck.
Bitch.
This is the best thing to happen, because in order to start turning this franchise in a positive direction, it starts with this. And honestly, I'm okay with whoever comes. I
well,
really
you
am.
have to be. It's just that I'm just saying it's not. It's kind of a crapshoot.
Sure,
but it's better than what this is now.
Yes.
In other words, we'll roll it may not be better, but
I will roll this.
But the party you have right now doesn't
dice.
want it, and the incoming party will want it, and that makes it better than the previous.
And I just have to believe that when you're spending this kind of money, you're going to have to care. I mean, when you look at some teams that have been sold recently, from Josh Harris with the Commanders to Ishbia, certainly A-Rod up in Minnesota. I mean, Steve Ballmer, you have people that care. I mean, the one that I would say that maybe is a bit of a cringe factor is maybe the Dallas Mavericks, who were purchased by some casino people that seemingly don't give two rips, and they did turn it over to Nico, and I mean that thing's been a bit of an issue, although they made the finals a year ago and they just got the number 1 pick, so maybe that's not as bad as we're making it out. Certainly the Walmart guys coming into Denver, that has been a tremendous success. I mean, so I just think recently we've seen these sorts of things, I think for the most part, have worked out on the positive end of things. And then you get a place like Seattle that I think is run by a bunch of cheap bastards up there with the Mariners. I don't like that model. And again, I think they would be, I think most Mariner fans would rather have someone that comes in and is passionate and is actually willing to lay some things on the line. I mentioned the Mets being sold to Steve Cohen. Best thing to happen to that damn team in 30 years. So I'm excited. If I'm a Blazer fan, don't let anyone buy into the whole, that the NBA is going to let you get your team ripped away. I don't buy that for a second. I think it's the last thing you should be concerned about. I think that will be part of the vetting process. I think there's been 3, maybe 4 teams in the last, since like 1985 that have moved in the NBA. The Sonics were an absolute disaster. Adam Silver has talked about what a disaster it is. They're giving Seattle an expansion team. They're not going to let that happen again. So you take that off the table. I just don't see where in any way the negative for the Blazers or this community, where this turns south for you. Other than if you get a guy in and he makes some rash decisions, or a gal, and maybe you don't end up, you don't end up, as an NBA Finals team. But when's the last time that happened? Let's not act like the last 25 years have been raspberry, Frogurt, and scone. So I think we're just ready for some new blood. And I do think you had a really good owner in Paul Allen. And even that with a good owner can be hard. It's hard to win. It's hard to win in this league.
Remember, I don't think we really recognized how good of an owner he was until later. He was, and he's exactly what you want in an owner. But at the same time, he had a lot of issues.
Yeah,
meddling and pretty impatient at times.
But there was even with the shortcomings,
he learned
for 20 plus years. That was a consistently run team, and they had some opportunities. They made some finals with Clyde, and they went through several versions of that. And yes, there were some down years in there, but you went from those great Clyde teams that ran into that guy by the name of Michael Jordan, and then that team got turned over, and that turned into the early 2000s, and that team that came to the doorsteps of an NBA Finals. We know the collapse against the Lakers, and then you kind of went obviously into some down years with the Trailblazers, but then you had a bit of the resurgence with Brandon Roy, and then injuries kind of derailed that, and then you got into the Damian Lillard. I mean, for all the different versions of that, Portland was consistently a team year in and year out that was competitive and a playoff team, and you had an owner that gave you a chance. And I think that's all you can really hope
Well, I
for.
think the thing with him was that I liked was he learned, remember the whole Bob Whitsitt, I'm not a chemistry major. That was a good team they put together, but it imploded, and the Trailblazers era was pretty ugly. But Paul Allen learned from that.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas you look at a guy like, and he tried to do it a different way the next time, and like you said, he did it pretty well. Although then he hired Rich Cho, and then he fired him like the next week because he's like, this guy ain't it. So I mean, he was just, he he was building off of his experiences, which I like, because if you think about a guy like Jerry Jones, that
Seems
guy
to never learn.
No, he doesn't learn anything. He gets worse. He does the same thing over and over and over. He's done the same thing for 30 effing
I don't
years.
even want our listeners to listen to me.
Yeah.
So there was a lot to like about Paul Allen.
I just think it's a bright day. I think this is the best news that this organization has got, especially on the heels of the lottery and that whole thing, and it didn't go your way. And you were one ball away from the number 1 and number 2 pick.
Did you see that?
One ball of the
One
combination.
number.
One number.
Yes.
Yeah, because they do a combination.
So it's they were 1 digit away. So there's 4 balls, right?
4 balls, I think.
The first 3 they had.
Yep.
And the last number was they had 6.
And again,
the number 1 pick got 5, and the number 2 pick got 7.
Yeah. So either
Come
one
on, man.
You could have had the 1 or 2 pick.
Yes.
So I mean, it didn't go your way, but this coming out today, I think this should be a ray of sunshine. I would.
What if no one buys them, Chase? Though? What if no one buys them?
Beauty part is there's a lot of rich people in this world, and there's only soon to be 32 of these.
They
and
all want in
They
sports.
all want in.
Dude, this is the best deal. These sports franchises are the best deals going, even at $4 billion.
Well, and it gives you access to a club that when you have that kind of money, what gets you jazzed in the world? I mean, Steve Cohen has talked about this with the Mets. When you have that much money, you do not have any real concern day-to-day life. You can buy whatever you want. And one of the things that you can't just buy is a championship. And so, you're going to get someone, I would assume, that cares a bunch, and that's a good thing.
All right, one more story for you. The one rookie quarterback guaranteed to become a star in the NFL. That's next. Here's Buck.
This is a Prime Time with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by Langdon Farms Golf Club.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brought to you by Reynolds Defense Firm. If you've been arrested for DUI, you need a team of attorneys that you can put your trust into. Call Reynolds Defense Firm today online at reynoldsdefensefirm.com. First on The Fan. Big news in the NBA today. The Portland Trailblazers are for sale. The Paul Allen estate is preparing to sell the franchise and does anticipate a buyer before the 25-26 season. In the announcement, the estate said that the Seattle Seahawks and that the Allens' 25% stake in the Seattle Sounders will not be included in the sale. In other league news, Celtics superstar Jason Tatum has already undergone successful surgery for his ruptured right Achilles he suffered in Monday night's Game 4 loss to the Knicks. Tatum now likely to miss most of next season. Reports out of Dallas today indicate the Mavericks intend to draft Duke star Cooper Flagg with the number 1 overall pick rather than try and use that pick to trade for a superstar. On the hardwood tonight, the Cavaliers are back on their home court trying to avoid elimination in Game 5 at the hands of the Pacers. Right now, the Cavs up 67-56 as superstar Donovan Mitchell was able to go with that ankle injury. Coming up later tonight in the Western Conference, a pivotal Game 5 in OKC between the Thunder and Nuggets. That series tied 2 games apiece. Tip-off scheduled for 6:30 on TNT. And over on the ice, the Dallas Stars have a 1-0 lead on the Winnipeg Jets. 3 minutes to go in the first period of Game 4. Dallas leading that series 2-1. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
It's back. The 11th annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms Golf Club happens Tuesday, June 24th. Presented by your local Toyota dealers. Reserve your foursome now at 1080thefan.com. It's time for Who's Leading the Charge. A look under the hood at the coaches, players, and teams getting it done. Brought to you by Battery Exchange.
What is it like when you get in one of those runs like you were offensively there in the third quarter?
It's the best feeling ever.
Did it start with that shot that you made at the end of the first half to kind of get you going?
Probably. Yeah, that was a nice shot for me. That got me going.
That's Ant. The Warriors are now in trouble.
After he hit that shot, he turned to the Warriors bench and yelled, "You can't F with me." When he certainly is not he's not bashful. But yes,
he stopped saying, "I have a bigger D than you."
The Warriors are in a bit of trouble.
Which got him fined.
The Timberwolves will be moving on to the Western
Yeah,
Conference.
no Curry officially for Game 5, and that is the elimination game.
Mention code BXT10 at checkout at Battery Exchange for 10% off your entire purchase online at batteryexchangewithanx.com.
This is Rick Jones of Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men. Child custody is the most emotional issue
Brought to you by Langdon Farms Golf Club.
On 1080 The Fan.
Well, this is a Ryan Buckley creation here. He sent this to me. It's from Barstool, though, so I don't know. Do we trust Barstool?
I think they aggregated it from somewhere else. That's usually what they do. They find the good stories, they pump them out themselves, they get the clicks.
Well, if this is wrong, it's Barstool's fault.
Okay.
Or Buckley's fault.
Yeah, it's
Let's
possible.
go with that.
But there's something called the Star Predictor Score.
Mm-hmm.
It's a test that simulates the potential fantasy scores of players trying to predict their success entering the NFL. And according to this Barstool bro, he has no idea how it's calculated because they talk about coefficients and crap.
Sure.
So we're already doing great here.
Doing high-level mathin'.
But there is one quarterback from this past draft that has the highest all-time QB SPS grade. What?
So we're saying that a quarterback from this class,
correct,
as according to this, has the best chance to be a star.
That's correct.
Sure.
If you want to put it simply.
Why not?
So Drew Brees had a score of 92, Josh Allen 93, Kyler Murray 93, Cam Newton 95, Deshaun Watson 96, Patrick Mahomes 96, Ben Roethlisberger 98, Jalen Hurts 99, Lamar Jackson 99. This guy is at 100, Jace.
By the way, are there any... So Kyler Murray didn't work out. Are there other players that had high scores that also stunk, or are you just cherry-picking the good ones?
Well, again, it's not me. It's Barstool.
I'm interested.
I don't know what they're doing.
Okay.
It's Jackson Dart.
Uh-oh.
Let's go, New York Football Giants.
Jackson Dart.
Yep.
He's not going to start.
Guaranteed start.
though.
What do you think about that?
He's not going to be the starter.
Well, so what?
All right.
Doesn't mean he won't be a star.
I'd be interested to know, again, because all those players, with the exception of Kyler Murray, and he's not bad, went on to do great things. I would be interested to know, like, what are there... It's easy to say that stars had this high score, but then to take someone like I don't know who was highly thought of that flamed out.
Tim Couch.
Yeah, Tim Couch, or I'm thinking modern guys. You know, like I don't know. Trevor
Mariota?
Lawrence has been okay. Mac Jones.
I mean, Tim Couch was modern, just for the record.
Well, I know,
he didn't
but-
play in the 40s.
No, but that was. I'll bet you he was 20 plus years ago.
Yeah, but
So-
that's still modern.
Yeah. I guess I'm saying guys that are still
Mariota?
around the league. Yeah, like what was Marcus?
No, doesn't have it on here.
What was this? What
Barstool Sport. SPS. Star.
SPS.
Star Predictor Score? Is that
Star
what it's called?
Predictor Score. Yeah.
Let's see if I can do some digging on this. See what it is.
All right.
Yeah, variety of metrics, college statistics, combine data, other scouting information. And boy, that sure seems like a
While
very,
you're at it, read about Ty Cobb and how great of a guy he was.
just seems like a very, very broad.
How about that?
So the 10 highest, I did find something on here. The 10 highest, Saquon Barkley actually had the highest because they do it with other players as well.
No, they were right.
Yeah.
He's pretty good.
He is pretty good. 100%. You know. Oh yeah, Aston Genty has a really high score on here.
Ooh.
Oh, you know who else had a perfect score? Kyle Pitts. He sucks.
Ew.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna poke around this a little bit.
While you're at it, read about Ty Cobb being a great guy.
You know what? I did. I Wikipedia'd Ty
Yeah.
Cobb.
Why didn't you read the links I sent you?
Because I'm not interested. I just was perusing.
Well, you were interested. You
Not an
Googled it.
essayist.
All right, here's the problem with that. If you're saying that this, I forget what the guy's name, but it's Robert Wall's character in the movie Cobb. If you're saying that dude is the guy that slandered Ty Cobb, and that's why we all think Ty Cobb is an ass, and this guy is writing an essay saying, no, Ty Cobb was a great guy, you're just getting two slanted opinions.
You need to get the Cobb out of your ass.
And I would prefer something that is a little more of a neutral look. So when I went to Wikipedia, it does mention in there that someone could add an extra grind on him. It also mentions several incidences of Ty Cobb beating the hell out of random people in the stands. Again,
Yeah. I trust the guy that wrote the book about Ty Cobb.
all I know is he's from a small rural town and was born in like 1888 in Georgia. Chances are. That's all I'm saying.
Wow.
Shut up.
All right, coming up next.
If your grandpappy was born in 1888 in rural Georgia, you want to go digging around your pappy's thoughts?
Well, apparently Ty Cobb's dad was for equal rights.
Well, it's
But
okay
that-
because his mom killed his dad.
Did she?
Yeah. Shot him dead.
Oh man, wonder what he did.
Probably
nothing.
It was a whole thing where apparently, quote, mistaken identity. The dad thought she was cheating, so was lurking around trying to catch her, and supposedly the mom mistook him for a prowler.
1905.
Shot him dead.
Damn. All right, coming up next is an open seggy on the Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Well, Sabrina's homecoming was everything everyone hoped it would be. Sabrina scored 25 points after they played shout between the third and fourth quarter. She ripped off 11 straight, including her final 3 of the game. 8 of 13 from the field, 6 of 9 from 3, and they torched the Toyota Antelopes.
Well, you said they torched them. They beat them by 23.
Yeah, the previous Dallas Wings beat him by like 50.
Yeah. I don't think they torched them.
I don't think the Antelopes really put up a lot
Okay,
of...
fine. They beat the Antelopes by 23.
Bottom line is this.
But the crowd was good.
She is beloved in that town, and she always will be. And it was really cool what they're doing and bringing those to their college towns.
Mods PDX, the future of building is here.
The home of dirt and spray.
I think they're going to take the pick because rookie scale contract. Rookie scale
list. Now, there are definitely some ones in here that are like,
Who does it? Who puts it out?
I don't know. It's just they're just saying this is the new thing. Brainy Ballers, a data-driven fantasy football platform. So,
Okay.
and I would also like to know the formula they're using, because obviously they didn't have this, 15 years ago. So I don't know. I'm a little skeptical of this. But like some of the outliers, like at running back, they have like by the way, George Reister, Oregon, he was one of the worst. He was one of the worst of all time. At tight end, he had a 13 score. But like running backs like Matt Forte, Darren McFadden were really high on this list, and they obviously ended up not being very good. But I just find it interesting that the quarterbacks, like, so they're saying basically that like every quarterback that's been good, they've predicted. I find that hard to believe.
Who said that?
Well, like I'm looking through this list of players, and so Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts, Patrick Mahomes, Deshaun Watson, Josh Allen.
That's the list I read. That's just the top 10. Though.
Yeah, that's the top 10. So basically you nailed every top 10 quarterback, and really there's not a miss anywhere in there other than
Well, what's the bottom 10 though? Because you said they have the bottom 10.
Yeah, they have the bottom 10.
So what's that?
I'm just saying their one outlier miss is Kyler Murray. I find that suspicious. So their bottom 10, which is why I said I would love to see where the middle ones are. The bottom 10 is Chad Henne, Will Levis, Christian Hackenberg, Carson Palmer, which was wrong, Jason Campbell, Brandon Whedon, Tyler Shuck, Mark Sanchez, Ryan Tannehill, and Bo Nix.
Bo Nix?
Yeah, Bo Nix had a 53.
So they're wrong there.
Yeah. I just would, they're obviously it's proprietary, and again, was this published?
Guys, move on.
Did you make these predictions, or is this you're going back and looking at things? I'm just suspicious of something that seemingly hits. There's just scouting tools just don't work like this. I
don't think it's a scouting tool.
Well, it's a fantasy
football.
football predictor. I'm suspicious.
Coming up next, we have Club. A couple things for you tonight. What you need to put your career in perspective, according to study finds.
Thank God. Someone's got to do it here.
And the states where people aren't living any longer than they did in 1900. That's next on The Fan.
What's up, baseball fans? It's time.
Full disclosure, Morty, it's not. Temporary superintelligence is just a side effect of the mega seeds dissolving in your rectal cavity.
Oh, man.
Yeah, and once those seeds wear off, you're gonna lose most of your motor skills, and you're also gonna lose a significant amount of brain functionality for 72 hours, Morty. Starting right about now.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Souk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of cheap fun.
I think we're going to stop. What the hell is going on?
China.
They're eating the dogs.
I love cows.
They're eating the cats.
We'll execute the baby.
They're eating the pets.
I have concepts of a plan.
As you do it anymore, you're going to have problems.
The windmills are driving the whales crazy. I'm really rich.
I love Tesla.
It's called rain. It comes down from heaven. It goes drip, drip, drip. These people are crazy. There's something wrong with them.
It's called sports. It's called baseball in particular. Very successful. Very rich.
I'm really rich.
Make America great, bitch.
I don't want your life.
I'm too dumb. I don't even think about things like that. I'm moving more into the whites.
I love Tesla.
Thank you.
Were you listening to the dude's story?
I think everyone that bought a Cybertruck is driving around right now being like, why?
I was thinking about that the other day.
$100,000 and you're driving around in that ugly hunk of crap?
Oh, it's really well, yeah, but why would they regret it? Like, you knew what it looked like.
Well, I kind of feel like there's not very much buyer's remorse. That they're into it, bro.
Really?
Yeah, those guys are.
Well,
maybe.
like
But what about just the regular Tesla people? I was thinking about them the other day. Like, if you bought a Tesla before Teslas were toxic to some people, how do you feel now?
I've seen some bumper stickers that are like the anti-Elon Tesla Club, or I bought this before I knew who he was, and stuff like that. So there's a little bit of that going on.
I just
over the line.
Sorry, that was hot.
Yeah, like I just think like with the Cybertruck, is that going to be like the worst resale vehicle, or is that like seriously?
Yes.
Regardless of whatever you think of Musk, whatever, like that is
right.
That is the ugliest thing.
The worst thing ever on the market.
Ever on the market.
Ever.
And I get it. It was unique and it was different and you bought it, but like they're hunks of crap.
It's ugly and it's not functional. Apparently it doesn't do anything a truck should do.
No, so I wonder if you bought that thing, and they are expensive, if you're just sitting around right now being like, man.
I don't think you are, because you knew what it looked like.
Yeah.
It's not like it changed.
No, but I think it's easy to get caught up in something because it's so unique and so different. It's like when you're it's a trend. Like you started wearing your pants backwards because crisscross will make you jump. And then like 6 months later, you're like, what the hell am I doing? I feel like when I see someone rolled up on me today in this big black Cybertruck, like matte black.
What the hell is going on?
And it just rolled by me, and I just thought to myself, dude, that is the ugliest hunk of crap. And I wish, because I don't know anyone that owns one, I wanted to like roll down my window or just like I'd be able to like talk to that person and be like, why? And do you regret it, or is that person like, hell yeah?
Do we have any Cybertruck drivers listening to us
and if
right
so,
now?
please, and like, I'm not here to judge it. Just let me. Like, do you like it? Do you? Because look, I've had it before where I bought a car. Like I bought one in like November or October of last year, and I really like my car. There's things about it that are better, a little things that are worse, but we all have that where you buy a car and sometimes you love it, sometimes you hate it, or sometimes you're in the middle. I overwhelmingly would tell someone, like, I would buy my car again. I would not go back and buy something different. Very much happy with it. But there are things about it, you're like, man, I wish this or that. I just don't know anyone driving around a Cybertruck, if you actually would you spend that money again to buy that ugly hunk of crap, especially now with everything that goes along with it?
I think the archetype that bought that doesn't give a rip.
Yeah, they're just...
And thinks they're super cool. That's how out to lunch people who thought that was a good buy are.
Yeah.
That's what I think. I don't think there's anybody that regrets buying that thing.
Really?
No.
There's one person in my neighborhood, and I see it in their driveway, and I kind of linger a little bit when I'm walking the dog because I want to see him.
Have you been in one?
No.
I haven't either.
And that's my thing. I want to see the person come out so I can be like, oh, hey, how do you like that thing? I don't know a single person that owns one. I've never talked to anyone that owns one, and I would like an honest, like, hey, what do you think of that? And maybe they'll be like, oh, it's great. I'm like, political crap aside, Do you like that? Because they're big, they're cumbersome. I've heard they're not very well built, and they just, again, ugliest. The Pontiac Aztec looks like a 66 Mustang compared to that hunk of crap.
I agree.
And like everything is like glued on, like bumpers like fall off of them. They're not even like
Yeah, they just had a big recall because of that.
Yeah, they're just everything you read. Although maybe that's fake news, and they're really the most reliable and greatest car known to man. I don't know.
Here's a text that said we ordered some Cybertrucks for work. When they came in the building, quality was so bad we refused them.
Yeah, Is it about one of the Lightning in the? Is it the Rivian?
Yeah, the Rivian, Rivian truck.
Yeah, those get. I think those are kind of weird looking, but people.
My buddy has a Rivian SUV. He loves it.
They say those are like the most tech savvy. Like if you're a tech bro, like that's the one you buy. It has like more tech features than you know what to do with.
Well, and I think it's way less cumbersome than a Cybertrucks. Imagine parking that thing regularly.
Yeah, they're just.
Is it longer than a truck?
It looks huge.
When I see them, they just look.
It's like a boat.
They look ungodly large.
When you can't really see anyone, like what's weird about it is when you see them, because I'm like you, I'm like, who's in that?
Yeah.
What kind of douchebag is driving that? And you want to see in there, and you can't see in there. The windows are small.
I just
tinted out.
Yeah. Well, it's weird because I drove. I wanted to buy an EV, so I drove. No, I didn't drive I was not going to buy a Tesla. That is one thing. I never drove one. That was not my. I'm like, I'm not buying.
Why not?
I don't know. I just decided that I was not going to buy a
Tesla.
I did not love Tesla, and I was not going to buy one.
Make America great.
But
bitch.
I test drove. I want to say probably 90% of EVs that were available on the market. I just wanted to see. I wanted to see what was out there, and it's such a wide variety of vehicles. And I don't want to say which one, but I drove one, and it was the worst design car that I'd ever been in. And when the guy and me were taking the test drive, he goes, "What do you think?" And I was like, "Honestly?" And he's like, "Yeah." And I'm like, "This is the worst." I said, "I think I've driven 15 of your competitors." And he goes, "Yeah, no one buys these." He goes, "In fact, I don't think they're going to make more of them." And I was like, "Why didn't you tell me that before we went on the test drive?" He's like, "I don't know, man." He's like,
Maybe you really like it. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
I'm not talking you out of it.
You couldn't see out of the back window. It was a hunk of it was just so poorly designed. And that's what I want to know. Like when you ride in one of those Teslas, is it like that? Or are you like, this may be the ugliest thing, but it's the most comfortable and best driving car I've ever driven?
Didn't Baby Billy pull up in a Cybertruck?
Yeah, Baby Billy's got one. He's going to Bible Bonkers in his new episode of Teenges.
Yeah, somebody said they put Tesla in gemstones, but nobody can agree on why. Shock value, a statement on their political stance, or the family. Yeah, I don't know.
It's a conversation.
It seems like a loud, gaudy mega church type thing to have.
Absolutely. I think it fits exactly with the personality that they portray on that show.
Yes. Because when I think of Cybertruck, I definitely think of big, overabundant business owner, loves America, and you're doing it to own the libs.
Right.
And maybe I'm wrong. Again, maybe they're just awesome cars. I just feel like
balls, yeah!
I feel like you bought that to own the libs. I really do. You're like, yeah.
Let's go, Brandon.
America, yeah!
But it's an EV still, so like you're kind of a soy boy, but you're buying an EV to own the libs. And I told you, you dumb bitch.
Well, I was perusing studyfinds.org, one of my favorite websites.
Yeah.
Last night, Jace.
And we'll get to that after the break.
And I found two. I'm just teasing ahead. I'm just doing my job here. Why'd you do that?
That's the tease. That's where you're doing a little tickle. That's a little tease.
Right in the butt.
Why are you going there? Hey.
I found two of interest. One is, what is the one thing that radically changes how people view their careers? And the states where people are living no longer than they did in the 1900s.
Looking at you, Mississippi.
That's next on The Fan.
It's back, and it's sure to sell out fast. Your local Toyota dealers present the 11th Annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms Golf Club on Tuesday, June 24th. Brought to you by Henderson & Daughter Windows and Doors and Philbrook Law, Accident and Injury Lawyers. Choose from the morning or afternoon round. Visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. Also brought to you by Cazadores Tequila and George McCoy at Warren Allen Attorneys at Law. Reserve your foursome now at 1080thefan.com.
Now, here's a quick look at Portland traffic.
Westbound 84 beginning at 28th Avenue. You're trying to go over the interstate bridge into Vancouver. It's about a 30-minute commute with some 10-minute delays. Also some delays going to 217, about 5 to 10 minutes as well. A 25-minute drive overall. I'm Ken Luttrell with traffic.
I believe you deserve to be able to trust in your lawyer. This is McDaniel Reynolds with the Reynolds Defense Firm.
All right, now to studyfinds.org, a fine website that curates studies from all across the globe.
Talk about our depressing careers.
Oh, you want to do that one first?
Oh, I thought that's the...
Oh, I can do that one.
There's multiple?
Well, I've got two. Yes. Did you not hear my tease? My electric tease?
I was only focused on trying to make sense of this, what I call a career.
Yeah, you and I guess we do have careers.
I don't know.
What is the definition of a career?
A career is just, it's a long-term job.
A job that you don't change frequently.
Yeah. This is what we do. You imagine going back out of the workforce at this point. You're like, well, what have you done for the last 20 years? How do you feel about fart drops?
Doesn't a career have to have upward mobility?
No.
Right? Because a job, I think it does.
I think a career it's a salaried position. It's not hourly.
But I think you have to be able to climb.
I don't think, because you can have a career in sales where you're always a rep. You're just always an ad exec. I mean, you might go from
True.
company to company, but you're not climbing into management necessarily.
I think a career is merely, you got a 401k, you got dental, you're not changing. Well, and if you are changing, it's in the same industry.
Yeah, I think it's a sustained job in one field.
I have Delta Dental.
And it's not even, I don't even think it's a sustained job or a sustained company. It's
just being in the same field.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like if you're a doctor, it's a career because you're always going to be a doctor. Like Colin Coward has moved to many different radio organizations, but he's a career radio man.
This says a career is a long-term professional journey focused on a particular field, industry, and skill set. It involves a series of jobs, roles, and experiences that contribute to an individual's professional growth and advancement.
There you go.
Well, I mean, I feel like that's a little bit more like what I was describing as opposed to like just a job. It's like the same thing, clock in, clock out type of thing.
Well,
But
if you're a cashier at the Piggly Wiggly, that's not a career.
That's a job.
It's a job.
Exactly.
This is a career. What we're doing.
Well, take that as a compliment.
Not all that different than the Piggly Wiggly baggers.
No, it's not.
They make conversation too.
But there is one thing,
bartenders,
that leads people to dramatically shift their work values, moving away from status, money, and career ambition towards purpose-driven work and meaningful connections.
Is this purpose-driven, what we're doing here?
No, I think that if we had one of these, we would move more towards purpose-driven work.
Okay.
Like you would start a charity or something.
No, I'm not starting a charity. That sounds like far too much work.
We have fun on purpose. Does that count?
Yeah.
You have any guesses?
What's the one thing? Some sort of health scare.
Yeah, that's pretty close.
Yeah, I'm going to say like a cancer. I'm guessing that nothing changes your perspective quite like you have cancer.
Near-death experience is what leads people to dramatically shift their work values.
Sure.
Most participants either changed careers or redefined how they approach their jobs, prioritizing spiritual fulfillment, empathy, and authenticity over external success. The study even suggests that those who haven't had a near-death experience might benefit from adopting similar values, focusing less on productivity metrics and more on meaningful work, relationships, and personal well-being.
Yeah. I mean, this is the age-old thing, right? Are rich people happy? And and if they're not happy, is it because they spent that much time working? But then you go talk to a rich person, and they're like, "Well, I've owned 3 homes," and to the poor person, that seems like the greatest life in the world. I think that is probably an age-old struggle, because saying that money doesn't make you happy sounds like something that's a lot easier to say when you have money.
But it's not all about money. I mean, you can still have a great career and just, live a nice little life.
Yeah.
You don't have to be rich to have a great career.
Yes.
Jason, it's not just about the rich.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I know lots of wealthy people that are miserable a-holes. But I asked the question, are they miserable a-holes because they're rich, or are they just miserable a-holes because that's who they are, and whether they had money or not?
I mean, I think I'm talking more about the guy who's just, he's a career, let's say he's a career program director in radio.
Sure.
And he is not rich.
Yeah.
But he gets fulfillment out of that career.
Mm-hmm.
He loves it. It's his passion.
Yes.
Does he really need a near-death experience to to change his perspective on his, like, not what you're talking about are like the people who will stop at nothing to succeed, whatever definition of success those people have.
Yes.
For a lot of people, it's money. For other people, it's just status or whatever. And those people, I think, sometimes have a screw loose. You know?
Yeah, like it. Well, in order to be a billionaire,
and those are the people that I think a near-death experience would bring back down to earth.
Yeah. I think in order to reach those levels, you probably have to step on some backs and probably have to be wired a certain way. And yes, I do think something like that could make a monumental shift. But again, I think for them to do I'm going to step back from my career, I think to the person that's grinding day in and day out, that's a little bit of an insult, because you can say that money's not important. You can take a step back because you've achieved enough where you can do that. Where I'm not certain if the person that's grinding every day has that affordability. So again, I think this is all, there's varying levels to this. Because I think the idea is that if you do something that, what is it? Like, if you find something you love every day, you never go to work, right? Which is fine, but if that was the case and you decided that you were going to run away to some island somewhere and you were going to, like, you know, I don't know, like be a surf guide or something, but you made like $9 a day, and you're like, I lived the most fulfilling life in the world until like you have some sort of medical emergency and you have no money to pay for it, and all of a sudden you're like, oh crap, maybe I should have taken this more seriously. Like I think there's a lot of balance in these sorts of things. I just think sometimes we make these big sweeping statements and it's easier to say one way or another, poor or rich, when in the reality of the world, I think it's definitely more shades of gray.
Well, I tend to agree, but it's just, I don't know. I don't think we should need a near-death experience for us to focus on the right things.
I would agree.
You know?
And someone saying who gets to define purpose-driven work, I think that's probably you.
Well, yeah.
You know, if you are doing something that's completely meaningless to other people, but to you, you get a great sense of satisfaction out of it, then that's purpose-driven work. It's like I talk about all the time. You see people on the side of the road waving like the Ukraine flag, or I mentioned there's a guy out in Damascus. Every Saturday, he just stands out on that Highway 212 with a Trump flag.
Yeah.
That's all he does. He's out there for at least for 3 hours, because I see him when I'm coming and I see him when I'm leaving.
I love Tesla.
I don't understand what that guy's doing, but to him, he has to get something out of it. That has to be a purpose-driven thing, and maybe he goes home, and that's the best 3 hours of his week. And if that's the case, then him waving that flag is phenomenal. If he gets something out of it, even though everyone else may be like, "Dude, you're an idiot," to that guy, maybe he's doing great things.
Compare that guy to the high-up CEO guy who's a miserable a-hole.
Yeah.
Like, who's a better guy? Who's a worse guy?
It's tough to know. But nothing probably gains perspective like life and death, right? When you're on your deathbed, or you face into your death, or you lose a loved one, I mean, because at the end of the day, no one's getting out of here alive. No one's getting out of here alive.
Wait, really? What?
Well, and they always say, like, what is the old, like, no one's ever been on their deathbed and says, I wish I had spent more time at work. Dude. But at the same time, if the guy worked really hard and then that led him to have amazing experience in his life and he traveled all over the world and he got to do all these cool things because he worked really hard, does that guy regret spending time climbing the ladder? Because it also led to some really, really great opportunities that he wouldn't have had he not worked. So that's why I'm saying, I think sometimes it's a little disingenuous to be like, you know, just find something you love and don't worry about it. Everything else will take care of itself.
Would you like the top 5 regrets people make on their deathbed?
Absolutely.
From a nurse?
Yeah.
Number 5, I wish I had let myself be happier. She says this is a surprisingly common one. Many people did not realize until the end that happiness is a choice. Fear of change had them pretending to others and to themselves that they were content.
Yeah, I think that's. I'm surprised that's only number 5.
Number 4, I wish I had stayed in touch with my friends. Often they would not truly realize the full benefits of old friends until their dying weeks.
Yeah.
Number 3, I wish I had had the courage to express my feelings. Many people suppress their feelings in order to keep peace with others. As a result, they settled for a mediocre existence. Wow, that's really sad.
Yeah.
It never became who they were truly capable of becoming.
Okay.
Number 2, I wish I didn't work so hard.
There you go.
Look at that.
Yeah.
This came from every male patient that I nursed.
Yeah.
They missed the children's youth and their parents' companionship. Women also spoke of this regret, but as most were from an older generation, many of the female patients had not been breadwinners. And number 1, I wish I had had the courage to live a life true to myself, not the life others expected of me. This was the most common regret of all.
Broad one, but yeah, I can see that.
When people realize that their life is almost over and look back clearly upon it, it is easy to see how many dreams have gone unfulfilled. Most people have not honored even half of their dreams and had to die knowing that it was due to choices they had made or not made.
I bet you that I was thinking what number 1 would be is I wasted my life, which kind of fits in line with
Same idea,
right?
My mom was at the bedside for a lot of deaths. She worked in oncology for 20 years, and she said that overwhelmingly the number 1 thing is that people wished that they had made up with others, whether that be friends, whether that be family, that they regretted that they didn't make things right with somebody.
I'm going to go with the Ron Swanson. On my deathbed, I want my 2 ex-wives brought to me so that I can use my dying breath to tell them to go to hell one last time. Oh, Ron.
All right. A big, giant U.S. life expectancy study, and it shows some bad stuff for some states. That's next on The Fan.
This is a PGA Championship Week edition of Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by Langdon Farms Golf Club.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on The Fan, big news in the association today as the Portland Trailblazers are for sale. The Paul Allen estate announcing they intend to sell the franchise in advance of the 2025-26 season. The announcement also says that Seattle Seahawks and the Allens' 25% stake in the Seattle Sounders will not be included in the sale. In other league news, Celtics star Jason Tatum has already undergone successful surgery for the ruptured right Achilles he suffered on Monday's loss to the Knicks. Tatum's now likely out for the majority of next season. Reports out of Dallas indicate the Mavericks will take Duke superstar Cooper Flagg with the number 1 overall pick rather than use the pick to try and leverage a trade for a superstar. On the hardwood tonight, the Cavaliers are back on home court. They're trying to avoid elimination at the hands of the Pacers, but it's getting dicey. About 2.5 minutes to go. Pacers leading 106-100 as they near the end of regulation in that one. Coming up at 6:30. It's Game 5 between the Thunder and the Nuggets in OKC. That series is tied 2 games apiece. Tip-off scheduled for 6:30. That's not going to happen. It'll be right after this Pacers-Cavs game is over. And on the ice, a 1-1 affair right now between the Stars and Jets in the second period. Dallas with a 2-1 series lead, looking to take a 3-1 series lead with a win. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley, the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Jump back to earlier parts of your favorite
Okay, so life expectancy by birth year, the biggest contrast is New York. In 1900, it was 60, and this is for females. In 2000, it was 87.8.
So
that's crazy.
That is.
California is 2, District of Columbia is 3, Massachusetts is 4, Washington 5, and
us.
Oregon 6. So we have basically 20 years. We live 20 years longer if we were born today in 2000 than we were in
Then what the
1900.
hell is Oklahoma? Because I looked up like poverty rate, because I thought this would just be dollars and cents, but the poverty rate in Oklahoma is like 15% less than the poverty rate in New York.
Well, there you go.
Which is
it's odd.
Which is weird because you make less money, but the poverty rate is way higher in New York. Like almost 30% of people living in New York live below the poverty line.
That's why I don't know that it is all just
that's why I was just
economic.
Yeah.
But the bottom 10 are Oklahoma, Arkansas, Kentucky, Tennessee, Louisiana, Alabama. You see a pattern?
Yeah, it's all southern
West Virginia, and Mississippi.
Yeah, and this may just come down to, again,
that's really it.
Socioeconomic, social norms, fatty foods, rural, no access to health care. I mean, you think about all the little towns in those states. How many of those people have never seen a doctor, or it's been years? Whereas I think if you live more in a more urban setting, I just think you can stumble across a healthcare provider.
And it's not just seeing a doctor, it's how much better the care is.
Yes.
I mean, listen, dude, I grew up in Salina, Kansas. And this is no knock on any of these specialists that my parents see or anything. But boy, it is alarming when I go out there. And I've been out there for several my dad's surgeries or just different things that have happened. And, dude,
no one has ever said the following: I have a major procedure and I'm going to Salina, Kansas to get it done.
It's just like if something bad happens, I don't know. It's just it's a layered thing.
Yeah. Well, I do know that some of those rural places, they are desperate. Places like Wyoming, Montana, they are desperate for doctors. I mean, they will offer doctors.
They pay you better.
They pay you better. They
Give you
offer you
land.
free land, and they give you free, like a free building to work in because they don't have health care. And I know that's a big deal too with the maternity rate, like maternity deaths. Like it's way, way higher in those places.
So they're saying like California is really high on the list. I mean, California, you can't use the wealth thing because there's a lot of rich people, but there are a lot of the poor.
Yeah.
So in California, they're saying one of the biggest things for them was they were the early adopter of the workplace smoking restrictions. And they're saying that by changing that in 1995, that helped reduce smoking rates and improve mortality outcomes. Because a lot of this comes back to parents who smoke exposing their small children to that. A lot of it is what you are exposed to when you are very little. And smoking is a big one. Tobacco control laws are a big one that do kind of show some parallels here in this study. And California being a main one.
The biggest one is just every one of those states that you read, it's right out of central casting. They're all from the same, it's all the same area. There's no outliers.
But I think it's cool that if you were born in Oregon in 1900, you will live 20 years, or on average,
20 years longer.
20 years longer if born in 2000.
Yeah.
Right? That's pretty cool. That seems about right.
Yeah.
I think it's absolutely stunning.
And sad.
And very sad that in certain southern states like Oklahoma, a baby girl born in 1900 is living no longer than 2000. That is crazy to me.
It's ridiculous. And it's happening in your backyard.
But a lot of it is, again, their own policies.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Figure it out. I know we're eating kale out here in Oregon, but,
Yeah, maybe not.
Pretty healthy.
Yeah, and again, it's a nuanced conversation, but it's sad that where you're born can make such an impact in 2025 about 20 years.
It
My
is,
God.
But you also, I know it's crazy, but you also don't have to, like, I don't know, it's not everybody that's born in Oklahoma.
No.
Like, they figure it out. Like, the information's out there. It's not like it's that hard to find.
I just think if you've
And
ever spent
do.
any time down south, someone said like the SEC it means more. SEC healthcare it means less. I don't.
Well, I
know.
think food is a big one there.
Yeah.
You've been down there.
It's just
how much food they give you.
Yep. Huge portions, and it's not good.
No, you can't get anything healthy on menus down there.
No.
Generally speaking.
And again, I think sometimes too it's stacked on. It's like what's passed on to you. And I think there is a level of mistrust and hesitation about going to doctors. It's just it was never part of the culture. Daddy didn't trust him. I don't trust him. Grandpappy didn't trust him. Home remedies and
Grandpappy.
Yeah.
Who never wore shorts.
Yeah. I don't need fancy book learned doctors telling me how to live my life.
Did you ever see your granddad in shorts?
No.
Neither did I.
Newell K. Brown did not
grown
wear.
man take your pants off?
No, that didn't happen.
All right. We'll wrap it up next on The Fan.
The Fan is live on YouTube.
shorts.
No.
And they also, you were mentioning too, they didn't wear T-shirts or anything comfortable. My grandfather wore, well, one of them wore overalls.
Yes.
The other one, he did wear T-shirts. They lived in Texas. It was
Yeah.
kind of hot. He'd wear T-shirts like at night.
Yeah.
It was like his undershirt from his work shirt. He was a lawyer.
Yeah.
So he would take off his collared shirt, but then he'd have his undershirt on. But he never had shorts on. It was always pants.
Newell Brown, I never saw in shorts. In fact, you blew my mind because thinking about it, I never saw him in a pair of sweatpants, and I never saw him in a T-shirt. Newell was either wearing work clothes, he loved his overalls, or he would strip everything down and he wore the Mormon garments. Like when he was at home, that's just what it was, a one-piecer. He wore one-piece underwear. And that was there was no middle ground. It was either he's ready to work or here's my onesie and this is what we're doing. In fact, it was weird because sometimes he would come home and he would change into overalls to lay around the house and take naps.
Is there an age where even today, you as a man don't want to wear shorts? Like, will we get to that point? Because I'm not at that point.
I love shorts.
I love shorts too. I'm a shorts, flip-flops kind of guy.
Yeah.
That said, am I going to have an awakening in 10 years where I'm turning into Gramps? And I can't wear shorts.
No more short pants?
Now, I think there's two things at play here. One, it just feels like it's the more traditional thing to wear pants, but also aren't old people really cold? So is that more of a reason to wear pants?
I don't know. I guess we'll find out.
Because I'm not going to start wearing more pants during the spring or summertime all of a sudden. I don't know why that would change. My sensibilities aren't changing.
I got to be honest with you. I kind of... Maybe not when it's super hot golfing.
Yeah.
But I kind of like to wear only pants golfing now.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Only
you become golf pants guy.
I'm golf pants guy.
So even if it's like 80 out at Langdon, you're still rocking a pair of pants?
Like I said, when it's hot, no. But I don't often play in super hot weather.
What's the cutoff temperature-wise?
70.
I will say that a lot of the country club bros, because I hang out at my buddy's country club, they're especially the older guys, they're pants.
They're pants.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's
and now we've got a lot of these really lightweight golf pants.
The joggers even?
Yeah, the joggers.
Yeah, you could do joggers. I don't do that.
In fact, I've kind of gone the other way. I used to be almost 100% jeans guy. I very rarely wear jeans.
Me too.
Same. I almost never wear them anymore. It's usually just
they're too
pair of
thick.
pants.
Yeah.
They're too big.
And I have a couple pair of kind of stretchy jeans, but I still don't wear them very often. I just don't wear a lot of jeans.
Well, the pant technology has come a long way.
We're living in a golden era.
We really are. Do you think Gramps would look cool in some joggers?
Well, I'll tell you what, Newell would slap you. If you tried to give Newell a pair of joggers, I'm not kidding, dude. That dude would backhand you with his class ring. Yeah, I
Some
got that.
zany soccer shorts.
Yeah, he wouldn't put up with that crap for 2 seconds.
Well, it's a different time.
That man was a Pendleton man.
Everybody have a great night. Coming up next is Hot Corner with Harris, Schultze, and Fish. We're back tomorrow on 3 to 7 on the Fan. Good night.